I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks going first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Hey, there he is. How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand or what?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you okay?
I'm having a stroke.
Your face looks weird, too.
I'm having a stroke.
Are you having a seizure or something?
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear.
I'm having a stroke.
You just need to know the sudden signs. Look for FAST, F-A-S-T, F, face drooping, A, arm weakness, or S, speech difficulty, then T, time. Time to call 911 immediately, because the sooner they get to the hospital, the sooner they'll get treatment. And that can make a remarkable difference in their recovery. Know the sudden signs. Face, arm, speech, time. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds. And most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
Or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm gonna keep ticking, but no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're Feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, everyone. Let's all stop what we're doing right now and take a moment. That felt good, huh? Just like that, we had a nice, special sort of moment together. Of course, they don't all need to be quiet moments to be special. They could be loud moments, goofy moments, sporty moments, dorky moments. Moments where we talk or walk or just hang out. It doesn't really matter. They all count. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. Sounds like somebody agrees. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Today, call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Rich Cimini says Haason Reddick has all the leverage against the Jets. JaMarr Chase wants to be the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. And Brandon Aiyuk finally resigns with the 49ers for $120 million and much, much more on a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, the Speedster, Speedy, Petey, executive producer, our man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Aaron Fishman, and our sports minute, Tommy Scoops. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single, yes, you've heard it, every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. Shout out to Tommy over there on our feed. And Raymond, what's up, my friend? Raymond is back, and he is ready to listen. Speedy, what's up, man?
Well, it was quite a scramble before the show, dealing with potentially no internet, potentially some computer issues, and then Brandon Aiyuk signed, so big frenzy at the first 2 hours of the show.
Cry me a river, Speedy.
Prepping before the show.
Well, we always prep. Every single show we prep. I don't know if anybody knows anything about radio, but you have to prep before the show. You have to put the work in. If you don't put the work in, the content isn't good. Speedy, you know all about it. You grab your mom's, you know what? You do. You grab them, right? You don't grab them? I grab them. All right, whatever. Well, I just want to tell people a little bit about my weekend, okay? Last weekend was a horrific weekend for me. It was really horrific. And I'm going to tell you why. I don't know if anybody knows that I am a DJ, and I MC a lot of different weddings and parties, and you name it, I do it. And it was crazy. I'm not going to mention the place that I was at, but the maitre d' at the place was really ridiculous. I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. So I dance, I have a good time. I do the intros at this wedding. I'm sweating. We're going to, obviously, I forget what I think we were going to. I don't remember where we were at the wedding, but I went to the maitre d' and I said, listen, I need a towel. I need a towel. I'm sweating. I need something to wipe my face. So she goes into the back, okay? And she gets a towel, right? I don't smell it. I don't look at it. I just start wiping my face, okay? By the time I walk to the DJ, and a shout out to Frankie Biondi, I walk to the DJ and I start smelling the towel. It smells like wine. It smells like liquor. It smells like dirt, okay? So this crazy lady, this maitre d', gives me a dirty towel to wipe my face. That when I got to Frankie, I got to the DJ, I was so pissed off, I wanted to choke her with it. Okay, I wanted to grab that towel and choke her with it. It was disgusting. And the whole time, all they were doing, all the photographer was doing, all Frankie was doing was cracking jokes that I wiped my face with a dirty towel. Okay, I don't even want to tell you what it smelled like. But it's better just wiping your own ass than smelling the towel for what I was smelling, okay? I didn't even realize it until I went to the DJ booth and I was sniffing it. It was disgusting. It was horrible. So I'm not going to mention any names, but whoever hires these so-called maitre d's or these know-it-all maitre d's that have absolutely no idea what they're doing, please keep them away from me, because I was very close to taking that towel and choking her with it. I really was, Speedy. I mean, what do you say about that? What would you do if a lady gave you a towel? You're trying to wipe your face. You're trying to get back, you're trying to take that sweat away from you and you wipe your face. What do you do? What would you do if somebody gave you a dirty towel? Who cares what you would do? Of course.
No, I would rush her to the hospital.
You would rush her to the hospital? I don't know. You would rush her to the hospital? Well, I just want to let everybody know that I did not have a very good weekend when it came to that. It was a smelly, disgusting towel. It smelled like a tampon, a dirty tampon, okay? I'm going to just tell you, it smelled like a dirty tampon. Enough said on that. Anyways, we got a great show lined up for you guys at 8:15. We will be talking to 8-year MLB outfielder Kevin Mench. He will be joining us. He's fantastic. He's been on our show before. Yeah, he played for the Rangers. He played for the Blue Jays, the Brewers, the Nationals. He's fantastic. You guys are going to really love him. At 9:30, we'll be talking for the first time on the Sports Loudmouth, 8-year NFL cornerback and current Toronto, let me say this, Argonauts, am I right? Mm-hmm. DB coach Ike Charlton. He will be joining us for the first time on the Sports Loudmouth. Yes, Tom, you're absolutely right. It sounded like the woman lives in the zoo, 100%. And it definitely smelled like the zoo, what I was wiping my face with. So why don't we get into it? ESPN's Rich Cimini reports that Haason Reddick and his agent had all the leverage in this contract negotiations with the New York Jets. Cimini mentioned that Joe Douglas told Haason Reddick to show up and we'll talk. Douglas has not spoken to Reddick since April 1st and hasn't talked to his agent, Tory Dandy, since the holdout began. Douglas also mentioned they will not give Reddick a trade request if he wants to be traded before the season. Cimini says that the Jets are more likely to restructure their salary cap to give Reddick more money this year rather than give him a long-term deal right away. If Reddick holds out into the regular season, he will lose about $800,000 per game. Jermaine Johnson will start as the defensive end, and Will McDonald and Michael Clemens will rotate to replace Reddick's spot. I don't know what's going on with the New York Jets and Haason Reddick. And if you're a New York Jet fan, you're not going to like this. And I'm going to spit this because I know Jet fans are probably sitting here blaming Joe Douglas for this. And I've said this many, many times. Joe Douglas sat down with the agent, Mr. Dandy, Joe Dandy, or whatever the hell he calls himself. I call him Joe Dandy, even though his name's Tory. And he sat down with Haason Reddick before he made this trade with the Philadelphia Eagles. And Haason Reddick and Tory Dandy told Joe Douglas that he will play out his contract. He will play out his final year of his contract with the New York Jets if they start to negotiate a deal into the season. Haason Reddick showed up for what? Just to introduce himself to some of the players that were training before OTAs even started. Really, before the draft. And then he disappears off the face of the earth, April 1st. Disappears. The draft was, what, April 27th, April 28th? He hasn't been at Jets camp since April 1st. He lied to the New York Jets. He lied to Joe Douglas. And you heard it best yesterday. Actually, I'm sorry, on Tuesday. Reed said that it's because of Dandy on why Haason Reddick and the New York Jets haven't come to a deal. Now, obviously, Haason Reddick is in the driver's seat. There's no question that he has all the leverage because he already said that he will not show up unless he gets a new contract. But $800,000 per game is going to push him a lot faster to negotiate this deal, at least this year. And I'm going to tell you why. Haason Reddick this year is making about $16 million. If he misses 8 games, he is going to miss out on almost $6.5 to $7 million. That's almost half of the money he would be bringing in this year. There is no way in hell Haason Reddick is going to allow that to happen. So I believe that before the season starts, and that's about a week and a half away, there will be an agreement reached. I do believe that. I think it'll just be this year. I think the Jets will wiggle some of these contracts around so they can bring Haason Reddick in for about 20 to 22 million. That's where they want to agree with a contract with him. They don't want to give him more than 22 million. He wants between 25 and 28. The Jets already said that's too much. Unfortunately, right now, the depth at the linebacker position or even a defensive end position is not good for the Jets. Michael Clemens, who's on and off every single year, and he's been with the New York Jets for what now? It's 4 years. He's been with the Jets for a while. He is not a sack guy. I think in the last 3 years, he averaged about 3.5, 4 sacks a season. Jermaine Johnson is expected to be a sack guy. Last year, in his second year and his first full year as a linebacker, as a starting linebacker, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he had about 8 to 8.5 sacks. He put on 20 pounds of muscle this offseason. A lot of the press has said he's looked fantastic at practices and even when he has played in some of the preseason games. But he's still young. And he's still wet behind the ears. And you're going to depend on a guy that's been, what, a starter for the New York Jets for maybe a full year? You're going to depend on him to be your pass rusher, your number one pass rusher. If I were the New York Jets, I would try to rush this as fast as I possibly can. Because if you go into the season with Jermaine Johnson, Will McDonald, who's a second-year player, this will be probably his first year where he's probably going to start. He's not even going to start. He's probably going to be playing on third downs. And Michael Clemens, you have no depth at that position. Now, C.J. Mosley is still there. He is the leader of that defense. He's the leader of the front seven, but he is not a pass rusher. He's more of a run. He's really a run-stopping linebacker. That's what he is. He doesn't really blitz. He doesn't really do all those things. He usually averages. C.J. Mosley on a good year probably has about 5.5, 6 sacks. The Jets need Haason Reddick this year if they want to be an elite defense. They need it, and they need him. Now, what could the Jets do to open up this pot? And it's not a pot of gold because the Jets don't really have anything. They've invested a lot of money in bringing in some of these free agents. They brought in Morgan Mosley. Moses. Morgan Moses. They brought him in. They brought in Tyron Smith. I'm sorry, I'm messing up their names. He's brought in a lot of offensive line depth. That's what he has done. He's brought a lot of depth in. The weakness of the New York Jets last year was the injuries they had at the offensive line. Elijah Vera-Tucker went down very early. They moved Tippmann. Tippmann was supposed to play center last year. They winded up moving him to guard. He played sensational as a guard. And as the season progressively moved forward and more injuries happened, they moved him to the center position where they obviously drafted him in the second round to play. They had no depth at the guard position. They had no depth at the tackle position. They drafted Olu this offseason as the number 11th pick in the draft in the first round. They're not going to start him right away, which I think is good for him. He'll learn behind Smith and Mosley. Morgan Moses. I don't know why I'm messing their names up, but Morgan Moses, he'll be playing behind them, learning a little bit about the position. As an NFL player, the guy gave up no sacks in 3 years in college football against all these top teams, the Big 12 and Pac-10 and all that other team in the SEC. He was dominant. But the NFL is different. It's faster. It's a different game. Joe Douglas knew he had to beef up that offensive line. He knew it. And then he had to decide if he was going to bring Bryce Huff back. A lot of Jet fans are complaining that they should have re-signed Bryce Huff. He only signed for $18 million a year. That would have been a steal because that's all they want to pay Haason Reddick, between $18 and $22 million. But they took a chance with Haason Reddick because Haason Reddick can change their defense in a higher position in this year's season. Last year, they were ranked in the top 6 in all defense. This year with Haason Reddick, for a full season, 17 games, you could be in the top 3, top 2, maybe even the number 1 defense in all of the NFL. There's a lot of pressure on the New York Jets. Joe Douglas's job is on the line. Robert Saleh's job is on the line. Aaron Rodgers could retire this offseason if this team doesn't really change its ways. Aaron already said he wants to play till 44, 45. Aaron's going into the season at 41 years old. At the end of the season, he'll be 42. He wants to play another 2 years, maybe even 3 more years. If this Jets team is built like everybody expects them to be built, a playoff contender, Douglas might have a 2-year stint with Garrett Wilson under his rookie contract and Sauce Gardner under his rookie contract. Elijah Vera-Tucker will be a free agent after this year. So they're going to have to decide what they're going to do with him. If they're going to franchise him, if he has a good season, he stays healthy, you're going to have to decide on what you're going to do with Elijah Vera-Tucker. And then Aaron Rodgers' contract. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made by the New York Jets. Haason Reddick was not the number 1. But now, going into the season, you need Haason Reddick more than Haason Reddick needs you. Because the one position you don't have a lot of depth in is defensive end. You don't have a lot of depth. And I don't want to hear it from the Jets. Well, we have Will McDonald and Jermaine Johnson. What happens if one of those guys go down? What happens if two of those guys go down? What are you going to do? You have no depth. Now, you could bring in these veteran players. There are a few veterans that are not signed yet. Yeah, they could do that. But why do that when you have a chance to sign Haason Reddick? Now, you have to figure out what works for you as an organization and what works for Haason Reddick. If I was Haason Reddick, I would just sign a 1-year extension with the New York Jets, try to get about 20 to 22 million from them. And then next offseason, either the Jets give you that extension or you ask the Jets to move you in the offseason. And you can either the Jets could get a pick back if they decide to let you go, or one of those of that nature. They lost a third-round draft pick. They gave up a third-round draft pick to the Philadelphia Eagles for Haason Reddick. If Haason Reddick has over 13 or 14 sacks this year and plays, I think, if I'm not mistaken, plays 13 to 14 games, the Jets would have to give up a second-round draft pick in 2025. That's a big pick, as the Jets have been really building their team around the draft. So you sit here and you wonder, what should the Jets do? What should Joe Douglas do? If Joe Douglas believes his job is on the line, which I believe it is, he has to find a way to make this contract work. He's going to have to find a way to make Haason Reddick agree to a 1-year deal where he can bring him in for the rest of this season and then tell Haason, listen, we'll come to a negotiation at the end of the season. If we can, we'll let you go, and we'll let you go wherever you want to go.
Yeah, you look at the potential for creativity with this kind of thing. Now, Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs did the same thing last year, and it really damaged the relationship with both of those teams. So we'll see what it is with Haason Reddick with the Jets. Now, I don't think Haason Reddick, like you were saying, is not as much of a as Saquon was to the Giants or Josh Jacobs was to the Raiders offense.
I don't think it has anything to do with Haason Reddick. I think it has everything to do with his agent, or
Sure.
Andy.
And yeah, they're going to have to try to be creative to make a compromise work. But Haason Reddick is getting all the leverage in this spot because the Jets
have no depth.
They lack depth because those two guys are both very raw. Johnson's good. I trust him even to be a number one pass rusher. Will McDonald, we knew, was very raw out of the draft. He's undersized. He's not as good in run defense. And Michael Clemens, like you were saying, has become more of a run stopper, not really a developed pass rusher. And that kind of thing, Robert Saleh is going to have to figure out with trying to rotate these guys accordingly. Because remember, the Jets also, I know the money was pretty big, but the Jets also traded John Franklin Myers, who was another guy that was playing on the edge last year. They got rid of Carl Lawson, who, by the way, was cut by the Cowboys, Nathan. So it's not going to save your defense, but nevertheless.
Carl Lawson was not the same since he tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
As soon as his Achilles went, he has not been the same. When you lose, and a lot of people over the years, running backs, even quarterbacks, are never the same after they tear their Achilles, especially a pass rusher like Carl Lawson, where he hurt his driving foot on where he starts to use and curve around the bend. That leg tore his Achilles on that leg when he went around that bend. Mm-hmm. He's not the same player, and again, that's why the Jets decided to part ways with him. The Jets don't have any depth over there, and yes, Speedy, you're absolutely right. When you look at the position that the New York Jets are in, their leverage does go to Haason Reddick. Haason Reddick looks at the depth chart right now, and there is no depth over there. The Jets have a tremendous amount of depth now at the offensive line, which they didn't have last year.
And
they have
tackle, too.
Yes, they have a tremendous amount of depth at the running back position now. They have a tremendous amount of depth at the tight end position and wide receiving position. Everywhere besides the pass rush. And that is why they decided to make that move for Haason Reddick, because they didn't believe that Bryce Huff was an every down type of player. And that's why we'll see what happens with Bryce Huff this year with the Philadelphia Eagles. Who knows what he is going to be with the Eagles when he's playing every down. But we know what Haason Reddick is. Haason Reddick for the last 3 years has been one of the most dominant forces at the line of scrimmage. He has been probably amongst the league's best. You talk about Micah Parsons. You talk about TJ Watt. You talk about Myles Garrett. All these guys are averaging between 15 and 20. This guy's been averaging between 13 and 15. So he's amongst the top 6, top 7 pass rushers in the last 3 seasons. So obviously he knows he has the leverage, and he knows the Jets need him. So now the Jets are stuck here and wondering, how is Robert Saleh going to build up packages with this defense. By the way, the Jets do not like to blitz.
Nope.
As a matter of fact, the Jets are one of only 2 teams that blitzed very little last year.
Fourth lowest blitz rate last year.
I think it was the second. Wasn't it the second?
I think it was the second in the second half of the season because it was them, the 49ers, the Eagles, and
they don't
the
blitz
Browns.
a lot.
Yeah.
They don't blitz a lot. And Robert Saleh does not like to bring up men, and he doesn't like to bring up the safeties. He likes to play coverage in the secondary. That's what he likes to do. And he likes to play one-on-one coverage, especially with DJ Reed there and Sauce Gardner and Michael Carter. The second is there. So he likes to play one-on-one coverage and use the safeties to come under these top-end wide receivers to make sure that they have enough coverage so there's not big plays given up in the middle of the field. Right. But right now, the Jets are in a bad position. And I'm not saying that Jermaine Johnson isn't going to take another step. He will. But what happens if he goes down?
Right.
What happens if he goes down? And they don't have another guy on the other side of the line. So what are teams going to do? They're going to double up on Jermaine Johnson. Jermaine Johnson is a young guy. As good as he was last year, putting on 20 pounds and looks really, really good at practices. And everybody's telling me that this guy is going to be a breakout type of player. He was a Pro Bowl player last year. And the Jets do have good linebackers. Quincy Williams is a fantastic linebacker, an all-pro linebacker. C.J. Mosley is a second-team all-pro linebacker. They have 2 really good inside linebackers. But on the outside, they don't have a lot of that. And again, Jermaine Johnson, he can play on the inside. He can play on the outside. Now they're moving him to defensive end, and he's an undersized defensive end, and teams know that. So what do you think the Jets are going to have to do? They're going to have to move him around like the Cowboys do to Micah Parsons.
They're going to have to be schematically creative, which is not something that Robert Saleh nor Jeff Ulbrich likes to do a lot when it comes to trying to deviate away from what they usually do. You mentioned it. They don't like to blitz a lot. They play a lot of zone, and they don't do a lot of corner blitzes. So you have many different options here with what the Jets are going to have to try with that. You mentioned Quincy Williams. Quincy Williams kind of broke out in the 2022 season, being a lot more of a pass rushing type linebacker.
But he's not really that.
Last year, he developed into more well-rounded. Yeah.
He's a coverage linebacker. That's what he does. He's good at stopping the run. You can use him to get at the quarterback, but more in like these weird, like nickel blitz packages. That's what they like to do. They like to move them up on the line. They like to put 7 guys on the line, make it seem like they're going to use a blitz, step like 3 guys back, and the 4 guys rush the quarterback and put some pressure on different edges where one of these guys can get. And Quentin Williams, he's going to play a big part of this because last year in the second half of the season, he was triple teamed at some points. And that's why they brought Haason Reddick in, because what Haason Reddick does is he draws double teams. And if he draws double teams, it takes a man off of Quentin Williams. And what does that do for Quentin? It gives him an opening to get at the quarterback. That was the reason why everybody thought that this Jets defense was going to be as good as any defense in football this year, because bringing in Haason Reddick takes the pressure off of Quentin Williams, which opens up the blitz or even the packages that Robert Saleh could use this year with the talent that he has in his front 7.
Right. I was just going to mention Quentin Williams too, because Quentin Williams also has very good quickness for an interior defensive lineman too. The other thing they could consider doing, because they did build up good defensive tackle depth, bringing in Kinlaw and a lot of the guys they had last year too, the young guys.
I like Kinlaw. I've heard a lot of good things about him at training camp.
Yep. So that allows maybe if they want to put a more power, bigger guy on the outside. Maybe they put Quentin Williams on the edge if they want to keep Quincy Williams, like you said, in coverage. That's one option. They also could blitz more of the corners. Could they try that more often? Robert Saleh does not like to do that, or blitz more of the safeties, which they don't like to do that. But let's see if they're going to have to be creative and make it work, because the Jets also do play a lot of nickel. They have one of the highest percentage, top 10 of nickel defenses last year, which has hurt them in certain instances against the run and against tight ends. But if the Jets have to play more linebackers, the inside linebackers up more because of this issue with Haason Reddick, then they're going to have to try to have maybe Sherwood drop more in coverage, Williams on the edge, or guard the screen passes.
Now, Clark is going to be back this year, so he is going to play a big part as far as the run stopping is concerned, because he's a great safety when it comes to run stopping. And last year they lost him. I think he tore his ACL.
Yeah, right.
He was out for the season. He is back. He's going to be a starting free safety for the New York Jets. So what do the Jets need to do is they're going to have to use these safeties to cover the middle of the field and stop the run. So these guys, these linebackers like Quincy Williams, or even guys like C.J. Mosley is going to have to move up and actually put a little bit more pressure on the offensive lines that they're going to be playing against. Now, the Jets have San Francisco in the first game of the season. Trent Williams is probably not going to play in that game. That benefits the New York Jets because Trent Williams, without him on that offensive line, I think the San Francisco offensive line is subpar at best. They're not really good, okay? Trent Williams really solidifies that offensive line. Without him, they're probably a 15th or 16th offensive line right now in the NFL. At best. So the Jets are going to be able to do a lot more now that Trent Williams is not going to play in this game. And what we've been hearing is Trent Williams will not play in this game, especially giving Brandon Aiyuk this contract. And we will get into that a little bit later. So, I mean, now the Jets are going to have an opportunity. Now, Aaron Rodgers does not play well in San Francisco. If you look at his record in his career, I don't remember what the number is, but I think he's won 2 games in San Francisco.
And one of them was against the Niners' third-string quarterback.
Yeah. So he's not good in San Francisco. So you have to look at numbers because of the way they play on those fields. And Aaron Rodgers, out of all the places that he's played over the years, San Francisco is not the place that he really likes to play at. Now, if the defense can get at the quarterback, put pressure on Brock Purdy like we've seen in the Super Bowl, like Kansas City did to him, especially in the second half, Brock Purdy is a shell of who he was throughout the season. Brock Purdy is a good regular season player, as we've seen, but in the playoffs, he's not as good. So this isn't the playoffs. This is the first game of the season. There's a lot of pressure on the New York Jets. So I think that the Jets coming out with a win in San Francisco would really put the Jets in a very good position going into week 2 against Tennessee. So the Jets are going to need Haason Reddick. That's why I think this weekend and this week, the Jets need to sit down with Dandy and Haason Reddick and figure out where they can meet in the middle, even if it's a 1-year deal, even if you have to figure out on how it works for him to get him up at 22, 23 million. You do that because you need Haason Reddick just as much as Haason Reddick needs you. And Haason Reddick will do whatever it takes to sit out for the Jets to either trade him or the Jets to either cut bait with him or make a move and give him the contract that he wants.
Right. And we saw it last year, too. Even Aaron Rodgers got restructured his deal at the very last minute to make sure that the Jets are able to finalize their salary cap situation. So why not? They can use the remainder of whatever cap space they have left to make that kind of thing work and kind of meet in the middle. Like the Jets had close to $7 million in cap space when we were talking about it a couple weeks ago. Like give him the rest of that money. You're not going to bring in anyone else. That's $21 million. That's good enough of a compromise at this point to try to make it work.
Maybe the Jets are thinking Davante Adams.
Maybe.
Is that what they're thinking? I don't know what the Jets are thinking. I was telling Mikey C today, we had a very interesting conversation on the phone, and I said, maybe the Jets sit on Haason Reddick. If Davante Adams and the Raiders are not getting along in the first 3 to 4 weeks, maybe the Jets could move Haason Reddick to the Raiders as a package deal. You're going to have to give up a lot more than that. You're going to have to give up probably a second and a third for a guy like Davante Adams, and you can squeeze in Haason Reddick in that trade, and maybe you can get a Davante Adams for him. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. And I also heard in the offseason that Cooper Kupp could be available sometime in the middle of the season with the LA Rams if Puka has another good season. So, because Puka is going to be expecting a contract soon too if he's going to put up big numbers. And if you've seen where Puka is right now in the fantasy draft world, he's in the top 10 right now. Could you believe that?
Yeah, he was drafted 10th in my family league. Yep.
Puka is a top 10 wide receiver over Cooper Kupp, who's been a top 10 player for the last, 6-7 years.
Yeah, Kupp's like a 4th-round fantasy value. I like him a lot more than that, but like he's thought of that way because of the year Puka had and the year Puka had last year.
Yeah, and the injuries that he's had. Last year, I think before the season started, Cooper Kupp was a top 5 prospect.
Oh, yeah.
In the fantasy draft.
Oh, yeah.
Now this year, he's not that. He's a 4th-round talent, 5th-round talent. You could get Cooper Kupp probably in the 3rd or 4th round and get him at a good value. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I wouldn't be surprised if the LA Rams decide to move him at the trade deadline if they're missing a piece, missing an offensive lineman. Now, this year, obviously, they bulked up in the draft when it came to defense, but I do believe their weakness going into the season is their offensive line. Their offensive line's a lot better than it was over the last 2 or 3 years, but I think they're missing a right tackle. I think their left tackle is definitely better than a right tackle. So I think that there could be somebody like a Cooper Kupp to be available at the trade deadline. I could see the LA Rams moving him if he starts off the season a little bit slower because of Puka. So, I mean, going back to the New York Jets, the Jets still sitting at the position that they are with Haason Reddick, they're going to have to come to the table and figure out what works out for both him and the New York Jets. The Jets cannot go into the season. If they do go into the season against San Francisco, they cannot go into the second half of the season without an elite pass rusher.
No, they can't. And that's what makes the decision so tricky to be able to make this kind of thing work, because they have to make sure that Haason Reddick is going to be happy. They need time. He's going to need time to fit into that scheme, too.
It's going to take a while.
Because he's a versatile guy that it was mostly played in 3-4 defenses his whole career. Besides his 2 years with the Eagles, every other defense with the Cardinals and the Panthers that he's played in has been a hybrid or a 3-4 defense. So that's going to take him a little while to get going, too. So if the Jets can't get pressure, especially like you're saying, if they struggle to rush the passer against the 49ers without Trent Williams, that's a big red flag. Tennessee's offensive line's not very good either. So if they struggle there, that's a huge red flag. And same thing with the Patriots in week 3. If they have issues rushing the passer without Haason Reddick in any of those games, that's a big problem.
Just think about this. The New York Jets play 3 games in 10 days. 3 games in 10 days. They're already 3 games into the season after 10 days. Just think about that if you're a Jets fan. Your season could be over if you go 0-3. It could be over for the New York Jets. Because you do not want to fall in the AFC 0-3. You don't want to fall 1-2 either. And you have Tennessee, which you're probably better than. I don't know how much better, but you're better than. You're better than the New England Patriots. A lot of teams are better than New England. And now that Jacoby Brissett is starting, they're not going to start Drake May. I could see what the Patriots are trying to do this year. They're trying to lose out.
And they're not going to get Brandon Aiyuk anymore either.
No, because Brandon Aiyuk just signed a big contract with 49ers. So, I mean, if you're a Jet fan right now, you do not want to go into the season in San Francisco, lose a very close game, or lose a game that you should win without Trent Williams, and then go into Tennessee and lose that game. You're going into your first game of the season at home 10 days into the season and could lose against the Patriots and go 0-3. I don't know when their bye week. I think their bye week is the 5th or 6th week. I mean, the Jets could go into their 4th game in 10 days 0-3. And you need Haason Reddick. You really, really do. So I think the Jets they don't have any leverage here.
No.
The Jets are going to have to figure out how this is going to work and how it works for Joe Douglas. Because Joe Douglas knows he's on the hot seat. He made this move.
Yep.
He made this move. I don't believe it's Joe Douglas's fault, because Joe Douglas was told by Tory Dandy, and he was told by Haason Reddick that he will play out his final year of his contract with the Jets, and then they would negotiate something before the season's end. He completely went back on his what he said to the New York Jets before the Jets made that trade. And then the Jets made the trade. He comes in on April 1st and then decides not to show up to mini camps and show up to OTAs or even show up to the preseason. Now you're 1 week away from the NFL season, and your best pass rusher has not stepped on a football field in about a month and a half.
Yep, and it's going to continue to lose value the more it sits out, too, because
actually probably longer than that, 2.5 months.
Yeah, because you mentioned like if he's still not playing by the bye week, like you're dealing with a very rusty Haason Reddick.
July, actually 3 months
in a new scheme altogether with the Jets. You mentioned like trade partners that could happen. Maybe the Raiders take it on, but the Raiders, that's not one of the things they need. They have a good defensive line. Like it doesn't make sense. Maybe you got a contending team that loses a pass rusher. Fine, maybe they're desperate, but still, like even so, like Haason Reddick, like he's not giving out lists of teams. He's going to lose the value that way, and he wants to go to another contender. There's a reason he went to the Jets when he's got frustrated with the Eagles.
Well, he went to the Jets because Aaron Rodgers is there. He knows he has a chance to win. The Jets in the AFC East right now are expected to win the division. Yeah. The Dolphins, even though they're a good offensive team, they're not the same defense they were last year. They lost a lot of pieces in the offseason. So, and they lost their defensive coordinator. So they're going to the season with a new defensive coordinator. I like Mike McDaniel. I think he's a fantastic coach. I think he's one of the more underrated coaches right now in the NFL. But I call him Screech because that's what he looks like from Saved by the Bell. I mean, he's not as tall, but he looks like Screech. Unfortunately, the New York Jets are going to be pressured this year and have to win. Because if they don't win, there's going to be a lot of backlash. The Jet fans, they're sitting here thinking that if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, we're going to win 13 and 14 games. I don't think we're winning 13 or 14 games, but if the Jets could win 2 out of the 3 games going into week 4, the Jets have a chance to win 11 or 12 games. I predicted the Jets are going to win 12 or 13 games, but that's a little high because I looked at their schedule and I'm worried that the Jets have to just think about the NFL because of Aaron Rodgers. They built this where the Jets they're the only team in the first 5 weeks that have to play 3 games in 10 days. Just think about that. They're the only team. And the Jets, who are not a good team, last year they only won 7 games. The year before, how many games did they win? 7 games.
And they were 6-3 and fell apart.
I mean, honestly, the Jets are in a position where everybody's expecting them to do wonders this year and have a wonderful season because Aaron Rodgers, you're going into the season, you don't even know who your pass rusher is.
Yep. They want to make Aaron Rodgers happen, so they're going to cram everything all at once. It's a big toll on these other players, and it's a big toll if he does come back on Haason Reddick trying to learn a new defense.
You know what's so funny? When you go on social media, you read what the Jet fans are saying right now. We don't need Haason Reddick, all this other stuff. It is ridiculous. I don't know what any of these Jet fans are thinking in their damn pea brains, but I'm going to tell you guys something. I'm going to tell all you Jet fans something. If Haason Reddick decides to sit out for the first 5 to 6 games, the Jets are not winning more than 3 games. I'm going to tell you that right now. If he sits out for 6 games, the Jets will either go 3-3 or they'll be 2-4. They need a pass rusher. Because again, Quentin Williams last year was getting triple teamed. You're paying Quentin Williams a lot of money. He's making what? $28 million. He's one of the highest paid defensive tackles in all of the NFL. And he can't break free. His brother had a better season than he did. His brother's making what? The Jets signed him to a really good contract the year before. Actually, last year they signed him. I think he signed a 3-year deal worth about like 20-something million, 28 million.
Great deal.
It was a great deal because Quincy Williams turned into a superstar last year and was an all-pro player. But we'll see if Quincy Williams could do it again now that they have film on him. It's not the same. Just like C.J. Stroud. I told you, coaches are going to watch film. Film is there now. You can see what he's strong at and what he's weak at. And I'm going to say the same thing to the New York Jets. The Jets' weakness will be the tackle, the defensive end position. It will be the defensive end position, no matter how good Jermaine Johnson is this year at DE. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport reports that JaMarr Chase wants to become the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. Chase said he doesn't want significantly more than Justin Jefferson contract, but still wants to be paid more. Chase will be making just over $1 million at base salary this year and just over $21 million next year on his 5th-year option. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor said he spoke too soon, saying that Chase would be at practice all week. Chase showed up at practice on Sunday, but has held out for the rest of the week. Chase has had 268 catches for 3,717 yards, 29 touchdowns in 3 seasons with the Bengals. JaMarr Chase is going to make a lot of money. He is going to make Justin Jefferson money. CeeDee Lamb actually took less money to stay with the Cowboys because he wants Dak Prescott's contract to be set in stone, and he also wants Micah Parsons to be signed as well. I think what he did was take a couple of $1 million less so the Cowboys in the next year can decide on how they're going to divvy out the money to these other 2 guys. CeeDee Lamb, I think, is better than JaMarr Chase. I do. I'm not saying JaMarr Chase isn't a great player. He's a sensational player. He really is. He's a great wide receiver. But if anybody watched the beginning of the season last year, when Joe Burrow was healthy, JaMarr Chase had a lot of problems. In coverage, teams started to double team him, started to put a safety under him, sometimes put 2 safeties under him, and he couldn't get hot early in the season. It took the second half of the season and the Bengals forcing the ball to him where he started to explode. I'm not saying JaMarr Chase isn't explosive. And I'm not saying JaMarr Chase isn't an elite wide receiver. But when I look at Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb and Tyreek Hill, they're on a different scale. I look at JaMarr Chase on another scale, that under that first-tier wide receiver. He's right under it. I think he's right under Davante Adams. I think Davante Adams is still an elite tier 1 wide receiver, but he's getting up there in age. How long is Devontae Adams going to be at that top tier? It could be this year where we're going to see things start to break down for him. JaMarr Chase is a young guy. Likes to dance, likes to prance. He's from LSU. We know all those LSU guys love to, dance and prance around like they're superstars before they even step on an NFL field. Now, JaMarr Chase deserves a lot of credit. He does. Because of what he has done. His first season, he went to the Super Bowl. But since then, and it's been what, now 3 years?
2 years.
Well, 3 years since the Super Bowl. Going into this year, it'll be 3 years. They have not made the Super Bowl. And the pressure is on JaMarr Chase because Joe Burrow just got paid. Now, JaMarr Chase will get his money. There's no question because Higgins is not going to be there next year. They're going to move from him. They're going to move on from him. They'll probably trade him. There's a good chance they might trade him at the trade deadline. Because if they wait until the offseason, they could franchise them and then move them. That's what they could do. But I don't know where the Bengals see their future at that second wide receiving position is going to be. They know JaMarr Chase is the guy they're going to pay, but they got to scale that money around. And right now, JaMarr Chase just saw 2 wide receivers this offseason get paid. CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson. I believe the 2 wide receivers that are better than he is. Now, he wants to get paid Justin Jefferson money. He says, well, I don't want to get the most out of it. He wants to be paid the most yearly. That's what he's saying. He wants to be the highest paid yearly. He is not Justin Jefferson. He's not. Justin Jefferson is a different beast. And I'm going to tell you why he's a different beast. Now, I know a lot of people are probably going to attack me on TikTok and Twitter and whatever after they hear this take. If you look at Justin Jefferson last year when he came back with a 3rd or 4th tier quarterback, Justin Jefferson put still over 1,000 yards in what? 8-9 games? He put 1,000 yards and he put up like 8 or 9 touchdowns. JaMarr Chase, what was his numbers last year? Bring up his numbers. JaMarr Chase played at least 15 games. At least 15 games. I'm willing to bet you JaMarr Chase had 1,300 yards.
12, 16, 7 touchdowns, 100 catches.
And what was Justin Jefferson last year in the games that he played? How many games did JaMarr Chase play?
He played 15, you're right.
15 games. Okay, I don't even have it in front of my face. I'm guessing here. Okay, and my numbers were pretty dead on. I'm going to say that Justin Jefferson, had close to 1,100 yards. He had almost 8 touchdowns, and he played 10 games.
Yep. Besides the touchdowns, 5. You're right. 1,074, right near 1,168 catches in 10 games.
They're not even close. Justin Jefferson played 10 games. He played 15 games. And Justin Jefferson, had 200 less yards than him? You're not going to pay JaMarr Chase. Unless JaMarr Chase has a Tyreek Hill year. And he could. Joe Burrow's healthy. He could have a Tyreek Hill year. If he gets 1,500 yards and he puts up, even CeeDee Lamb numbers, 11 or 12 touchdowns, and he's elite. He's amongst the top 5 in the league. But there are other guys that are going to have good years. Garrett Wilson will have a good year if there's a healthy Aaron Rodgers. So, again, they're going to compare his numbers this year to Justin Jefferson's numbers over the last couple. And CeeDee Lamb's, the year before where he put up those numbers and why he got paid this year. I just don't know if JaMarr Chase is on that quarter. I don't, that tier. Okay. I don't know if he's there. I just don't know. I know he speaks highly of himself. I know he's very confident about himself. And I know he's going to make the excuse that he didn't have Joe Burrow last year. Justin Jefferson had a 4th tier quarterback, a guy that they got from Arizona. They brought him in, and then he lost the job, and they gave a job to somebody else because he played like crap at the end of the season.
49ers legend Nick Mullins.
And he still put up 1,000 yards. And that game against the Lions, I think he had like 100 170 yards in that
they
game.
were stopping everyone else. They let him. They just decoyed him, let him do his
It
thing.
doesn't
and
matter.
decoyed
He put
everyone
up
else.
170 yards and 270 yards and 2 touchdowns in that game, or I think it was a touchdown. Yeah, I mean, he put up unbelievable numbers last year at the end of the season, and he didn't have to put up those numbers. What I'm trying to say here is, I understand JaMarr Chase, and obviously it's a going rate. When you see Justin Jefferson make that money and CeeDee Lamb make that money, he's going to say, well, I'm just as good as them, so I want to get paid just as much or more. But I think if the Bengals are smart, they're going to have, if he doesn't put up 1,500 yards this year, they're going to have to figure out a number that makes sense for this team and this organization, because they're paying Joe Burrow. He's the highest paid quarterback. Him, Trevor Lawrence, and Jordan Love are the 3 highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL. If you're paying Joe Burrow $55 million and you're going to pay JaMarr Chase $35 to $36 million, you're talking about more than a quarter of your salary going into 2 players. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. That's what the Dolphins did with their 3 guys, Tua, Tyreek, and Waddle, all making big money, and they lost a lot on
Big
defense
mistake.
because of that. And it could be a big mistake if these young kids don't pan out, this new coordinator on defense doesn't pan out. And the Bengals, they have a well-coached defense, so they were able to get leeway with losing some free agents and make it kind of thing work. Lou Anamoros is one of the better defensive coordinators in the league, very creative, but their offensive line still has a big question mark, and they lost Joe Mixon in the offseason. Like you said, T. Higgins, they have to figure out what they're going to be able to do with him. He's probably going to have to play on the franchise tag this year. And you're right, if they do struggle in the beginning of the season, who knows what will happen with him. Now, JaMarr Chase, the reason the Bengals have a little more leeway with that is because he doesn't have to be paid right away. He's still on the 50-year option. So
he's going to do exactly what Haason Reddick is doing right now. He's going to do exactly what all these other wide receivers are doing. They're not going to play. CeeDee Lamb did not show up to camp. He did not show up over the last couple of weeks because he wasn't paid. He is going to force their hand. He's going to say, listen, you're either going to pay me or I'm not going to play. I'm not going to show up to practices, and I'm not going to be ready for a season. You're going to see CeeDee Lamb he's going to be dealing with some injuries early in the season because he's missed a ton of time on the football field, and you got to get your bodies ready for the season. Haason Reddick, I mean, look at Haason Reddick. He's missed 3.5 months of training. Even though if he's practicing and training it's just not the same thing on a football field against your peers and against guys that are just as talented as you are. You're playing against high schoolers. You're playing against college players, and you're training with them. It's a different ball game. It's a different type of beast. And Haason Reddick knows all about that because he wasn't the same player he was when he went to the Eagles. When he was on the Lions, he was okay. He wasn't great. He really transitioned into a great player when he left the Lions in Arizona and he went to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, and I think what the Dolphins' blueprint was with Hill and Waddle, the Bengals have to use with JaMarr Chase, because JaMarr Chase can still play on the $21 million 50-year option and have the contract begin in 2026, and you just front load it with more guarantees or a better signing bonus like the Dolphins did with Waddle. That allowed them to be able to pay Tua, and the same kind of thing with the Bengals. That could allow them maybe to pay T. Higgins or maybe to get the combined production somewhere else to build up their offensive line, get a little more help on defense. Like, those kinds of things can happen if you just extend Chase now, keep him happy, pay the contract starting in 2026. You don't even have to pay him that much more than Justin Jefferson.
So you would pay him $35-36 million a year?
I would pay him 35 and a half, but just start it in 2026. It's not that hard to do. It's not T. Higgins who has to get paid because he's on a 5th-year option. It wasn't what
I call his bluff.
It wasn't what Aiyuk is doing now because he's playing on the 5th-year option, same kind of thing. And CeeDee Lamb, all 3 of these guys were in that draft. Chase has 2 more years where he doesn't have to do it right now. Figure it out for 2026. Make him happy then. 4-year deal, a little above Jefferson. That's all he wants.
There's no question that, and Keith is right, the Bengals need Chase, but Chase is going to play this year. But what Chase is saying right now is he wants the contract now. You cannot go into the season where you're paying 2 players almost $100 million. You cannot do that, especially. And like you said, Speedy, you can move it to 2026. But
right.
Again, in 2026, the cap will go up a little bit, but then you're having a quarterback. If the quarterback has 2 really good seasons, three really good seasons, what's going to happen is Joe Burrow's going to tell him, I want to renegotiate my contract. I'm putting up the numbers that Patrick Mahomes is, and Patrick Mahomes is going to probably be making in 2 or 3 years $70-80 million. These quarterbacks, in one way or another, we're going to see in the next 10 to 12 years a quarterback that's going to make $100 million. We're going to see that, $1 billion contract. It's going to happen, and who's going to get that contract? Patrick Mahomes, unless Patrick Mahomes becomes Tom Brady and says, you know what, I'm going to think team first because I want to break Tom Brady's records. I want to win 8 Super Bowls. I want to win 9 or 10 Super Bowls and become the greatest quarterback to ever play the game. I think that if you sit here right now, Joe Burrow's the only quarterback when he plays Patrick Mahomes, you know that it's going to be a ball game. And you know that it's not going to be easy for Patrick, and it's not going to be easy for him to just completely shut down a guy like Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has a winning record against Patrick Mahomes. How many quarterbacks right now in the NFL could say that? He's the only one. Yep. He is the only one that could say that he has his number. So, again, he does need JaMarr Chase. There's no question that he does. But again, a healthy Joe Burrow puts the Bengals still in a good position where they could still be an elite team.
Yeah, I think JaMarr Chase even too. Like he had one 150-yard game against the Chiefs. He had a 250-yard game against the Chiefs in the regular season, I think his rookie year. So like they need him badly, even just for that head-to-head altogether. Because the Bengals, even last year with Jake Browning at quarterback, I think covered the spread against the Chiefs. So they clearly know that identity to make that kind of thing work, to be the real, like the Patriots to the Colts rivalry type thing when Brady and Peyton Manning were playing. Like they need to be that kind of team. And they know that factor in mind. And here's where it compares to the CeeDee Lamb contract with the Cowboys. Mike Brown and Jerry Jones are very similar, where they don't have GMs on their team. So they're really being their own de facto GM to make that kind of thing work. And if you break up the Burrow-Chase connection, the closest thing of a quarterback and a wide receiver, you're going to look really bad to have players.
They're not going to break that up. They're going to give him his contract. I just don't think they need to rush the contract. Let's bring Fish in. Let's get his opinion on this, because honestly, I think they need to sit for the season, wait it out, and see what JaMarr Chase puts up when it comes to numbers, because Higgins could have a great season. What are you going to do then? What happens if Higgins has a better season than JaMarr Chase? What happens if Higgins has somewhere close to JaMarr Chase's season, and you have a guy like Higgins that has 1,200 yards and JaMarr Chase that has, 1,400 yards? You could give Higgins the 25, 26 million, and you could say, you know what, JaMarr? We're going to give Higgins his 25, 26 million. You're going to have to either sit, wait, or do what we ask you to do and sign the contract for 2026 or 2027 and ride it out.
I don't know, man. I have to tell you straight up, I think Chase is just as, if not more talented than Justin Jefferson. And the way that he runs his routes, just take a look at how open Higgins is when they're playing. The double coverage had started after his rookie year. He's been facing it ever since the beginning. He's really great at stacking D-backs, as they say, and just getting open. He's really, really talented. He can do he's got the full route tree.
Nobody's saying that he's not.
Well, I'm saying Higgins doesn't have that same kind of route tree. Higgins is a different type of player.
Hold on. We don't know what Higgins is because he was a number 2. Actually, for 2 years, he was the number 3 player until he really jumped over Boyd. And now Boyd's no longer with them. Boyd's with Tennessee. And now he has a chance to be the straight up number 2 guy. I'm going to tell you this right now. Higgins, with a healthy Joe Burrow, is going to put up 1,200 yards this year. Higgins is going to put up probably between 8 to 9 touchdowns. And you're going to tell me if JaMarr Chase, and I agree with you, JaMarr Chase he's a great player, but if JaMarr Chase only puts up 3 more touchdowns or 4 more touchdowns and only puts up 200 more yards, why would you overpay JaMarr Chase when you could give Higgins the money and tell JaMarr, you know what? Sit out for a half the season. Sit out. You're still a part of this organization. He doesn't want to go anywhere. Him and Joe Burrow are butt buddies. They are butt buddies. Why do you think that JaMarr Chase became a Bengal? It wasn't just masterful thinking by the Bengals. Joe Burrow told them. Joe Burrow told them where they were drafting. I think they were drafting in the top 5.
Yep.
That's where, and they needed that offensive lineman. Mm-hmm. They needed Penei Sewell. That's what they needed. But you know what he did? The Bengals did what Joe Burrow wanted. Bring in JaMarr Chase. JaMarr Chase is going nowhere. It's all a ploy. And stop letting these players control your cap. Okay, they're going to get paid. He's going to get paid. Calm the hell down and figure out what you're doing with this team, because you did draft a wide receiver, in the 2nd or 3rd round this year, and that we don't know if that guy is going to be anywhere close to Higgins. And I still think they need Higgins just as much as they need JaMarr Chase.
I love Higgins. I just don't think you can say him in the same sentence as JaMarr Chase as far as
I didn't
talent.
say you put him in the same sentence, but if he could put somewhere close to the same numbers as JaMarr Chase, you have to look at it. Do we pay JaMarr Chase this offseason, or do we pay Higgins? Give Higgins the 24, 25 million that he wants and wait another year and then give JaMarr Chase that extension. That's the way I look at it.
Look what they did this offseason. They went to the bargain barrel, got Zach Moss at running back. They're going to go with Chase Brown from Illinois. It was decent rookie year. So they're not spending there. The offensive line, they got the biggest offensive lineman they could find. They have 3 guys that are around like 6'6" and bigger. I think actually over 6'7", and like close and well over 350. Like 3 guys on their line are like that. So they're obviously just trying to get guys that you can't get by, that you can't get in front of. Hopefully the guys on the outside can handle up the speed rush, but they're definitely going to try to protect Burrow. Now, you said that they shouldn't have gone for Chase that year. Think about it. He blew out his ACL that year, and they still went receiver instead of offensive line. Well, now they have the offensive line. They don't have the running back.
It was a big mistake.
I think it was.
I think it was a big mistake because if they had Penei Sewell, maybe they win that Super Bowl. Maybe they win that Super Bowl. Because why? Aaron Donald caused a huge, huge problem. Now, everybody's going to say, well, JaMarr Chase was a big reason why they went to the Super Bowl. Hold on one second. If you look at the numbers in the playoffs, it was all Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow was stepping into the passes. Mixon was running the ball very well in that playoff run. He was. And they got to the Super Bowl. If they had Penei Sewell, maybe they beat the LA Rams in that Super Bowl. Maybe they have one Super Bowl under their, what do they say? On their finger. How's that? A ring. I have a trophy over there, a Lombardi trophy. So
I just know as a defensive coach, though, Errol, as a defensive coach, you're saying, who do we have to stop to prevent us from beating us? And that guy is JaMarr Chase on this team. Make them beat you with Higgins. You can't let Chase beat you because he's so good. You got to bring all the attention. So now they tilt the field that way. And everybody knows, look back at old Randy Moss films, right? They tilted the field to Randy Moss, and other guys were able to get wide open. And when the Patriots had Moss going deep and Welker underneath, and, Edelman coming into his own on the other side underneath, that was completely unstoppable as one of the greatest teams of all time. Chase has even better route tree than Moss. Obviously not the same as Moss going deep, but nobody's ever going to be like that, arguably. He's still pretty dang good at it. And he can do all those things in the same way that it tilts the field, the same way Calvin Johnson tilted the field. He's that kind of a talent. T. Higgins, he still can carry a team, but not in the same way. If you had a better run game, if they spent on the run game and then had some play action, Higgins would be great in that. Because
I didn't say that Higgins is JaMarr Chase. I'm just saying if you can see if Higgins has a good year this coming year, and he shows up because he didn't look good last year, and that was because Joe Burrow was hurt. If Browning was the quarterback, and Browning didn't play bad, but he wasn't Joe Burrow. If Joe Burrow comes into the season, he's strong. He looks good. I'm just saying. And T. Higgins has 1,200 yards and puts up 8 to 9 touchdowns. I think you look into the offseason, you say, you know what? JaMarr Chase still has another year left. I give T. Higgins the contract, give him the $25 million, because to me, that's a deal for a second string wide receiver. I mean, a second tier wide receiver, and he might be the best second tier wide receiver in the NFL. T. Higgins could be the best second tier wide receiver in all of the NFL. So if you pay him that $25 million, then you can wait a year or franchise him the year after, give him the $30 million, because that, in 2 years from now, that franchise tag could probably be just as much as what they would probably paying him yearly, probably between 30 and 35 million. So he'll be happy with that. I know he wants an extension. I know he wants a long-term deal. I just think that the Bengals need to be smart here. You just pay Joe Burrow. Your team, if you pay 2 players almost $100 million, you're going to set your team back. You're in the driver's seat right now. You're one of the best teams in the AFC, and you're probably the only team right now on paper because of Joe Burrow that could beat Kansas City in Kansas City or even in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's interesting because the approach for the Bengals has changed a lot since they drafted Burrow. They were signing a lot more free agents on defense, and now a lot of those contracts have become bargains as a result of that. And now they're able to leeway that money to be able to do it with Burrow and eventually deal with Chase if they're smart with doing with it.
And what are they going to do? Speedy, what are they going to do? Here's the problem. What are they going to do if Joe Burrow puts up an MVP season this year, throws close to 5,000 yards with JaMarr Chase and Higgins and those kind of numbers, and they're a Super Bowl contender? 2 years from now, you know what Joe Burrow's going to say? I want more money. I want more.
And Fish, you brought up a good point too, with the way that they've kind of done it with more quantity on the offensive line as well. Orlando Brown got the big contract, but a lot of that was in the signing bonus. And now they're taking a chance on Trent Brown, who was good in New England, but was bad with the Raiders. Which end of it you're going to get with him? But a lot of these other contracts now on the defensive side have become bargains to be able to make that kind of thing work. And like you were saying with the running backs, will it work with Zach Moss and Chase Brown? I don't know, but a lot of that is going to have to do with the offensive line.
How are you betting on Moss? He had a good season last year as a running back. He's a good running back. He's not a great running back. And we'll see when he plays on it. Now, he was the number one running back all season long until Taylor came back with Indianapolis. He's not going to be the number one running back on this team. He's not the number one guy. There's going to be three guys running the ball. So it's different. Look at Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is a great running back. Now he's going to the Texans. He is going to be touching the ball a lot more than he did with Cincinnati because they're going to ride Joe Mixon. Last year, for the last 3 years, they didn't ride Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was touching the ball 5 times a game, and they were splitting time with Joe Mixon and a bunch of running backs. It's not the same. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If everybody's going to bet on Moss and all the guys that they bring in, the guys that you're going to watch this year, the 2 guys that you need to watch is Higgins and Chase. Those are the guys, if they're healthy with Joe Burrow, are going to put up big, huge numbers. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm giving Higgins the money, not JaMarr Chase. Not that I'm not going to pay JaMarr Chase. I'd sit back and challenge JaMarr Chase. You know what? Do you want to win Super Bowls? Do you want to win championships? Or you just care about your pockets? You're still 22 years old. You have a tremendous amount of time to make the money that you're going to make. Just give it a little bit more. Give it another year, and we're going to pay you.
Yeah, and that's the mold of that is what you're seeing with a lot of these teams too, being able to extend the contracts and get more guaranteed money later. And I think they have to factor that in when giving the percentages of this contract out. You might have to take a little bit less or wait a little longer, but give the percentages that'll still work for him where most of it's guaranteed money. Or like I said, push it to the 2026 season like the Dolphins did. And that kind of thing can work if you're doing it well to be able to make everybody happy. And Mike Brown, who's very stubborn, is going to have to realize that. Now, I think he's evolved in recent years. I think he's not as stubborn as he used to be when
he's done this year.
Would not pay anybody.
He's done this year. If this team does not get to the AFC Championship, Mike Brown is going to be fired.
Well, he's the owner of the team.
I'm not Mike Brown. I'm sorry. Zach Taylor.
Zach Taylor, yeah.
Zach Taylor.
Well, I had my doubts with too. Yeah.
Zach Taylor will be fired at the end of the season. That's what I meant. Zach Taylor will be fired at the end of the season if this team doesn't make the AFC title game.
Oh, yeah.
They're on paper, everybody has the Bengals winning that division still over Baltimore. Yep. There's so many people that have them winning because of Joe Burrow. If they don't, and I don't think they need to win the division. I think they need to go to the AFC title game and play Kansas City. If they don't do that, if the Jets beat them, if the Jets make the playoffs, or Baltimore beats them, or any one of these other teams beat them, Zach Taylor is going to be fired. And that's why there's a lot of pressure on him to make sure that Higgins has a good season and JaMarr Chase has a good season. And his offensive line holds up because last year, that offensive line was dead. The Jets and the Bengals had more injuries on their offensive line last year than any team in football. Okay. And why do you think Joe Burrow got hurt last year? And it was a freak accident. He hit his finger on somebody's helmet. Yeah. And why? Because they couldn't protect him.
Fisher, you were saying something?
Yeah, so I always like to think about the economics of it as an economics teacher. And you both touched on it, and it's for Chase, it makes sense to not ask for the money this year because we know that the NFL is signing all these streaming rights deals. We know the cap is going to go up a lot, and we know there's going to be more room for Chase to make a lot more money if he does it next year than this year. Contrarily, what is Mike Brown doing? Get this guy now before you have to pay him a lot more. It doesn't really make a ton of sense for future goals, not paying a guy when his number is going to be a lot lower.
The CBA is going up. The CBA is going to go up another year. So pay him another year. I pay Higgins at the end of the year. I'm doing that. I'm telling you right now, mark my words. Anybody's playing fantasy, draft Higgins. I'm telling you right now, mark my words. Take it, buy it, whatever. So I told my friend, pick up T. Higgins because he's going to fall to the 4th or 5th round. Pick up T. Higgins. He's going to be beasting this year. I expect him to put up between 1,200 and 1,300 yards. It's the second wide receiver on the Bengals. If Joe Burrow stays healthy, mark my words, 8 to 9 touchdowns, 12 to 1,300 yards. Book it. ESPN's Mike Rice, right? Mike Rice reports that the Patriots officially announced that Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback over Drake May. May says that he and the entire Patriots organization had been 100% behind Jacoby from the start. He added that the gap closed between the two with how May played in the preseason, but there was not a significant enough leap for him to become the starter. The Patriots will not give Drake May an official timetable of when he would be named as the starting quarterback at any time this season. The Patriots would likely only rush to switch to May if Brissett plays very poorly. Brissett has previously has experience with the offensive coordinator, Alex Van Pelt, and he played for the Browns in 2022. And he coached the Browns. He was the who was the coach of the
coordinator?
Why did you have him as coach? He was the offensive coordinator of the Browns in 2022. Everybody knows my thoughts to this. Everybody knows my thought. You went out in the top 3 picks and you drafted a guy like Drake May. And I think when you're drafting a guy in the top 5, you have to start them. You have to. Because right now, I'm going to say this. Gerard Mayo, he could be one and done this year. He could be one and done this year. You think Robert Kraft is going to be okay with a 5-win season or 6-win season? And by the way, all the TikTokers that have taken shots at me on why they should start Jacoby Brissett on the last take that I had on Tuesday, shame on you. Because if you know anything about football, and I know everybody says it's all about developing a quarterback. If you know anything about football, your coach is put in a bad position right off the bat. He needs to win now. And this isn't the New York Jets where they're a losing organization. This is the New England Patriots that have won 6 Super Bowls in 25 years. They need to win now. Robert Kraft is not going to sit there with this fan base and say, okay, we're going to have 5 or 6 really bad seasons and we strike out on Drake May. Who cares? Drake May, we're going to know in 2 years if he's the guy or he's not the guy. If you wait until the middle of the season, that means you're going to go into next season and you're going to start the clock then. And that means you're going to wait 3 more years to wonder if he's your guy. And then by then, you're going to have 2 new coaches, a new GM, and an organization that's going to be looking for another quarterback. I'd start Drake May this year. If you're not going to start him in the beginning of the season, you wait 5 games, and then you start him over Jacoby Brissett. You're not winning this year. You're not winning. You're probably the 2nd worst team in the AFC right now. That's how bad you're going to be. The Chargers aren't going to be good either this year because they have a new coach and a new scheme, and they're going to have to start all over again because Justin Herbert doesn't really have wide receivers. He's going into the season without his 2 best wide receivers, both of them playing for 2 different teams. So, again, if you look at the position that the Patriots are in, I understand Jacoby Brissett gives you the best chance of winning. What are you winning? What are you winning? You're not going to beat the Jets at all this year. You're not going to beat Buffalo. Even with the problems the Buffalo Bills have right now in the secondary, you don't stand a chance against Buffalo. You're not beating Miami. You're going to go 0-6 in your own division. That's 6 games you're going to lose in your own division. The Patriots usually win the majority of their divisional games. I don't think that they have a losing record in their division in the last 25 years. Even last year, I don't think they had a losing record. I think they were 3-3 last year.
Yeah, they beat the Bills last year, definitely.
I think they were 3-3. They beat Miami and they beat the Jets.
All right.
I'm going to tell you this right now. They're not going 3-3 in this division. They'll be lucky to win 1 game in this division.
No, and then it'll probably be against the Jets.
Maybe. It could happen. But I'm just saying, Why not see what the kid has? See what the kid is. Because to me, you're going to see a lot of Jaden Daniels. You're going to see a lot of Caleb Williams, but you're going to see none of Drake May, where everybody thought before going into the draft that Drake May was the best ready quarterback out of all three of them. And he's the only one not starting out of the three? That doesn't make sense. And Jerome Mayo says he played just as well as Jacoby Brissett. So you're telling me you would rather start the season with a guy that on any other team would be a second or third quarterback on your roster? That doesn't make sense. That's coaching? If I was Robert Kraft, I'd be like, I'd be telling Jerome Mayo, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? I don't believe the Patriots have good wide receivers. They don't. They have, like Jeff says, they have a lot of number 2s and number 4s. That's what they have. They don't even have number 3s. There are they got 2 number 2s, and the rest of them are all number 4s that probably wouldn't be on any other roster.
They're worse than the Giants. That says a lot.
They're not good, okay? But if you could see the growth of Drake May, and Drake May makes those number 2s and number 4s all number 2s, and maybe one of them a number 1, you could go out in the offseason and say, you know what? We're going to dabble. We're going to spend the money. We're going to go after T. Higgins. We're going to go after another wide receiver. We're going to put 2 elite or great wide receivers with our young quarterback, and we're going to ride it out. But if you don't know what he is, why would you spend the money in the offseason? As an organization, and by the way, you're going to have to overpay T. Higgins. You're going to have to overpay another wide receiver because nobody's going to want to play with the Patriots because you don't know what your quarterback is.
Yeah, and that's the trajectory with a lot of these younger quarterbacks now. You're seeing a lot of them get tested, learn the game, read defenses. Even if you're not winning right now, then they'll bulk up and get your skill players around you. Now, obviously, there's exceptions to that, like we were talking about with the Bengals and C.J. Stroud with the Texans emerging right away. But I was talking about Josh Allen on Tuesday. Josh Allen, in his rookie year, made Robert Foster, an undrafted rookie, good, an overweight Kelvin Benjamin, an old Emmanuel Sanders, but he started pretty early in the season. I think the third game of the season. Now, maybe that happens with Drake May. Maybe they say, okay, Jacoby Brissett's going to play like 2 games or so, then Drake May starts right away.
They're not going to do that.
I don't think they will either because the Patriots are very stubborn as an organization.
You say they shouldn't?
No. No, I agree with you. He should be starting right away. I'm saying the Patriots won't. I agree with you because they're a very stubborn organization.
Here's the thing, and I'm going to go back to this. Next year's draft class is not going to be good for quarterback. The year after, it's going to be good. It's going to be a very good draft class in 2 years. So if Drake May isn't your guy, ask the New York Jets. If Drake May isn't your guy in 2 years, you could say, you know what? We're going to probably want to be one of the worst 5 teams in the NFL. We'll go after another quarterback. As we've seen the Chicago Bears do it, we've seen the Jets do it, and we've seen the Cleveland Browns do it year in and year out.
Arizona too, back-to-back years.
They dig and they dig and they dig until they find one. If Drake May isn't the guy in the next 2 years, then no harm, no foul. In 2026, you go dig deep and you find the quarterback of your future. I just think this is a bad idea because now you're going to go into the season with Jacoby Brissett. Let's say the Patriots win their first 2 games. Okay? They're 2-1 and they're like, let's ride it out. Jacoby's bringing us wins. And then you go 10 or 11 games in the season, and then you bring this young kid in to the season where this team is not going to protect him, not put him in a very good position to succeed. And then you know what's going to happen? He's going to go 0-8 in the last 8 games of the season. And then all the Patriot fans are going to be slamming Robert Kraft and slamming the New England Patriots on drafting this kid over Daniels or not trying to move up for Caleb Williams.
Right. And again, it's a natural trajectory that you have to realize that these guys have to play to learn defenses. Like, I understand, I know there's a lot of Patriots fans argument, oh, you don't want to get them hit. I'm not saying you can't like simplify the scheme, do more quick passes, stuff like that to ease him in. That's fine. But still let him play relatively quickly in the season. Otherwise, you're not going to learn the same kind of thing. I know everyone's going to make the Jordan Love argument, but Jordan Love was a very raw prospect. He needed to sit. If Jordan Love started in his first year with the Packers, if Aaron Rodgers got hurt, he was not going to be as good as he was last year. And that kind of thing doesn't happen with Drake May, who's experienced. He started a lot in college. Like
I'm sorry to cut you off. I hate it when people bring up Jordan Love. I am hating it that everybody keeps bringing up Aaron Rodgers. These guys were late first-round draft picks. Late. Aaron Rodgers was drafted in the 20s. Jordan Love was drafted in the 20s. Russell Wilson was drafted in the 3rd round. Okay? Do you want me to go on and on and on? This guy was drafted in the top 10, the top 3 pick. All the other guys, Caleb Williams is starting. Jaden Daniels is starting. Why the hell isn't Drake May starting when everybody said he is a pure quarterback? He's a pure thrower, NFL-style quarterback. He's the best quality quarterback in this draft class to start the season as. And you're going to start him on the bench? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't.
Even Bo Nix is starting.
Stupid.
Even Bo
Dumb.
Nix is starting when we didn't expect him to start. On a
Give me
Broncos,
some mayo.
on a Broncos team
Some
that
baloney.
is just as bad,
It's a bunch of baloney.
if not worse than the Patriots. And then he's getting a chance to start. I understand, okay, you have Sean Payton there, fine. All right, he's his guy. But Jerod Mayo and this offensive coaching staff should be able to ease him in. We talk about it all the time, like cater to the quarterback's strengths if you don't think he's ready right away. That's why a lot of these quarterbacks still have faster starts to their career than they realize.
That he played just as well as Jacoby Brissett. He said it. He said he actually outplayed Jacoby Brissett. So why isn't he starting? That doesn't make sense. None of it does. I watched him.
I'll tell you why, Errol.
I can't wait to hear this one.
He's a scared. Jerod Mayo is a scared. He doesn't think that a rookie is going to enable him to win games. He's going to make stupid rookie mistakes and he's going to get fired because he's the guy after the guy. And the guy after the guy never keeps his job, as we know when it comes to managers in any sport. Belichick is arguably the greatest of all time. Mayo is going to be the blip, that little afterthought name on, that's the guy that followed him, and he was gone within 2 years because that's what he's looking at if he goes with May and it doesn't work out perfectly. He's a defensive coach. He doesn't know how to bring quarterbacks along. He needs an established guy because he can't coach it. That's what he's telling us with this decision, that although May has more talent, at least Brissett knows how to do all the stuff that I don't know how to do. So Brissett's better for our team, so we're going to win. It's being a scared, in my opinion. It's a soft move.
It is stupid. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I bet you any amount of money that Robert Kraft and Jerod Mayo was watching the Pat McAfee show when Bill Belichick was out there saying that rookie quarterbacks should not be starting, and Tom Brady saying that rookie quarterbacks should not be starting. That's what I think that's where they got this is, you know what? I'm going to listen to Bill Belichick and I'm going to listen to Tom Brady, even though they have nothing to do with my organization. I'm going to listen to him. I think it's a stupid move. I think this is a dumb move by the Patriots. And what is it going to do when you're 8 games into the season or 9 games into the season? You bring this young kid in when the team is 0-7 or 1-8, and you're putting all the pressure on this kid to step on a football field and be the savior of this team and this organization. And if he goes 1-7 or 0-8, every single Patriot fan's going to say, why didn't we get Jaden Daniels? Why didn't we move up to get a guy like Caleb Williams? Look at the numbers he's putting up. Look at the team that he's playing for. And look at the coach that he's playing for. I'm telling you right now, this is a dumb move by them, and I think this is going to backfire in Jerod Mayo. I think it's going to backfire in Robert Kraft, and they're going to look like an organization that's always been smarter than the average bear. They're going to be looking like a completely rookie organization, a.k.a. the New York Jets. So I don't like it. I don't like the move, and I'm not even a Patriot fan. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't stand the New England Patriots. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is a bad move by them. And I'm going to tell you mark my words, the fans are going to backfire at him. They're going to backfire Jerod Mayo. Jerod Mayo is going to be fired at the end of the year because he didn't pick Drake May over Jacoby Brissett. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking to former 8-year MLB outfielder, our friend Kevin Mench. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen. I am Tommy Scoops bringing you guys the Loudmouth Sports Minute here. And starting off with some NFL news. Drama is continuing over in Dallas with the Dak Prescott contract situation as the owner, Jerry Jones, has avoided questions with the media regarding any Prescott extension questions. Prescott actually did say that he has been tuning out the team's owner and is only focused on the season ahead. Over in the NBA, Kevin Garnett wants people to stop sleeping and underestimating the Suns. NBA legend Garnett says Devin Booker is an MVP, while Bradley can become an MVP, all while the team still has Kevin Durant. And finishing off over in the MLB, Phillies are going to be moving Taijuan Walker to the bullpen. The Phils signed Walker to a 4-year, $72 million deal as manager Rob Thompson says Walker will be placed in the bullpen. Starting off now in Scoops Who Scores over in the MLB, the Braves have a 4-0 lead over the Phillies heading into the bottom of the 6th inning, while at the top of the 6th, the Blue Jays currently have a 1-0 lead over the Red Sox, while the Royals and Astros have nothing on the board with 0 runs at the top of the 2nd inning. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. I'm going to kick it back to the boys for the next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Spanking. Slap that ass. Good for me or good for you? It's good for both.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all your local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Shout out to Eric, my buddy. Tom, I still see you, buddy. I'm looking forward for you to come and see the live show at Miller's Ale House in Long Island at Lake Grove. All the fans out there, September 5th, we will be doing a live show. That's next Thursday. Thursday Night Football, the first game of the season. Kansas City. Yes, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Super Bowl champions versus the Baltimore Ravens at the AFC title game. We will be live doing a show over there at Miller's Ale House. So come down, hang out, take pictures, watch our crazy show right live in front of every single fan out there here in Long Island. Before we announce our first guest, Bovada. Go check out Bovada, ladies and gentlemen. Our QR login code on our website at the top of the page. 100% of your first deposit. That means if you put $100 down, you get $200. $200, you get $400. $400, you get $800. $800, you get $1,600. Maybe if you're a rich guy like Mr. Mench over there, you put $1 million down, you get $2 million. So $2 million to bet on. Where are you going to get that deal? Bet on almost anything, including the presidential election. I don't want to get into that. You can withdraw from Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. They're the only betting stream, the betting app that you can use Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Litecoin. No limitations on what state, except here in the tri-state. You cannot use Bovada here in the tri-state, Connecticut, New York, or New Jersey, but everywhere else, practically, you can. I think in 41 states. All you have to do is hit our link on our website and, log in, and you get a chance to get that deal that we're offering right now on our website. This guy is all about deals. Wheeling and dealing. He's enjoying himself. I love that Schmidt jersey right behind him. We're now talking to former 8-year MLB outfielder, Mr. Kevin Mench. Kevin, what's up, buddy?
Good, Earl. I wore the wrong shirt. I should have worn my wife beater out here.
Well, you should. And I mean, I can help you out with that. I mean, but
oh gosh, nice picture.
Yeah, you can go Shrek. But listen, if you're wearing a wife beater, you have to grab it. Because it's an inside joke, so you're gonna have to grab your breasts. So you don't have to do that. We don't want to embarrass you. I've done that enough on this show. But anyways, Kevin, we're very happy to have you on. The last time we had you on, we had a lot of fun and a lot to get into with baseball. 3 weeks away from the season's end. A lot of teams. The Yankees right now are fighting for that pennant. Philadelphia right now, the Dodgers. I mean, there's so many good teams right now fighting for their pennant and in the division. Going into this season, I thought that the Yankees were far along the best team in the major leagues. Not because I'm a Yankee fan, because I just thought they adding Juan Soto really solidified their offense. They solidified to protect a guy like Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge is having an unbelievable season. He could win the Triple Crown. I don't think he will, but he could win the Triple Crown. He's having an unbelievable season. Going into the season, did you think the Yankees were going to be this good?
I did not. I mean, they're always that division itself between Toronto, Baltimore, and the Yankees, and you never know with Boston, but they've been really just struggling for the most part of the year. And so it's you never know, right? Yankee fans always come with high expectations, right? Garrett Cole, Nestor or Cortez, and everything. These guys are all. The problem is you get to the bullpen and everything else. I mean, you can bang the ball around the ballpark all the time, but if you can't keep the ball in the yard, you're going to have problems. And I know you love Aaron Judge, but his regular season hasn't really translated to a postseason success, right? So I mean, and the problem, I mean, if you hear guys during the regular season, it's kind of, it's almost like a spring training. Yeah, we'll just groove fastballs, right? Hopefully you can get by them. You get to the postseason, guys are pinpoint with everything, and they tend to expose weaknesses, and I think that's what they do with Judge from my perspective. But it could just be a mental thing as well, right? But you never know. But baseball is such a there's so much that can happen. I mean, you see teams back into the playoffs, right? I mean, you've got, I think, 06, St. Louis backed in because Houston ended up losing. They are a wild card team. They go on to win the World Series. It just takes somebody to get hot, and at this time of year, you've got to have especially in a longer series, right? Depends on if you can get through. I mean, my brother-in-law's team, the 05 White Sox, I think they lost one game, right? They had four, not dominant, top, mid-90s guys. They just had guys that could get outs, right? That's what you need. You need guys to get outs because guys' buttholes are, you could stick a piece of coal there and get a diamond. But it's so, I mean, there's a lot that really goes these next few weeks. I mean, I don't know, with expanded rosters, how the playoff rosters go, if they're able to do that. You get guys, I mean, heck, you could have a guy that hadn't, Jackson Holiday finally starting to help out a little bit, right? I mean, he came up, struggled, went back. Now he's back. So, I mean, you never know. One of these guys could just take off. But there's just so many different anomalies that can happen and go through in these next few weeks.
But that's why the Yankees brought in Juan Soto, because Juan Soto is the protection for Aaron Judge, and the Yankees haven't had a guy like Juan Soto over the years. I think a guy that it plays very well in the playoffs, and Juan has been a career like 325 hitter in the playoffs, and he puts up huge numbers. I think that was the reason why the Yankees made the trade with San Diego in the offseason, and why Aaron Judge has really been a completely different player this year. So what are your thoughts with Juan Soto now in the lineup going to the playoffs, and what the Yankees could do now, and what I think Aaron Judge's numbers are going to be a lot better because teams are going to have to pitch to one or the other. So one of these guys is going to be bopping that ball out of here.
You're right, because they usually have that. You want that lefty-righty mix, right? Because you don't want them to go to. I don't know what the pitching rules are now, right? When I played, you could bring a lefty in, one guy. If it's a lefty, then you switch. Now I don't know if they have to stay for so many. Yeah, I mean, this is just stupid in itself. I mean, it's just not. That's not baseball, right? But so I mean, it gives them that option to do that, right? You go left. It's what Judge hit 3? No, he was leading off the other day or something, wasn't he?
Yep. He was leading off because he could get up to the plate a lot more, and that's what the Yankees want to do. They want him to get up as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, but then I don't know what kind of year Stanton's having.
Stanton's
but
pretty well.
Is he? So I mean, yeah. So I mean, that's then I guess the biggest thing that just is the health issue. Really, that's what they've had to deal with. So I mean, it's a lot, and that's why these September games are so important, because it's against your division, right? You go out and just start beating the crap out of each other these last few weeks, right? You've got teams that really aren't in it anymore. Tampa they made their trades, they got rid of everything. So, you never know what guys are, what's going to happen. Or do you rest some guys depending on what is the East lead right now?
One game. They're back and forth with Baltimore. The Yankees right now have 78, and Baltimore has 77. And
okay.
Both teams are going to fight to the end. And I think the Yankees play Baltimore one more time, if I'm not mistaken. I think they play them in one more series. So I think that's going, if they do play them one more time, I don't know how many games do we have left, Speedy?
Yeah, they do play September 24th through the 26th at Yankee Stadium.
I think whoever wins that series is probably going to win the division.
Yeah. Well, I think the Yankees come here next week.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Texas next week. So, I mean, that's what I mean. I think Texas is too far out now to make it to make a run. But you've got teams that are they're going to do everything they can to make sure, right? They can throw a wrench into the entire thing. So I mean, I think even the Central is pretty close, right? There's 3 teams within.
The Royals they had the division lead for briefly. I think Cleveland just took it back, but the Royals have gotten hot in the second half.
Oh, I love the Royals.
I do too.
Detroit too, right? Detroit's not too far back, right? Minnesota?
They finally got over 500. They're still about 9 games back or so this will be very hard for them. But they had too many offensive issues at the beginning, but they're one of the hottest teams in the second half too.
Yes, I mean, that's what I mean. It just takes somebody to get hot. But it'll be interesting to see how these last few games play. I forget how many games that were left, but I think Yankees come here for 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're here for 4. So I mean, you never know. And I think DeGrom is going to be back as well. So I mean, that's the thing. You've got guys that are just coming off. I mean, the big game pitchers now. All of a sudden, here you go. But also could preparing them for the postseason and how it goes. So I mean, think about it. So whoever probably gets the wild card out of the East is going to get what? Probably the Central.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So, So I mean, is there really?
That's why the Yankees need to win. They need to win the American League, because if they don't win the American League, they're going to be positioned where they could actually probably play Cleveland in the wild card game, and they don't want to play Cleveland. Cleveland always gives them a problem, or maybe even be matched up if somehow Seattle takes over for Houston, have to play Houston in the wild card game.
They
definitely don't want that.
That's going to happen.
And they don't really want to do that.
Putrid.
I'm just saying. Well, Seattle's only out by 3.5 games.
No, their pitching's phenomenal. They're all so bad. They're like a tale of like extremes.
Yeah, exactly. Good pitching beats good hitting anytime, right? That's what pitching and defense win games. So I mean, gosh, a lot of the division, even the NL East is the same way. The NL West, right? I mean, you've got. I wonder how many teams are still in the hunt this late in the year.
Yeah,
at least 20.
Mm-hmm. There's a stat right now that no team is on pace right now to win 100 games, which would be the first time I think in like 70 years or something like that.
That's what I mean. So what you're starting to see now, you're starting to see more parity, right? Teams that can play with what they're developing. They're developing young talent, right? There's always going to be your Yankees that go out and make a trade for a Juan Soto or a big splash. But you're starting to see more and more parity in baseball, which is good, I think, for the fans. But the rules are still destroying the game.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with you. It's funny. You were mentioning the Texas Rangers. I saw something last week like DeGrom and Scherzer were doing their rehab starts in one series, and then the other pitcher that was pitching for them was Kumar Rocker. So a sad state for Mets fans everywhere.
Yes, exactly. That's the fun part, though. Yeah, I think Kumar Rocker I think he almost threw a no-hitter. He had 5 innings, 10 strikeouts last night in AAA. He was like 98 to 100. Yeah. So I mean, that's today's radar guns, but I mean, still going out and dominating that way, it's just a matter of. But you never know. So with DeGrom, if he's going to be healthy and everything else. So I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. But it's going to be fun to see for sure, to see how this all plays itself out. The pressure of the postseason and what you're trying to do. So
I know you're being pretty reluctant about some of the rule changes in the past. One of the ones that came out a couple of weeks ago was they were proposing a 6-inning minimum for starting pitchers, unless you allow 4 runs or unless you get hurt. Like, what are your thoughts on that kind of thing? Trying to balance it out to go old school more, you think, or is it still?
The problem is it doesn't start at the major league level, Speedy. It starts in youth baseball, right? High school baseball guys aren't throwing that much; they're getting in there. I mean, I like it to the extent of you're trying to stretch guys out. But now you're basically have to revert back to guys that are in college. Your starters are going to have to go 7 innings again, right? Now you get into pro ball, right? You get them to 6-7 innings, but it's almost like the whole thing with basketball, right? Too much workload, right? Let's. I mean, I like the thinking behind it. I just don't think there's any way that's going to happen within like the next 10 years. The way the game is played now, guys' arms aren't built for it. So I'm sure if they do that, you're going to see an uptick in injuries again because they're trying to change it. I mean, the pitch clock's already done that, and you've heard from players talking about what the pitch clock has done. So now all of a sudden they're going to I got to go 2 more innings for, yeah. And I get it. When I was playing, it wasn't okay. I'm 5 and dive, right? You always hear those guys, but that's what it is now. But that's what you want though. You want your starters. You want 250 innings, 300 innings, right? Not 150 for. I don't know who's leading the league in wins this year anyway.
Total wins. I'm not even sure. Like it's
probably the Dodgers have 79.
No, pitching wise. I'm talking about pitching wise, arm wise.
But I'm not 100% sure.
Sure, Corbin Burns.
Total wins.
Is it Sale?
It might be Chris Sale. Yeah.
It might be Chris Sale. I think he has 15 wins.
Okay, I mean that's
15
and that. Yeah, so I mean, and that's what I mean. But that's a rarity anymore. You're not going to see somebody with that many wins, 20 wins, 25 wins. And maybe if that's what they're trying to get back to. I mean, you're just leave the game alone and let it just play itself out.
How about we tie Rob Manfred up, okay, and you tie him to a tree and use him as a piñata? How about that? I would love to do that. I can't stand Rob Manfred. He's the worst commissioner in professional sports. The guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He doesn't know his ass from his tailbone. And honestly, he's ruined the game. And now we have to wait until the end of 2025 to have a new commissioner. And maybe I thought Theo Epstein would have been perfect. But now he owns a piece of the Boston Red Sox. So unless he gives away that and he takes over the major leagues or MLB, I don't know where they go. I don't know where the MLB goes. So I just think Bud Selig really put the organization in such a bad place when he left. He gave it to Rob Manfred. And what they're doing to Pete Rose is just despicable, too. I don't like it. I don't care. If Shohei Ohtani can get away with betting on baseball, and that's the truth. I don't want to hear it from anybody else. If anybody believes that Shohei Ohtani knew nothing about it, shame on you. Baseball was brushing it under the rug. If Shohei Ohtani could get away with it, why the hell isn't Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame? The greatest hitter in Major League history is not in the Hall of Fame, and we got to wait until he drops dead to see him go to the Hall of Fame. Shame on Bud Selig. Shame on Rob Manfred. A bunch of idiots. By the way, we are talking to right now former 8-year MLB outfielder, our friend Kevin Mench. How do you like that one, buddy?
I mean, you're right, no gambling, right? It's written on, it's in the wall, not written. Apparently, it's going to be written in Japanese now on the wall, on the clubhouse locker room wall. But right, I mean, now you've got Bitcoin, you've got gambling on jersey uniforms and stuff, and now you don't want to put a guy in who was betting on baseball when he was a manager. He wasn't even playing. It's about playing what you did while you were playing. There's murderers, rapists in the Hall of Fame, and you're not going to let this dude in?
David Ortiz was a cheater. He was a straight-up cheater. He was on that list, Tim, whatever his name is.
Report.
The Mitchell
Report, yep.
On the Mitchell.
And that wasn't anonymous, by the way. The whole thing, because that year we got tested. Yeah, this is your test. Okay. Yeah, why is there a number assigned next to that big X right there, right in the name? And that's how you got a part of it. You know what they should do? I don't know if I was on a show that's talking about the Hall of Fame should put one section like they did, for the women's professional baseball league, just the steroid era, the steroid guys, put them in there. That thing would draw more attention than the rest of it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, look at the list that you would have: Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Rafael Palmeiro, which we talked to the other day, and he's fantastic, great personality. And if you watch the interview that we had with Raf, he was pretty adamant on who should be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, Sammy Sosa, yeah, if you look at Sammy's numbers before he did steroids, they're not good. But I don't give a crap. It doesn't make you see the ball. Maybe it makes you hit more home runs or makes you, collide with the ball a little more. You still have to hit the goddamn ball. I mean, seriously, it's not easy. So it's the hardest thing in professional sports is hitting at the plate, guessing them throwing a slider, a curveball, a changeup. I mean, come on, guys. Do you really think that jacking up and sticking steroids in your ass? There are a load of guys that did steroids that never even made it to the major leagues that we've interviewed. So give me a goddamn break. I think it's pathetic. Baseball, they're a bunch of pathetic people. The executives, the ownership, the commissioner, they're all idiots. You could take that to the game. And you know what? If you want to make me a GM, I tell every one of my players to do steroids because it'll give me a better chance to win. That's all I'm going to say.
I love it, though, but you're right. That's just, it doesn't change anything. But these guys, they're the ones that put people in the seats. McGuire, I want to go watch him. Going to go watch him hit these home run derby this year here in Arlington. Awful. Guys, I was expecting the year in Milwaukee where they were hitting them onto the catwalk, right, all the way down, just bombs everywhere. I mean, this was what look at the people here in St. Louis. This is what brought people back to the game, right? I mean, who congratulates somebody on the field right now? But these guys, it didn't matter. This was baseball. This was fun, right? No, hold on. Time out. The next thing you know what they're going to do, they're going to put a clock on your trot around the bases. If you don't do it, they're gonna dock you 1 run or something.
Where are the Roger Clemens throwing the bats at Mike Piazza? That's what I like. I want to see that roid rage. I want to see that.
7 Cy Youngs, really? I mean, really? 7 Cy Youngs. What this guy did? These guys, but
Peyton Manning's in the Hall of Fame. He did steroids. It's been proven. Why is he in the Hall of Fame? The NFL put him in the Hall of Fame. Everybody forgets he was doing steroids.
Because the NFL's not filled with the corrupt baseball.
Give me a break. You're going to tell me Terrell Owens didn't do steroids? You're going to tell me that half the offensive linemen that are 380 pounds of pure muscle aren't doing steroids? Give me a damn break. And you know what, Bud? I'll tell you what you do. I'll tell you. Why is Bud Selig in the Hall of Fame? How about, why is that question? This guy pushed steroids all those years. He pushed steroids, and this guy pretty much proposed himself into the Hall of Fame. It's preposterous. How is George Steinbrenner not in the Hall of Fame? How is he not in the Hall of Fame? He saved baseball. He saved baseball.
Look at this. Okay, he hit these balls 500 feet. Okay, then he hits it 350. It still goes out of the ballpark. You can't just turn on that stuff. Your average Joe, let me go do steroids, could just come out and hit a baseball. You're right. You're trying to hit a friggin' aspirin coming at 100 miles an hour, trying to hit the other way. And that's what I mean. Yes. And I've played with guys who did steroids who didn't get caught. There are a lot of guys.
Okay, I'm not going to let you throw Jose Canseco, that big piece of garbage. He's another one. Oh, by the way, we were gonna go and do an interview with him. I don't want to even meet the guy because the only thing I want to look at is his daughter. That's the only thing. If he brought his daughter, I'll come and meet her. I don't want to meet him because I got a lot to say to him. He ruined the game of baseball. He pretty much threw all these guys under the bus who trusted him all these years. And what did he do? He just threw baseball under the bus and ruined the game. He ruined the game. And he sits there with the smile on his face after putting out his book and wanting people to, having people, want him to sign his book. I don't want to sign his. I'll write "Drop Dead," you asshole. That's what I would write on his friggin' book.
I know you mentioned the rivalry he has with A-Rod. I think on A-Rod's birthday, which is the day after mine, that's why I remember it. He was saying, "Happy birthday to a particular someone," but I'm not going to mention his name.
He ruined the game of baseball. There's no question that he did, and you know this. You know this, everybody. Kevin, you know this. Baseball should have just brushed this under the rug. It saved baseball. Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Barry Bonds saved baseball. And by the way, I'm going to go. I want to know your question. I have a question for you. There was a radio show host out here named Greg Giannotti. I don't know if you know who he is. He's on WFAN. He does Boomer and Geo. Okay. He said something very interesting. He said that nobody's going to respect what Aaron Judge is doing right now because of what happened in the steroid era. What are your thoughts to that?
On what's his validation for all this, right? I mean, we don't know. There is none, but we don't know. That's the thing, right? You could say, yes, he is, or he's not. But, I mean, okay, you're going to go back and say the same thing about Frank Howard, who was the same size, right? Frank Howard was, I think he was bigger than Aaron Judge. He was like 6'8", like 350 or 370, and he couldn't even stay in the box. He was so big. But everybody wants to put it on something else because of, all right, well, steroids were doing this. Okay, maybe Aaron Judge is doing it. We don't know. But what we will know is that as long as guys have money, there's always going to be somebody out there trying to hide it, right? So that's just the way baseball goes, So do we know? I don't know what kind of person Aaron Judge. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate or anything else.
I think it's hypocritical because what he's doing right now, he's not, as far as we know, he's not doing steroids. He's being tested. So he's saying that if he played in the steroid era and he didn't get caught, it would have been more impressive him doing in the steroid era than doing it now. How does that make sense? Does that make sense to you?
Not at all.
Seriously, I think it's more impressive what he's doing right now without steroids. You idiot! And I know Greg Giannotti. He's an idiot.
But look at, like you talked about earlier about Ohtani. Could they? What kind of a black eye would that be if, I'm just saying if, that came out that he was doing it, right? Mm-hmm. Yankees, guys leading the league in homers, could hit 60 again, right? Because, right, Ohtani, we all know the whole thing Ohtani. Look at this. This one yesterday. He hit a ball yesterday. Apparently they're saying that the balls that they're using out there are juiced as well. I mean, so I don't know, but right, like he knew about gambling. Come on. I don't know if we talked about it here, but I know if $20 was missing. The amount of everything that's got to go through. So yeah, he knew, but baseball has to save itself. So I mean, I can play. I can always play conspiracy theories. Yeah, maybe they are hiding it. Maybe there are other guys that they don't want to because of that. We'll never know. But I see that. But no, just because he's not playing in that era, no. They're dudes where he was bigger than those guys. And that's all it is. It's
It's pathetic.
Who's that? Joe Carter? Oh, there's.
It's pathetic.
You're gonna play this video?
Yeah, I did. I did play his video game, and I also want to wipe my ass with it. But that's a whole nother story. I don't play video games anymore. Oh, look who that is. The idiot over there, Jose Canseco, having a ball hit off his head.
That was the origin.
What an idiot.
That's how he got the
What
idea.
an idiot.
That's how he
How
got
do
the
you
idea
not
to write
catch
a book after a ball hit his head.
He's such a dumbass.
That's my golfing buddy right next to him, David Hulse. That's David Hulse right there next to him.
What an idiot. And he's laughing. I'm sure he's a jackass. He can't catch a baseball. How did he play in the major leagues all those years? I have no idea. But that's a whole.
He didn't play. He DH, didn't he? Didn't he play?
He played for years in the outfield. On the Oakland Athletics, he was fantastic.
Yeah.
He was fantastic. And then when he started jumping from one team to another, when he went to Texas, when he went to the Yankees, he was a DH.
Tampa,
Bonafide.
Tampa.
Yeah, he's an asshole. I'm just speaking the truth. I don't usually curse on this show, but that's what he is. He's an a-hole. I never want to meet him. I remember when Nathan asked me, he's like, "You want to meet Jose Canseco?" He said, "If I go and meet Jose Canseco, I'm going to beat the hell out of him." Okay.
Maybe we should just surprise guest one night with him.
Oh God, I'll choke him. I'll put him in a rear naked chokehold. He ruined the game of baseball. I can't stand the guy. I'll put him in an arm bar. I'll put him in a knee lock. I'll put him in a key lock. I don't give a crap. He doesn't even know what a lock is, the idiot. So, I mean, how did he write a book? I mean, the guy doesn't even know from right and wrong. He doesn't even know, probably doesn't know his ABCs. Okay? The guy's a retard.
I guess about that, we'll have Jose Canseco climb up your list of most hated athletes along with Conor McGregor and Rick DiPietro.
You know what, Kevin, you know what I would like to have? I would love Bud Selig. I would love Bud Selig in the same studio with Jose Canseco because it would take me 5 seconds to jump over this table and try to choke both of those guys out. I can't stand both those idiots. They're jackasses. Both of them. They who knows? They're probably sleeping together. They're dumbasses. Okay, I could imagine. That would be a great picture. You know, Fish, you got to find that. Get Bud Selig behind Jose Canseco because one butt. You know, I'm not going to say it, but
put it in the dinosaur's mouth.
You know, whatever they're doing. I mean, Jose Canseco's probably the dinosaur, and Bud Selig's the idiot.
We need somebody else in the T-Rex's mouth from Tuesday.
You car salesman. He becomes the commissioner of baseball. The dumbass.
They're going to rehire Manfred. They'll bring him right back. They'll extend him.
I hope not. He says he's retiring. He says he's retiring in 2026. So hopefully he's gone. Ozzie Canseco. Oh, God, please. His twin brother, another jackass. Oh, my God. Could you imagine? Could you name the last, twin athletes in any professional sports that were any good? I mean, seriously.
Sedin twins?
That's it?
Yeah.
That's the only ones. That's good. You're a hockey fan. I could see you over there.
Oh, we were talking a lot of hockey last episode.
That or another guy say I know you're talking about how bad you hate the Patriots, but weren't the two corners brothers McCourty?
Well, one of them was good.
Yeah, Devin was good. Devin was good. Jason was okay.
Jason wasn't any.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the Sedin twins, I guess.
The Sundin twins are Hall of Famers, 100%.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But would they have been Hall of Famers if they didn't play together?
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's an interesting question. No.
I don't know. It all depends too. The way that the standards now for the Hall of Famer just become. It's like what somebody said. It becomes the Hall of Average.
That's true too.
No, it's the Hall of Selective because baseball writers just like their people, and then they'll be hypocritical with everybody else. David, like everyone was talking about, David Ortiz got in on the first try, which he deserves. He's the Hall of Famer, but Edgar Martinez took 5 tries to get in or something like that.
Barry Bonds is a first ballot Hall of Famer. The fact that he's not in the Hall of Fame right now is a catastrophe. It is a catastrophe. That guy was a Hall of Famer before he even did steroids. It's ridiculous. A 7-time Gold Glove winner with Pittsburgh. I mean, he was the best outfielder, best center fielder in baseball. I mean, I think he was close to 400 home runs and 400 stolen bases before he even played for San Francisco. Bud Selig, you idiot! Idiot! Absolutely retarded. I mean, seriously, how stupid can baseball be? Alex Rodriguez isn't a Hall of Famer. Yeah, he did stupid things. He's an ass. He's still a Hall of Famer. Come on, guys. What are you trying to sell here? Albert Bell? You're going to tell me that guy wasn't a Hall of Famer? He didn't do steroids or wasn't even proven that he did steroids. How is that guy not a Hall of Famer? He had probably had the 5 best seasons we ever seen a power hitter have. Come on, guys.
And what do you try when you think of Hall of Fame? What do you think when you think of an athlete that belongs in a Hall of Fame?
What do I think?
Yes.
I think dominance. 7 years of dominance. If he 7-year dominance. I mean, Don Mattingly, you're going to tell me that guy's not a Hall of Famer?
Somebody that transcends the game, right? That changes the game the way I mean, the way it's played, the athletes that come through. I mean, I look at the ones that I've played with that should be Hall of Famers. I mean, you've got, but everything's numbers based now, right? Now WAR and everything else. I saw somebody the other day was talking about Paul Konerko. I mean, he 470 some odd home runs. He deserved to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know. Billy Wagner. He should be. Should be. He should be in the Hall of Fame. You just wonder. I don't know. I mean, you see some of these picks of guys going in. You're just like, gosh, dog. Who is? Huh? It is. It's hard. It's hard to do it.
Harold Baines is in the Hall of Fame. That I'm going to give it. I don't know Harold Baines personally. I know he's Tony La Russa's guy, and we met Tony La Russa too. And I was going to ask him that question because the truth is, everybody knows why Harold Baines got into the Hall of Fame. It was because of Tony La Russa. I'm going to tell you this right now. Harold Baines is not a Hall of Famer. I don't care if he played 26 years in the major leagues and he has 3,000 hits. He's not a Hall of Famer. Tim Raines, great player, not a Hall of Famer. Okay, I'm just what is Lee? Who's the
Lee Smith?
Lee Smith. Lee Smith is not a Hall of Famer. He's not Trevor Hoffman. He's not Mariano Rivera. This guy should be.
He's not Billy Wagner.
He's not Billy Wagner. It's ridiculous.
Same thing with. I mean, look at football too. Football's the same way. I think the only one that's really legit would be hockey, with the statistics that you put up.
Yeah, that's one of the Hall of Fames. Football is better than baseball, but yeah, it's still not.
Yes, but that's what I mean. But you're like. I mean, it's just like that, just like All-Star games too. Most of them, like the Pro Bowl, it's all a popularity contest, right? Yeah. The 1 year Giambi was starting for the American League, hitting like 210. Really? I mean, I thought you were supposed to the All-Star games for your best players, not. And that's what I mean. It's just been,
Boneheads. That's what they are. A bunch of bone idiots. Yeah, boners. That's what. You know all about boners, right?
Let the players vote. Let the players have the vote.
I said the same thing a couple of weeks ago. That was my take. They should pick, 10 players from different eras. That's what I would do. I would go 2 players from each era from the 1960s if they're alive, 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, and the 2000s. That's what I would do. I'd take 10 guys, 12 guys, you sit them on a table and let them vote. Let the players vote who deserves to be in the Hall of Fame because they played against them. So they know what those guys were doing on a baseball field.
Aren't you talking about Albert Pujols should be the commissioner too or something like that?
Yeah, Albert Pujols should definitely be the commissioner. I would love to see. You know why? He's very well respected, and I think he look at the game and say, what is this rule? What is that? Why do you have pizza boxes for bases, okay? Why the hell do you have pizza boxes for bases? Rob, what are you, hungry or something? Were you were thinking, hey, you know what? I was at a pizza restaurant, and hey, look, the bases should be the size of pizza boxes. He's an idiot.
Maybe they're trying to motivate Kyle Schwarber to steal bases.
He's an
Kevin,
idiot.
I know you're a Phillies guy. I'm sure you'll appreciate that.
The rule, and Ronald Acuna, he's done this, or the Ellie De La Cruz he's got so many. Ricky would steal twice as many with those bases.
Are you kidding me? That guy would have 150 stolen bases a year. I mean, maybe get a stolen base every single game. I'll say 162 stolen bases because I'll have one every single game. I mean, come on, man. Ricky Henderson blows Acuna out of the water when it comes to stealing bases. And then you look at we're trying to compare this guy to that guy and that guy. I'm sorry, and I'm going to say this very, very nicely. I look at the athletes now. They're fantastic. They're built. The training, the facilities are beautiful. Unbelievable. The players in the 90s, the players in the 80s, I'm sorry. I would take those guys because they were gritty. They played hurt. I would take those guys over the guys now any day of the week. Any day of the week. So, I'm sorry. Listen, I remember guys from the Yankees, Pat Kelly, Randy Velarde. These guys, they weren't great players. But what made them special is that they were out there every single day. Hurt. They would play with broken toes. Play with broken fingers. Now, if they get turf toe, they don't play for weeks. It's just they're a bunch of babies. Aaron Judge runs into a wall last year, and he's out for half the season. Oh, come on, guys. I mean, come on. And you're, oh, my toe, it's never going to be the same. $millions.
Talk shit about toes. I had turf toe on my second toe, and it's permanently like this. Yeah. So I did play with it. I did get shot up and play with it. I think I missed about 3 games, but yeah, I got shot up, played with it, wore off about the 7th inning, and I remember taking a swing and my toe popped, and I almost fell out. Because I always heard, I'm like, football players, yeah, turf toe, blah, blah, blah. And it was always on the big toe. Mine was on my second toe, and I stepped on the base, and it popped my toe out of socket. So no, but you're right, though. That era, I mean, when we used to go back to Milwaukee for the golf thing, the Harvey's Wallbangers, all those guys, Robin Yountz, Pete Vukovich, Dale Swain, all these guys that were just nitty gritty, Jimmy Gantner, Paul Mahler, all these Raleigh Fingers. I mean, these are teams where, like you said, these guys would run through a friggin' wall. Nowadays they're worried about workload, right? I'm playing too much baseball.
How do you like this graphic that our executive producer just put together?
Who's at the bottom there with the head tilt?
That's Speedy.
Oh, that's me. What does he eat? What is that?
I don't know what that is. It looks like a sandwich.
It does look like a sandwich. Look at Canseco. Look at how big he was. Bud. There's good old Bud. That's
good old Bud. I like to drink Bud more than look at his ugly face. I can drink, by the way. So it just tells you how much I hate that guy. Every time. When he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, it made me sick to my stomach. As he got away with the steroid era. He allowed everything that was going on, and those guys are not in the Hall of Fame, but that idiot is in the Hall of Fame. How does that make sense? I would love to get Bud Selig on this show, because if I got Bud Selig on this show, I think that he would I'd scare him off in 2 seconds. I'd tell him, listen, Bud, you're an idiot. We all know you're a complete jackass. And giving the reins to Rob Manfred just makes you even look like a bigger idiot. So thank you for all the time. Keep selling your used cars, and when you get put into the ground, I'll piss on your coffin. Thank you. Thank you for ruining the game of baseball.
After our friend Ryan Spader wrestles him.
No, that's a whole nother story. Ryan Spader can't stand him either. So me and him, like we'll have a handicap match. It'll be me and Ryan Spader versus Bud Selig. Imagine that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just think, though, this is about the owners. It's all about money. Commissioner is all about money, right? It's coming from the owners. The players don't like them. Nobody does. I saw him at the All-Star game. Somebody asked him, I said, look, you see that weasel? I was with my son. I said, you see that little weasel over there? I mean, he's only like 5'1", wandering around. I see, up there's Rob. There's Manfred over there, trying to hide amongst all the gigantic men that are in the hotel and stuff. So yeah, no, he's not a very well-liked commissioner for sure.
Well, we'll tie him to a tree and use him as a piñata. That would be fun. Everybody will take their turns on him.
Kevin, I don't remember if you played with him when he was with Milwaukee. Maybe we should have Prince Fielder do something to Rob Manfred.
Yeah, I played with Prince. I was there the year he hit 50 homers. That was my first 07. Yeah, oh yeah.
There you go. Well, him take some big swings at Rob.
Yes, good old. Yeah, Prince he never got cheated. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But,
no.
Kevin,
do you know the stat? Him and his father actually have the same exact amount of home runs, which is crazy.
Yes, I know. I saw that. I couldn't believe that. That's the thing, though. People go out and find this stuff. I mean, who are these statisticians go out and are able to find all these? It's just like this guy the other day played for 2 different teams in the same game.
Yeah, Danny Jansen, catcher for the Red Sox, was with Toronto. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. You thought about this 20 years ago, all these statistics guys are bringing up and everything else. But everything you look at, launch angle, exit velocity, humidity, spin rate, whatever. I mean, you get a headache just trying to go watch a game. Not on top of how bad baseball is now watching it. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible, and you hope it goes back to it the way it was.
Well, we could only hope. Let's get rid of Rob Manfred and make me the commissioner.
Are you gonna get a petition?
If you want to listen, people might not know who I am, but guess what? I'll make the game actually good. I'll actually change it all back and say, you know what? What we'll do is we'll get a picture of Rob Manfred, on a bobblehead, and everybody can rip his head off every single time we put it in every single ballpark. Rip his head off that bobblehead. Stick it up his ass, okay? Anyways, Kevin, we love you. You're great. We'll get you on a lot sooner. Maybe during the playoffs. That would be fun. And have your thoughts, and you can make your pick on who's going to win the World Series.
Hey, when are we going to start talking about some football?
Oh, we will. I mean,
Yes, I know you're an Eagles fan, Kevin. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, listen, that's my second favorite.
So it was funny the first time we had you on the show. We had a Cowboys guy, our friend Mr. RJ Ochoa, on, and you were like, "Who cares about the Cowboys?" You were like slamming him. It was funny the first.
What was
time.
that? What was that? Were you like? You sounded like you were humping.
You were trying to, he was trying to rip it. He was trying to rip into the Cowboys. The
I
entire
sound like
first
you
time
were
we had him on the show. I know you're an Eagles fan.
I mean, that looked like if somebody was ramming.
Yeah. Next week they play Friday night in Brazil.
That's right.
Of all places, 2 green teams that can't wear green.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who names my team Gangrene? I mean, come on. Gangrene. I mean, what kind of name?
There's another great commissioner too, right? Goodell.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
Totally.
Listen, you got to hear my take. It goes from Rob Manfred to Roger Goodell. And who would have thought that Gary Bettman would be the best commissioner in professional sports right now? Because Adam Silver has made basketball a player's game. He pretty much says, LeBron James, do whatever you want. You want to make the rules? Hey, you want JJ Reddick? You pick him as your coach, and you coach the team. You're a player's coach. And JJ Reddick's making what? $10 million or $9 million, or whatever the hell he's making, sitting on a bench and, itching LeBron's balls. I mean, seriously, or spitting on it. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there, but they're probably having fun in LA. So that's just my own opinion. But anyway.
Yeah, when I thought that Bettman was the worst commissioner at one point, I think I was in contact. I ran into someplace one time. We were talking about it, about some of the rule changes and whatnot. But they, the hooking and the 2-line. Remember the 2-line pass and the trapezoid. I'm like, come on, Gary, get rid of this stuff. I want to see Ron Hextall type fights. I want to see goalies taking body checks, not this trapezoid and the 2-line pass or whatever. They were. What was the other big? They were the trap. Remember they were playing the trap forever. The Devils.
Florida Panthers.
Yep. It just clogged up the neutral zone.
Roger Nielsen was the one that really brought the trap to the NHL. If anybody remembers Roger Nielsen. Nielsen is. Panthers expansion, and that was the year of the rat in '96. Well, it was after Roger Nielsen was gone, but he brought that trap, that style, and then Doug McClain took the Florida Panthers to the Stanley Finals. I was a big hockey fan for many. I was a hockey player, but we'll get into hockey. We'll get with the next time we get you on the show. We'll get into hockey and football with you. There's a lot to get into, but listen, keep listening to the show. We love you. We're going to get into. We're still in a lot of football conversation. There's a lot to get into. As Brandon Aiyuk just got a 4-year, $120 million contract, man. So
with San Francisco.
Yeah, they gave him a contract. Yep.
That's what they're doing. They realize, just like Jerry Jones did here with CD. They think they got jealous as soon as the Eagles traded for Dotson.
Yeah, somebody's playing with somebody's balls. So,
there's collusion everywhere. That was the biggest thing. Collusion is everywhere. These guys, it's, oh my gosh.
The Eagles have to bring back their security guard against the 49ers.
Well, Speedy, you could be the ball checker.
No, I will not.
You don't want to be the ball checker?
No, we'll hire the ones that the Patriots had for deflate gates.
Well, what do you think Jalen Hurts' balls look like?
I don't care what they look like. Maybe Deshaun Watson could investigate.
I'm sure he likes to grab a lot of different things.
Oh, he does.
I thought that was Antonio Brown.
Well, he does too.
Oh, yeah. The now bankrupt Antonio Brown.
We got to stay away from Antonio Brown. He might lose his mind and grab something that we don't want him to grab. Could you imagine them two go to a massage parlor with Robert Kraft?
Good for me and good for you.
It's good for both of us.
It's good for both.
Hey, Rob, how was your jerk? I don't know, man. Antonio, who's squeezing your balls tonight?
I want you to slide it right in.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, where's Tom Brady?
Now we'll bring in Vontaze Burfict to tackle all three of them.
Maybe my Brazilian jiu-jitsu coach could grab me. I'm losing my mind tonight. I'm losing my mind. I'm sweating so much. I'm probably gonna lose my voice. But Kevin, we love you. Had a lot of fun with you as always, and we'll be in touch, man. Stay in touch. Keep listening to the show, man. We love you, man. Keep doing
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Absolutely. Anytime, gentlemen. I'm always available.
Kevin Mench, fantastic, former Blue Jay, Brewer, National, knows his hockey, knows his football. He is a Philadelphia Eagle fan. I'm my second favorite team of the Philadelphia Eagles. Anybody that knows me growing up, I was a Donovan McNabb fan, followed him in Syracuse. And when I met him in Miami at the Super Bowl, I'll never forget, everybody was trying to get his autograph. And all I had to say with him, I was in the press area, and all I had to say is tell him his statistics. In Syracuse, he turned around, he smiled. He spoke to me for 15 minutes. Everybody was trying to get to him. His bouncer, who looked like he was like 6'9", 400 pounds, was trying to push being his offensive lineman, keeping everybody away from him. And he was so gracious. He had a conversation with me. So I love Donovan. All the things that happened to him at the end of his career and the way people treated him at the end of his career was just despicable. But I've always respected him as a player, and he's one of the biggest quarterbacks I've ever seen in person. I mean, that guy's arms are huge, dude.
And he can move too. He can move for his size. I've got his high school jersey, his Mount Carmel high school jersey. I found it somewhere. Yeah, man, he can move. That's the quarterbacks to do that. Now they're all built like China dolls.
They're all bitches. Just say it. They're all bitches. Just say it. I'll be very nice about it. They can all kiss my ass, too. Every single one of them. Eat your heart out, Zach Wilson. You dumbass. What a waste of space that guy is. Seriously. Oh. And Robert Saleh sitting there, I didn't want him. Meanwhile, when he drafted him, he said, oh, my God, this guy can throw off his back leg better than anybody I've ever seen. That dumbass. He was probably looking at the girls he was banging in the bathroom that were old enough to be his mom. Seriously. Oh.
Including the one that Christian Hackenberg hit, the reporter.
That's true, too. I mean, he could have hit a broadside of a barn. He's another one. I mean, seriously. All these quarterbacks are just absolutely despicable.
I remember my first, 2 weeks here with this network. We had a different guy who hosted the show that was sticking up for Christian Hackenberg. You were Kyle Carroll, obviously. Yeah. He was trying to stick up for Christian Hackenberg, and Errol called it don't do it.
Wasn't it the whole Brett Favre incident, too, up there?
Yeah, well, he likes to grab things. And
oh, yeah.
Listen, him and Draymond Green should, hang out with one another. I mean, obviously, Draymond Green likes to put his thing on Snapchat, and Brett Favre likes to take pictures of his thing when he's playing with it. So, I mean, both of those guys would be pretty. They should send it to each other's wives. I think that'd be pretty cool. That would be funny to look. I mean, who's got a bigger one? Who wants to throw these balls? That would be funny. Hey, Brett, I wonder how big your testicles are. And here's mine.
Antonio, come here.
Oh, my God. Brett Favre, Antonio Pierce, Deshaun Watson, Robert Kraft. Oh, my God. And Draymond Green in one nice little Chinese parlor. Oh, my God. Hey, you know how LeBron James has his show in the barbershop? They can have their own show in a massage parlor. We'll call it Craftazoid.
Actually, no, handcrafted.
Oh, let's go. That's a good one. Come to the handcraft. Green. Hey, Robert, have you ever grabbed on an ice shaft before? Well, I grabbed on other ones. Hey, Antonio Brown, have you ever grabbed on, balls before? Well, I grabbed on a couple of them. I do know Vontae Burfict. I wonder how big those are. Anyway, Kevin, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm losing my mind. This has been a crazy show, but we love you. And keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
All right, gents. Appreciate it.
I'm losing my mind tonight. I am losing my mind tonight. Kevin Mench, he brings out the best in me. What could I say? Mm-hmm. I'm losing my mind tonight. I really am, Speedy. I don't know what it is, but hey, you know what? I might as well save it for Thursday because that show is going to be a crazy show. And I have to keep it PG-13, as they told me at Miller's Alice. You can't do this and you can't do that. So I'm going to be a good boy. I'm going to be a good little boy. Speaking of good little boys, Mike Tomlin announced Wednesday that Russell Wilson will be his starting quarterback for the Steelers. Tomlin said his decision was difficult, but he, it wasn't on a negative way. He added that both guys were extremely professional when hearing the decision, and both have conducted themselves very well since they arrived in Pittsburgh in March. Fields, in 56 preseason snaps, he was 19 of 27, passing for 199 yards and led one field goal drive. And Wilson was 25 preseason snaps, was 10 of 12, passing 73 yards and led one field goal drive. I don't know why you're writing this, Speedy. Wilson now has been a week 1 starter, 12 consecutive seasons, tied for 5th most in the NFL and NFL history. Oh, here we go. All right. So I'm going to be very, very nice about this because we have Let's Parlay at 10 o'clock, right?
Well, Wes apparently isn't now. I thought he was coming in at 10, but he said he's going to come in now. He says he wants to do some picks while is able to reel off sentences because he has been drinking.
Fine. Well, let me get into this first.
Yes, we could get into this first, and then Wes will bring you in right before our second guest,
Yes.
which, by the way, is a CFL guy. Wes, you should listen.
I'm going to get into this very, very nicely. What the hell is Mike Tomlin thinking? Honestly, what the hell is this guy thinking? Russell Wilson, I don't know him personally. We had Worthy on the show. He speaks very highly of him. That's because they probably are buddies, on the side. I don't know the respect that they have for one another on the football field because they played against each other in NCAA. Obviously, they have a very good relationship. But first of all, both these quarterbacks did not look good in the preseason. They looked horrible, both of them. I don't want to hear that he was 10 for 12, 73 yards. He didn't throw one touchdown. And either did Justin Fields. But I think you have a better chance of winning because I believe Justin Fields is a better dual threat than a guy like Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is not that quarterback anymore. He could move inside and out of the pocket. He doesn't have the legs anymore. He's 34 years old, 35 years old. It's at the tail end of his career. I understand why they're doing it because this is a veteran team, and they believe, and Mike Tomlin believes that he would rather a veteran quarterback start at the helm. I don't know if the offensive line and these offensive players that they have, like the George Pickens and the players, some of the youngsters that they have, trust or even believe in Russell Wilson. I do believe Russell Wilson has a lot to prove this year. Maybe Mike Tomlin giving him that edge and giving him the edge as the starting quarterback for this Steelers team is going to give him a little bit more confidence, and he'll go out there and put up the numbers that he did with the Seattle Seahawks. But right now, I just don't think Russell Wilson has been the same quarterback since he hurt his thumb. That's about 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago since he's been that quarterback. And that would worry me right now going into the season where the Steelers are in the hardest division in football. You have to play against Baltimore twice. You got to play against the Bengals twice. You got to play against the best defense in the league last year in the Browns twice. And now you have a Deshaun Watson. You have Joe Burrow. And now with a healthy Lamar Jackson and playing a full season like he did last year, and he was the MVP, I just don't know how this is going to work for them. I think going into the season with a dual threat quarterback that can use his legs and be so dynamic on the football field. Now, he is not as accurate as Russell Wilson, but how accurate has Russell Wilson been in his last 3 years? Last year was more accurate than he has over the last couple of years because they really made the offense simplified with, obviously a Sean Payton because he's a great offensive mind. I'm just worried about this Pittsburgh Steelers team offensively. They're more of a running team, and they for years they were all about running the ball. They have Harris. They have a dual threat. If you have Justin Fields, you can simplify the offense, run the offense through the running backs, which the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to do anyways. And I think they'd be more dynamic that way. It doesn't make any sense why they're starting Russell Wilson. And Russell Wilson, yes, he's making less money, and and the Broncos decided to pay his salary just to get him the hell out of there. What makes any Pittsburgh Steeler confident, or Pittsburgh Steeler fan, except the Pittsburgh Steeler, podcaster that we had on the show,
Yes,
who thinks that Russell Wilson's going to have a breakout year? What makes them think that Russell Wilson's going to change his ways in the locker room? If you're hearing from multiple players saying that he's a bastard and they don't like him and that he thinks he's bigger than the team, he thinks he's bigger than the sport, and I understand what Worthy is saying, and I don't know him personally, but Worthy might be one of his best buddies. I don't know. I didn't ask him how close he is with Russell Wilson. There are guys that literally came on many different podcasts and shows said that Russell Wilson's an ass. So what makes anybody believe, and what happens when this team starts off 0-2 or 0-3? How is this going to work? Now, Mike Tomlin is a player coach, and this guy is a winning coach. He's never had a losing season. Well, how is Mike Tomlin going to turn this around when he says to Russell Wilson, you know what, I'm pulling out, I'm putting Justin Fields in? I mean, how is that going to work? Because we all know Russell Wilson has a short fuse. How is that going to work? I don't know. I think this is a bad move by Mike Tomlin. I would have started the season with Justin Fields. If Justin Fields doesn't work in 5 or 6 games, then put the veteran quarterback in and play your cards that way. This doesn't make any sense because I believe Justin Fields has a future over there with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Russell Wilson has one more year. He's a one-and-done quarterback.
Yeah, I wonder, too, what the approach is going to be, because this is going to happen in so many different directions with the Steelers. Like, obviously, Russell Wilson's going to have better coaching than he did with the Broncos with Nathaniel Hackett, but also, is it going to be better than Sean Payton? We don't know. Arthur Smith, I know our friend Sean Smith likes him as a offensive coordinator, but he has to prove himself again from what he was in Atlanta besides his first year, because he was very stubborn in his own ways. And I think you look at the state of Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's had flashes of last year, but most of his game were good in the middle of the season and wasn't really that great beside that. Now, I do feel bad for the way the Broncos treated him with the injury stuff and not giving the clause in the contract and all that stuff. The Broncos ownership looks really bad for that kind of thing. But at the same time, Russell Wilson, as we heard from many different reports, has not always been the greatest teammate either. So how is it going to work with the Steelers right away?
Especially with losing.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing where the Steelers could have a myriad of outcomes that could come out, because you look at the offensive talent that the Steelers have. They have good talent on the team. I like their tight end and Freiermuth. George Pickens is a talented receiver. He's inconsistent, but he's talented. And their running backs are pretty good.
How is he inconsistent? He had 1,200 yards last year and like 7 or 8 touchdowns with who's his quarterback last year? He had like third-string quarterbacks throwing the ball. You say he's okay? He's a great wide receiver. I'm going to tell you this. George Pickens will be a top 10 wide receiver in the league this year. Mark that. Top 10 wide receiver in the league this year.
Now, it's interesting because Russell Wilson is, rather than Justin Fields, when it comes to the deep accuracy and the deep throws, will help Pickens more, because that, I think, will elevate his game. And maybe that's where Mike Tomlin is trying to get the best out of George Pickens that way, because they know he has the upside and potential to be a number 1 receiver compared to a lot of the other guys that they have. Calvin Austin's really just a gadget player. The kid they drafted this year, and Roman Wilson, is a good slot guy, but nobody's expecting him to be a big name type receiver. This is going to be a team that's going to rely like I was saying with the Bills last week, a lot more on 2 running back and 2 tight end sets, where they drafted a kid last year in Darnell Washington, a Georgia Bulldog, Jeff, that missed a lot of the season because he had an ACL injury at the end of the college season. And then Pat Freiermuth's always been a consistently good tight end. And then same thing with running backs. Jalen Ward and Najee Harris both played well at certain points last year. But the receiver is a big question mark that they don't really have besides Pickens, a high upside guy. So maybe that's the thing they're looking at with Russell Wilson. Maybe they feel like Justin Fields will need a little more time to know this scheme. But at the same time, Arthur Smith's scheme is good with mobile quarterbacks. So you would think Justin Fields could get more things out of it.
He likes to, Arthur Smith's offense is run the ball. That's his offense. He likes to run the ball, and he uses multiple wide receivers in many different slants and schemes and all that other stuff. That's what he did with Atlanta. That's what he did as an offensive coordinator. They're going to run the ball a lot. Why wouldn't they start Justin Fields? It makes no sense. Justin Fields is the better dynamic player. He's the guy. Now, Russell Wilson's more accurate, but they're going to run the ball more, so you can use him in more different packages. I think it would have been smarter to use Justin Fields. That's what I would have went. And what did Carl say over here? I like Justin Fields, but he isn't the answer. If he didn't beat out Russ, he isn't the answer. No, he didn't beat out Russ because he was never going to beat out Russ. He was never beating out Russ. Never. That's what it looked like. Because when they made the move for Russell Wilson, they brought him in. They said that he is the starter. He is going to be the starter. That's what they said.
Right.
It didn't matter what Justin Fields did in the preseason and at OTAs. Mm-hmm. They were starting Russell Wilson no matter what.
Yeah, and maybe they just need a better backup plan as well, based on the fact that Russell Wilson last year, well, he did have a good
he knows what he's
season.
doing? Okay, we'll see.
We'll see if he knows what he's doing, because, again, the Steelers, they've had a quarterback just carousel, really, since Ben Roethlisberger retired. Even Ben Roethlisberger's last couple of years, too. He did not have the same arm strength. He did not have the same overall talent and mobility that he did throughout his prime.
Bring fishing.
So I think you look at, like, they're trying to have to manage this as the closest thing they have, but Fields has the most upside, so it's a very tricky dilemma.
All right, Fish, unmute yourself. I want to hear your thoughts to it. Where do you think Tomlin should have went? Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, and why?
I think he kind of didn't have a choice. They didn't take Wilson to be a backup. He wouldn't have signed with them. I don't know what the prearrangement was, but it seems like that was going to be the case. As far as who you're going to win the most games with, I think it's probably Russell Wilson this season. Now, if you were trying to win going forwards, maybe the answer is Justin Fields. And I think that's the real situation here because Russell Wilson, he's still getting paid of the $40 million he was supposed to make from Denver. He's only getting paid $1 million something or $2 million something from Pittsburgh. So they don't really have anything to really tie them to him other than he's proven that he can take teams to the playoffs. He's proven that he can block, take care of the ball. He can move it downfield. He does questionable things in games in the last few years where they weren't winning choices. However, you look back at his career, he's more than a game manager still at this point in his career. Is he elite anymore? Of course not. I had him in fantasy that last great year he had with the Seahawks right before he hurt his finger, and my team went all the way down the hill, and it was like in first at the time. He was crushing it. He was still – so that's only 2 years ago. Some people forgot
the year before. Like Lamar Jackson won the MVP. Nobody was going to top it that year, but Russell Wilson was probably the second best quarterback that year.
He was outstanding, but it was because he was.
I love Russell Wilson. I just everything that I've heard over the last couple of years, I'm starting to worry that he is not the right decision for the Pittsburgh Steelers, especially Mike Tomlin, who was thinking about retirement at the end of this year, and now he signed a 3-year extension on going into this season where he's had winning seasons straight through his career, and now you're deciding, hey, you know what? I'm going to go with the guy that nobody likes. I just don't. I understand what you're saying. They have a better chance of winning now, but do they? I mean, we don't even know what Justin Fields is because Chicago didn't use him right. So, and Mike Tomlin's a better coach than Eberflus. I would definitely predict that. So,
and as questionable as Arthur Smith may be, he's still better than Luke Getsy.
Speaking of interesting stories, NFL Network's Mike Garofalo reports that the 49ers gave Brandon Aiyuk a new 4-year, $120 million contract. The deal will be $76 million guaranteed and will be $30 million per year. Reports say that the Browns offered the most money of the teams that wanted to trade for him, but paid them less than what he got paid with the 49ers. The reports say that the contract will be front-loaded with John Lynch anticipating a new contract for Brock Purdy in 2 years. The 49ers have approximately $10 million in cap space following this signing. What it tells you right now is Deebo Samuel, this is the final year of Deebo Samuel. That's what it says. I'm going to tell you that right now. This is the final year of this run with this team. Now, George Kittle got an extension recently. Deebo Samuel got an extension about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. Deebo Samuel, they brought Pierre Soul in. The reason why they brought Pierre Soul in is because he's a younger Deebo Samuel. After giving a guy like Brandon Aiyuk this kind of money, he is now the number 1 wide receiver. He is now declared the number 1 wide receiver. It's not Deebo Samuel anymore. I'm sorry, he's not. And now you're sitting here, you're paying 2 wide receivers $60 million. That's what you're giving him. Because Deebo Samuel's making 27, 28, and Brandon Aiyuk is making 30. So now you're sitting here, you're paying 2 guys. There's no way they're going to be able to afford this next year. So they're going to have to get rid of one of them. Signing a guy like Brandon Aiyuk 4 years means that they're going to part ways with Deebo Samuel. And now Deebo Samuel's going into a season where he's going to have to put up big numbers if he wants to play somewhere else. So there's a lot of interesting, questions here on why they did this. Now, obviously, the Brock Purdy thing is that they're going to have to give Brock Purdy money. They're not going to have to give Brock Purdy Joe Burrow money. He's not that type of player. He's not a game-changing quarterback. He is a guy that fits the Kyle Shanahan scheme. Now, if Kyle Shanahan stays there, Brock Purdy's going to get paid. But what happens if this year the 49ers fall short and they lose in the second round? This could be Kyle Shanahan's last year. And if that happens, Brock Purdy might not be the same quarterback. So I think the way they're looking at it is Brandon Aiyuk is a game changer. They're going to pay those changing players. And Deebo Samuel, even though when he's on the field, he's a game changer. He changes that whole offense. Saw last year when he got hurt, that was a different offense. But Brandon Aiyuk put up unbelievable numbers. He put up numbers like CeeDee Lamb did last year. He put up numbers like Justin Jefferson can do. So if he can be that kind of game changer without Deebo Samuel, and he can prove that this year, if he's the go-to guy, well, then they know that they can go and they can do without Deebo Samuel. They can even move him in the offseason and get a third-round draft pick for him. Or they can trade him in the middle of a season if they really don't need him, if Pearsall is playing at the top of his game. I think this is a great move by the 49ers, because if they didn't make this move, he would have went to free agency last year. They would have franchised him. It would have pissed him off, and then he would have said, trade me or I'm not playing. So they did the right thing giving Brandon Aiyuk that kind of money. I just wonder if he's going to be able to do this as the number one guy. Last year, he was the number one guy when when Deebo Samuel was hurt. But George Kittle was playing at an all-pro player, all-pro level again last year. And when you have that kind of blanket like that, it opens up the field for guys like Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know if George Kittle's going to stay healthy for a full season. He's now going to be 32 this year. He's getting up there in age as a tight end. I worry about that. And I don't know if Brandon Aiyuk is a predominant number one guy. So I think they had to make this move, because then the Patriots and all these other teams were going to give him $40 million next year. And they would have given him a top dollar for the type of money that they're paying him this year. But I just worry that he is not a number one guy.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think the scheme-wise, Deebo Samuel is more natural of a fit because they rely a lot on yards after the catch. But talent-wise, they don't have a receiver like Brandon Aiyuk that is such a good route tree, can go deep, is physical, where he can catch the ball in tough situations. And I think that kind of thing is not replaceable, where you have Juwan Jennings, who's kind of a big-bodied specialist possession guy, who's a good third down guy, but not much else. And Ricky Pearsall, like you said, is a younger Deebo Samuel, a smaller Deebo Samuel, but it's very similar traits to that kind of thing. And Brandon Aiyuk, if they were to trade him, it wouldn't have been that same type of offense.
And Ricky Pearsall and him are very good friends, Brandon Aiyuk. So that was one of the reasons why he wanted to stay there, because him and Ricky Pearsall are actually really, really close friends.
And I think that is the move they really needed to make. Maybe they had to overpay for him a little, because I think 28 was what they were trying to do, but they gave him 30. I think it was kind of that similar trend. And now they got to figure out with Trent Williams, obviously, but still they had to make that kind of thing work, because they don't have that kind of concept. Brandon Ayuk's route tree is one of the best in the league. And we were talking with all the PFF guys we've had on too. Like, he was Pro Football Focus third-rated wide receiver last year. Like, that, those other traits that come into it, even when he's not catching the ball, are so necessary for that scheme to happen. And even if he's not statistically looking like the number one guy all the time, he does a lot of things even away from the ball.
I don't know if I agree with you, Errol. I definitely agree with you, Speedy. We've talked about Aiyuk being one of the best in the game, but as far as what we're talking about, who they're going to get rid of as far as Deebo, I don't know if it's going to be Deebo. They are perfect offensively with those weapons. And if Pearsall can be opposite Aiyuk on the other side, now they have a full complement, and the last guy's on a rookie contract. They don't have Trent Williams out there right now. That guy commands a lot of money. I think that's the guy that might be moving, and he might be moving sooner than later. They don't want that huge cap hit.
If they move him, their season is over. If they move him, the season is over. They're not winning. If that's the way they're going, I would move Deebo Samuel over Trent Williams. Trent Williams is that offensive line. You move him, they don't stand a chance against those top defenses in the league. And by the way, the Lions are going to be much better because they actually have a secondary. So good luck in trying to beat the Lions when they're down by 18 going into the second half. There's no way in hell they beat the Lions this year if they don't figure out this Trent Williams problem, because Trent Williams changes all the dynamic for them. And I think you're wrong. I think Deebo Samuel is 1 foot out of the 49ers. I think he knows that now because they brought Pearsall in. Ricky Pearsall is the same player as Deebo Samuel. Why do they need two dynamic players that play the same way? It doesn't make sense. So I think that obviously the way they made this move and the reason why they signed it, and now you can move Deebo Samuel next year. You can get a third-round draft pick or fourth-round draft pick for him. You trade him to a team, you get something back for him, and you build from there. Because listen, if you're going to draft Ricky Pearsall, who, by the way, everybody thought was a second, maybe even a third-round draft pick, you drafted him that high, you obviously think that he is a number one or a number two guy. So if you're going to pay a guy like Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel, you can't keep 2 wide receivers on your team that are making about $65 million. It doesn't make sense. They're not going to do that.
All right, before we're waiting for our second guest to come in, we do have Keith on the phone. Keith, you're on.
Hey, Errol. Boys.
What's up, man?
Errol, I agree with you. A great signing. Very smart. I think, one thing about Samuel, when he's in the lineup, they are a much better team.
Mm-hmm.
You saw that last year. But for now, maybe next year they let him go. I think they could get a second for him, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But, they might as well go for it this year. They're loaded. They are loaded again. And I like Detroit too, but that'd be an interesting match,
I think
if I come down to them two again,
I don't think. As a matter of fact, I don't even think the 49ers are going to make it to the NFC title game. I don't. I think the Eagles are better than them. I think the Eagles are better than them. I think the Lions are better than them. I wouldn't be surprised.
I think the Lions and the Packers. I'm not even worried about the Eagles.
How about
they could be?
How about the
they
Rams?
Be, yes.
How about the Rams?
Nah. I don't think they're there.
They're healthy. They've got weapons all over the field.
Stafford's the same quarterback he was. Yeah, I don't think so. But they could. I'd be surprised. I know a lot of people are picking them. I'm not one of them. But we have a different opinions.
I think the Rams could fight for that division this year. I think San Francisco.
No, a lot of people do say that. Yeah, I don't think so.
If Trent Williams does not get back into this lineup as quick as I think they need him, and they're going to realize that against the Jets. I think they're going to realize they need Trent Williams, because if they lose that game against the Jets in game number 1, you're going to have to go back to the drawing table. And how are you going to pay him? Because now you have $10 million still under the cap. He's making what? Trent Williams is making 20 something. So you would have to give Trent Williams that $10 million. So now
Williams is a beast.
Then you strap yourself. If you give him the $10 million, you strap yourself. So if you need to bring in another player at the trade deadline, you're not going to be able to afford a player into your cap. So I think they put themselves in a really bad position. I do. And that's why I think Deebo Samuel is a guy that they might have to move one way or another this year. I understand that he plays.
I don't think they will this year. Well, it depends how they start.
Yeah.
They could afford to lose to the Jets if it's a tight game. The Jets are a good team. They should be one of the best teams, the Jets, but
on paper they are.
I don't want to jinx you.
Dude, they're jinxed anyways.
You know what I think is going to happen this year? I think they're going to have a great record and go, and then ill luck botches get hurt right before the playoffs or the playoff game 1.
Yeah, I would probably. I know. You want me to predict what's going to happen to the Jets this year? Everybody keeps talking about Garrett Wilson having such a great year. He's going to be a top 5 wide receiver. He's going to go down in the first 5 games, and his season's going to be over. And then we're going to be talking about Devontae Adams and the Jets trying to make a move to bring in Devontae. I'll put money on it. Mark my words.
That could be.
Mark my words.
That could be it.
Mark my words. That's going to happen.
We don't know what, but
that's the Jet. It's very Jet-like. It's very Jet-like.
Yes. Real quick. The only thing I disagree with about tonight, I agree with almost everything you said, believe it or not. No arguing or yelling tonight, my friend. I would start Brissett, definitely. And in that situation, I don't know. That's just, I just think they know what they have. These guys, you got to remember something. They see them every single day. We don't. They know what they have in him. Maybe I like what you said, possibly bring him in after a few games. Patriots going to suck no matter what, right? They're going to suck for the next 2 or 3 years. They don't got to win right away. This happens with organizations.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I'm sorry to cut you off. Here's the thing.
No, that's right.
If you know you're going to lose this year, don't you think you should start the young quarterback? That would make more sense, giving him the time.
No, only because their line.
Hold on.
Their line is got to be the worst.
But here's the reason. But here's the thing. You start him a couple of games. You get him ready for the season and let him play. If he's not playing well, you pull him and let him sit behind Brissett and let him learn the offense that way. Show it, because you don't know what type of professional he is on a football field, how dynamic he could be. And by the way,
I think they do now.
So he said that he outplayed Jacoby Brissett. So knowing that he outplayed Jacoby Brissett, why don't you play him?
Well, I think for the same reason I wouldn't. And he did say that. why get him fucking killed also, though? And lose confidence, right? And you know what happens to players if they go their rookie year and they don't do well, man? That's a big thing, too. Like, I understand why Daniels starts, absolutely. They got a good team on it. I think Washington could shock everybody and be right up there for the division this year, man. I
Let me
really
ask you a
do
question.
think they're that good.
Let me ask you a question. Peyton Manning, did he have a good rookie season?
Aikman, no, not really.
No, I said Peyton Manning. Did he have a great rookie season?
I'm sorry, who?
Peyton? No. Peyton Manning. Did he have a good rookie season?
I still can't hear you for some reason.
Peyton Manning. Do you hear me?
Oh, Peyton Manning?
Peyton Manning. Yes. Did he have a great rookie season?
No.
Okay, that's one. Let me go here. Drew Brees. Did he have a good rookie season?
I don't recall, to be honest.
He didn't. If we go down the list of quarterbacks, I guarantee you all these great. Ben Roethlisberger, he went all the way to the Super Bowl his rookie season. Did he have a great season?
Ben Roethlisberger, yeah.
No, he didn't. His rookie season, he didn't have a great rookie season.
Oh, the rookie?
No,
I thought he did well.
No, he
Second
didn't.
season.
What?
I'm sorry,
okay.
second season.
Second
Okay.
season, he did. He was not as good as a rookie.
But today, Earl, those guys are also big guys. Ben, but you know what I mean? Like Peyton wasn't built huge, but they were big guys. They could take a pound or more. I don't know. I think that, it's a tough call, but I think they know a lot more than we do. They see them every day. And either way, like Peyton Manning, all right, we already knew he was going to be great. No matter what kind of season he had, you knew with a line he was going to be great. There was no question about that.
But they said that Drake May, going into this draft, he was the best NFL quarterback ready quarterback out of all the quarterbacks.
Well, that's what ESPN and those guys.
No. Hold on one second.
You're right.
That's what everybody was saying.
Most guys said that.
Everybody was saying.
But also Williams and Daniel. The three of them already.
Everybody knows who I think
like
the second best quarterback.
I think Mike Penix is ready if he was on a certain team.
I know you like Michael Penix.
Yeah, I do. I just love what I saw of him. He looks like an NFL quarterback. I think Nix is ready. Allow him. It's a great quarterback class. But New England, I'm just saying, New England's offensive line is that bad. They are that bad where this guy could get just killed. That's why the only reason they're doing it, we both know that, May's better. That's why they're doing it. It's a tough call, man.
I don't know. I think it's a move that if I were the Patriots GM or I was the coach of the team, I'm going with my young quarterback. I want to see what I got. And to me, what they're going to do is they're going to bring in Jacoby Brissett. They're going to start the season like 1-7, 1-7 or 0-5, and then they're going to bring the kid in.
They'll be lucky to win 3 games.
And they're going to bring the kid in, and he's going to fail. He's going to fail at the end of the season. He's going to lose confidence because they did that. And what's going to happen?
He's going to fail no matter what.
I don't think so. I think Drake May is a lot better than people think he is. I think he's very good. I just think because of the team around him. Not that he's going to fail. They're gonna suck no matter what. I don't care if you had fucking Mahomes over there, they would suck. I don't think so. If Mahomes is there, I think they win.
Well, maybe not Mahomes, but because he can throw around his back better than guys can throw forward.
Oh my God! I mean, he was throwing balls through his legs, in the preseason games. It's ridiculous.
That around the back pass is awesome.
It's ridiculous.
He's amazing, but no, they have no receivers. They have nothing.
It's interesting.
Anyway,
Keith, thank you for calling.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
Well, we love you, Keith.
All right, love you guys too. Talk to you later.
Keith Rooney, as always. ESPN Seth Wickersham reports that there will be restrictions in Tom Brady's broadcasting contract if he becomes part owner of the Raiders. The NFL said that Brady would not be allowed to attend broadcasting and production meetings, go on another team's facility, or see practices of other teams. He also would be prohibited from publicly criticizing games, officials, and employees of other teams. Greg Olsen faced similar restrictions in his first year with Fox Sports because he was still being paid by the Panthers. Brady's stake with the Raiders, if it is approved, would be 10% of ownership with the team. Brady signed a 10-year, $375 million contract with Fox Sports, the largest ever. First of all, Tom Brady's an idiot. He is a complete idiot doing this. I understand that, 10 years from now, that 10% could turn into hundreds of millions of dollars, but it's guaranteed 10 years, 375 million. What's he doing here? Does he want to be a broadcaster? I don't understand this. Now, I understand why he's doing it. He wants to be a team owner. LeBron James came out and said when he retires, he wants to own an NBA team. He even said that he'd go into ownership with an NFL team. He's a billionaire. He'd have a chance to do that. I understand that these players want to own things. But why go this route right now? The Raiders are an organization that always falls apart. Ownership, Davis running the organization, he doesn't have a pot to piss in. That's why he's asking for, partial ownerships for ex-NFL players and all that other stuff. I don't understand this move by Tom Brady. Again, I love Tom Brady. I think he's going to be a great broadcaster, but we don't know what Tom Brady's going to be now, because if he does get this stake of 10%, how is this going to work for Fox Sports? Does Fox, null and void that contract, and we might never see Tom Brady as a broadcaster? I don't know how this works. Could they get out of that contract? That's something that I would like to know. Is that in his contract that if he goes into ownership or he buys into another team or another organization or whatever, a college team, not a college team, I'm sorry, a CFL team or an XFL team, does this contract become null and void? It doesn't make any sense. I think I want to see what Tom Brady is as a broadcaster first. I want to see how that works, because if he's really, really good his first year, he can renegotiate that deal and say, you know what, I want $1 billion. Look at what Tony Romo has done for his career. He left football with a bad back, and he's making more money as a broadcaster. That guy's making, 25, 30 million a year as a broadcaster. Tom Brady's making more than that. Tom Brady is the highest paid broadcaster in professional sports history, and he ruined this. He ruined this because now he says, you know what, I want a stake in ownership. Why would you pick the Raiders? Out of all the teams you could pick, you picked the Raiders? I think you had a better chance of going to Washington. Even that organization with Schneider, that big idiot. That would have made more sense, him going to Washington, than going to the Raiders. We've heard Robert Kraft is looking to move and sell his team or sell profits off his team. Why didn't he go and buy into the Patriots? The Patriot fans would love to see Tom Brady as a partial owner over there. He's like the face. He's been the face of the New England Patriots for 25 years. This move makes no sense. No sense. Now, again, Tom Brady wants to be a boss. That's what he wants to be. And in his thought, that 10% of ownership could turn into hundreds of millions of dollars. And if Davis ever wants to sell the team in 10 years, the way these teams are getting sold right now, if he owns 10% of the Raiders and they sell the team for $10 billion, how much is that? What is that number? That's like, what is that? Is that if he sells it for $10 billion, what is it? You're an economics guy, Fish. What is that? If he owns 10% of the Raiders and they sell it for $10 billion, what would Tom Brady be making on that deal? $1 billion? $1 billion. So yeah, if in 10 years it could be worth something. By then, he'd be making $1 billion as a broadcaster. The amount of money that this guy could be bringing in and tailing in, and he doesn't have to worry about it, because who knows what's going to happen in the future with the economy the way it is. We don't know what the economy is going to be. We could be run by dictators in the future. We don't know what these teams are going to be worth in the future. We don't. Obviously, it's going up, but again, we don't know where the inflation and where the economy is going. We don't know what's going to happen. So I'll take the guaranteed money, the 10 years, 375 million any day. And I don't have to stress about anything. And I don't have to worry about the Davis family screwing me. Okay. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, there's no need for like that kind of investment anyway with, I think, the guaranteed money you're getting on this kind of deal. I know, obviously, you want to be able to pursue broadcasting too, but again, you're limited. And then now, you can't go on the facilities. You can't do this. Like Tom Brady, like interacting with players is probably something that he would have like wanted to benefit on, like going forward with a broadcasting career. Like he has a player to player interaction with that kind of thing. Like I know in the comment section, Keith is mentioning Tony Romo. Like these players get closer with other players as alumni, as NFL alumni with the NFL Players Association. Like Chris Collinsworth now has expanded his role even just beyond the Sunday Night Football, where he's podcasting and interviewing all these players as well. Like Tom Brady has that firsthand relationship with a lot of these guys. These Patriots, throughout his Patriots career, they changed.
If it wasn't the Raiders, it'd be different. Sure. Okay. If it wasn't the Raiders, I'd say good move by. If the Patriots were offering 10%, if Robert Kraft was offering 10% of that organization, that would make sense why he would go back to the New England Patriots. If I don't know, I'm just mentioning Miami and ownership over there, like they were doing years and years ago. They were offering 10%. He lives over there. It would make sense on why he would buy into Miami. They're an organization. It's a great place to live. It would make a lot of sense why he would go down there and live there, being that he has a home over there. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make any sense. I understand he'll party in Vegas. It's the Davis family. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Miami was one of the teams when Brady first left the Patriots, too, that he was considering going to, wanting to stick it to the Patriots. And two, there was rumors of that kind of thing with, I think, a stake being sold with the Dolphins, and they ended up selling to somebody else at the time 4 years ago.
Mark Davis is the worst businessman in professional football. Him and Schneider were the worst. Both of those guys, equally stupid, okay? Mark, and I'm going to say this. I'm just going to let everybody know. Mark Davis didn't even buy his stadium. He used tax money to buy that stadium. He didn't even pay for it. He used the taxes of Vegas to buy that stadium.
I think the Rams owner did the same thing with the Chargers.
I'm just saying, it wasn't even his money. Yeah. It wasn't even his money. He used tax-paying money to buy that. That's why he left Oakland. He said sayonara to the Oakland Raider fans, and he went to Vegas because he didn't have to pay for a new stadium. That's what you're going to work with? You're going to work with that idiot? Good luck.
Yeah, it's been a dysfunctional mess for the entire 21st century. The Raiders, like we talk about, like
good luck.
Who's the most corrupt organizations in the NFL right now? Like the Raiders, they were a lot like Washington, like historically good in the 70s and the 80s, and all of a sudden they're falling apart because of bad ownership. His dad was partially to blame at the end of his tenure for some of it before he passed away, but Mark Davis has gotten anything better with that. Now, I don't think it's as bad as Snyder,
the only thing that would make sense, and we're going to bring Fish on this. The only thing that would make sense is that it goes into ownership and. He tallies and he gets sick of being retired and he goes and he plays this year if there's a bad injury.
Yeah.
And he goes on an NFL Super Bowl run again. I mean, maybe that's what he's
prevented from playing if he buys stock in the team too.
I don't understand it. I don't. Fish, your opinion on this stupid thing. I mean, seriously.
This is what someone who has unlimited money does. Well, he doesn't care about the money he might lose in a deal that for some of us would be unconscionable to make a decision that might cost you $50 million, $70 million. What is that to him? He got a divorce from someone who I think made more money than him in Giselle, and he probably gets paid by her on top of being single in Vegas. Look at what he's doing. Our buddy Carl's right. He's partying in Vegas off of alimony. And not to mention what else is going, all the money he's getting from Fox or, whatever, I'll just be an owner of the team. I'll have the suite in Vegas. You know they're going to have more deals with the gambling companies and the casinos than anyone else. He'll make money hand over fist by the time he's out of it. And the guy played for so long, took a beating. I guess this is going to be, he had the roast, got it all exercised, and now he's just going to rock out in Vegas until he hits 50, man.
Rock out with his cock out, right, Speedy? You know all about that, right? No? You would hang out with Tom Brady? Well, I mean, roosters, You wouldn't.
No. That's you're talking about those kinds of cocks. That's Sean Smith's department. Oh, yes. The graphic we've been waiting for.
Oh, hands on, baby. Hands on. Let's work together. Right, Speedy?
Hey, handcrafted. Give Kevin Mench the credit for handcrafted.
Speedy, which one would you handcraft?
No.
You got to pick one of the.
I'm not involved in this.
You got to pick one of the.
No, this is not my involvement. This was Draymond Green getting involved with Antonio Brown and the whole ripple effect starts.
I think I'd go with Robert Kraft because he can't get it up. I'm afraid I'm afraid what Antonio Brown's packing.
Yeah, we know what Draymond's packing.
That's true. Oh man, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, Netflix released a documentary that I watched the other day about Connor Stallions and the Michigan, conundrum. A conundrum. I definitely want to get into it. I wanted to get into it on Tuesday. Very interesting, and maybe Michigan isn't to blame on this story. When we come back, we'll get into that. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Yes, that is right. I am Tommy Scoops, bringing you the Loudmouth Sports Minute right now. And over in the NFL, Dolphins linebacker Jalen Phillips says he is ready to go after returning from an injury last year. Miami edge rusher actually tore his Achilles last November last season, as Phillips says that he is coming out guns blazing and putting his best foot forward. In other NFL news, Chargers defensive end Joey Bosa underwent hand surgery earlier this month. Bosa repaired a broken hand that he suffered August 4th in a joint practice with the Rams. Bosa has been practicing with a club on his hand, but is unclear if he is ready for week 1 next week. Lastly, the Broncos are going to be signing fifth-year linebacker Christian Welch, as the team is also signing veteran tight end Donald Parham to the practice squad, while the team will be waiving Lavelle Bailey, defensive end. All right, now it's going to be time for Scoops' scores. We're over in the MLB. The Royals have a 3-2 lead over the Astros at the bottom of the 7th, while over in some college football, Western Carolina has a 21-17 lead over NC State. Missouri has a 35-0 lead over Murray State, while Kansas has a 34-0 lead over Lindenwood, and Utah has a 21-0 lead over Southern Utah right now in the second quarter. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. I'm going to kick it back to the boys for the continuation of the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Willie Whoppers, Speedy! Willie Whoppers! Mother.
631-672-3108. That laugh. That's evil. Man, you're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth, every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I've been watching a lot of Netflix. I've been watching a lot of documentary. I'm a documentary fan now. I don't even want to watch TV shows. I'm not a TV show fan. And I used to be a big movie guy. I love the 80s movies. I love the 90s movies. The movies now are just horrible. I can't even sit and watch them. I've watched Tombstone over the past week like 7 times. I love that movie. I'll be your Huckleberry, Speedy. You want to be my Huckleberry? No. Why? Why not?
I'm not getting involved in that.
What? Being my Huckleberry?
I'm not getting involved.
I mean, what's wrong about being my Huckleberry?
I don't know, and I don't care.
You could be my Huckleberry.
I don't care.
Oh, okay, you're Huckleberry. You're a Huckleberry Finn.
Doc Holliday, man. Doc Holliday.
I mean, you're my Huckleberry. I'm Wyatt Earp. You're, Doc Holliday. That's a good thing. I'm good. But you don't want to be Doc Holliday?
There's a documentary about that, Errol, on Netflix.
I'm watching it.
There you go.
I
watched it right away. It's fantastic. It involved J.P. Morgan somehow trying to get a loan in London, and he's sticking him on the Wild West so he can get a loan. Who would even imagine all this stuff? Crazy.
Oh, Speedy's part of the Wild West. I mean, seriously, Doc, a.k.a. Speedy Holiday. I mean, seriously. Netflix released a documentary centering Connor Stallions, the Michigan staff member who was the mastermind involving the sign-stealing scandal in 3 years for the last 3 years. The documentary shows Stallions doing it for his passion for the Michigan football more than money or glory, and he will die a happy man since Michigan won a national championship. It is also revealed instances where Stallions tried to claim his email was hacked, and that there were fans and other staff members dressed like members of a cartel. Stallions also told the NCAA investigators that he doesn't recall attending the Michigan game versus Central Michigan last season. But Barstool's founder, David Portnoy, says he knows that Stallion was lying. He also revealed 52 texts between Stallion and Sharon Moore, who was hired as the Michigan next head coach once Jim Harbaugh went to the Chargers. There is also video proof that Stallions attending the national championship game versus Washington and many other opposing teams' games throughout the last season. Stallions says at the end of the documentary, I would do it again. I'll do the same thing again. Okay, I just want to let everybody know something. Stallions, on what I saw and what he claims he was doing. Now, he obviously is very good friends with David Portnoy, and David Portnoy is paying him. He needs to make some money. After this whole thing came out, he was on these pizza things, and every time, David Portnoy was at one of these pizza shops, you see him walking out with a pizza, and everybody says he's not hiding and all that other stuff, that he wasn't hiding in plain sight. I'm going to say this. Somebody ratted on Michigan. Somebody did. And something tells me it was Ohio State. And I'm going to tell you why. I understand that Ryan Day, for all those Ohio State fans that love him and him doing what he did and winning a national championship the way he did, that's great. If anybody knows who Ryan Day is, his brother is a private investigator. Okay? So there is no proof that Ohio State had anything to do with it, that Ryan Day had anything to do with it. When they interviewed Ryan Day, he said, I don't want to talk about it. I have nothing to do with this and all this other stuff. The problem is here, every single football team does this. Every single football team. And now the new rule is that, the coaches and the players can have microphones now in their masks, just like the NFL. And this will take away, obviously sign stealing. This has been going on forever. Ever. And if you look at the background, and by the way, Speedy, you saying that Stallions, he said that he was hacked. He was absolutely hacked. It's a fact. He was absolutely hacked. How did they get all that information? How did the NCAA and everybody got all that information that he had in his email? He didn't reveal that. How did they get it? Somebody hacked into his email and stole it. Now, again, it was an interesting documentary. And if you're a Michigan Wolverines fan, and I know Carl is, I know he is a Michigan, so I know he's seen it. I don't know anything about Connor Stallions. I learned a lot about him on that documentary, that he bled, Michigan and Wolverine blood since he was a kid. His mother was a Wolverine fan. His father was a Wolverine fan. He grew up a Wolverine fan. He was a captain. He fought, in Afghanistan. He did so many different things before he became a coach, and he was a walk-on coach for the Wolverines. And it's not easy to read, hand signals. And what was so interesting about what he did was he took video and pictures of him standing against a blank wall of all the hand signals, 3,000 hand signals, and he cut them up. And then when he saw the hand signals that some of these teams were making, he knew it was going to be a running play or a throwing play. And he even said, he says, I was barely ever wrong when I knew they were throwing the ball or they were running the ball. It takes a lot of practice. And he obviously practiced it. And he wasn't just with the Wolverines. Before he became a Wolverine and he was working on that staff. And by the way, he wasn't even getting paid in the beginning working on the Wolverine staff. He was doing it for free. He was traveling with his own money. Now they're saying the NCAA is looking in that he was paying, he was getting tickets and he was giving his friends and his family free tickets to go to different games. But he said it on a thing. He said it on a documentary. For years, he was going to USC games. He was going to Florida State games and Florida games. He was paying for those tickets before he was even playing. He was working on the staff of the Wolverines. And then people saying that, in his seat, people were videotaping and sending him, and he admitted to it. His friends were sending him video, but he already knew the play calling and the hand calling and the hand gestures on what was going on with those football teams because he was studying them. So I don't know who's telling the truth, but it's kind of pathetic that, of course, the Wolverines and Michigan were winning football games, knocking off Ohio State back-to-back years in three years straight. And then they find it. Connor Stallions gets in trouble. They suspend him. And Michigan pretty much threw him to the Wolves. And he even went out there. He says, I don't care as long as my brothers in arms win a championship. It was worth everything that I did. Everything that I did. Meanwhile, he still to this day admits that he had nothing. He was not stealing signs. He was not going to games and videoing any of the games. He was not.
Yeah. Definitely a very more elaborate operation. I'll just say this quickly because our Let's Parlay guys are in, but like it was definitely something that he doesn't even care about at this point. Like he didn't do it for glory, like he was like the documentary was saying. He didn't do it for money. He cared that much about Michigan football that he was going to do it.
But there was no proof that he was videoing any of the
not
games
him specifically.
And who cares if he was at that game? Who cares if he was at that game and that was him? What does it matter? He was standing there with glasses. What the hell was he doing?
Definitely shows it was much more elaborate
He was
process.
jerking off in the back room. Who the hell cares what he was doing?
Who says that wasn't anything that realm at that point because there were students being hired, staff members being hired to go to not just Michigan games, opposing games too. Like that's the crazy thing.
It's been going on in college football forever. Just like look at Deion Sanders. Look what he's doing over there with Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
You think that these guys weren't getting paid under the table? Now it's legal. So now all the coaches don't want to coach and they're leaving college football and they're retiring. Do you think it's a coinky dink? Come on, guys. This has been going on forever. Yeah. College football. Everybody's trying to find an edge. Everybody's trying to find an edge. You think that this documentary was the only documentary? You think that Connor Stallions was the only guy doing it? Come on, guys. It's pathetic. And the only reason why it happened is because Ohio State, I'm going to admit it, Ryan Day was the one that ratted them out. I don't care what anybody says, and there's no proof that Ryan Day did it. He was 100% behind it. 100% behind it. When they were interviewing him, he wouldn't answer any questions. And if you just go look at the background, and by the way, the firm that Ryan Day, that, obviously where Ohio State puts their money and everything like that firm was the same firm that was, somehow, pressed on the Connor Stallion thing and was the one that ratted Connor Stallion out. So I don't think that's a coincidence. And by the way, that firm was in Ohio. So there's no coinky dink from this. I absolutely believe it. Go listen to Louisville's defensive coordinator. I agree with you, Carl, and I'm not even a Wolverine fan. I am not even a Wolverine fan, and I agree with you. The only team that could have done this was Ohio State. The only team. And Ryan Day, to this day, will not even admit it. He didn't even. You could see right through his face. You could see when they were interviewing him and they asked him if he knew anything about it. You could see that he knew something about it. So, listen, everybody's trying to find an edge. It's sports. Everybody's trying to find that. And by the way, when Connor Stallions got suspended, they still won every single one of the game. They went to a national championship and won. They didn't even need Connor Stallions.
Fish, before we get, let's parlay on. What are your thoughts?
I think this is the second worst cheating scandal I heard of behind the women's soccer Canadian team from the Olympics, which they were flying drones over practice for over a year, stealing everything about it. Now, that is some legitimate cheating. And to do it at the Olympics, which goes back to ancient Greece, that even Hitler allowed some modicum of fairness in 1936 in his Olympics. That's completely ridiculous. Football, however, has always been about gamesmanship, and stealing signs has always been gamesmanship. Coming up with signs, I was doing this earlier today, trying to come up with a series of signs that we would have contingencies for. So if somebody stole our sign, we could easily change it up in the second half or in the next quarter. We have all sorts of ways to beat systems like that. And if you can't beat a system like that, you got to be better with your signs. And I don't find, and I was joking, this is not the second worst. This is nonsense.
It is nonsense.
And it's the Ohio State, not Ohio State. If you talk to any of the Ohio State.
I'm sorry, though. The Ohio State. Okay.
Which I am not one of, have never been. I've always loved Michigan personally, and hail to the victors and everything that goes along with it.
I'm not a Michigan. I am not a Wolverine fan, but I think what they did to Connor Stallions is ridiculous. It really is. It's so stupid. And And this guy really studied it. He was in the service. He was in the Marine Corps. He worked on stealing signs, in war. Okay. So this guy was a captain. This guy fought for our country. And the Wolverines, the Michigan Wolverine, the director, everybody, even Jim Harbaugh threw him to the wolves, pretty much completely washed away with him. And it's pretty pathetic because they wanted him to do it. And I'm telling you this right now. For what I've seen in that documentary, he was not videoing anything. He didn't video anything. If he was sending his friends to go to the games, to watch the games and get information from them, so the hell what? Like you were saying, Carl, if you think people are stealing your signs, then change them. Have your hands in your pants or something. Grab your balls. Speedy, you know all about that, right?
I wouldn't do it to another person.
Well, you could steal some signs.
What am I? I'm not going to do that.
You have your dog. Yeah, have your dog on the sidelines and he can lick your ass. That's a sign.
God.
I mean, that's a
First
sign.
of all, I never bring my dog to a college football game. Second of all, I definitely would not expose that kind of behavior in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
They're not going to be
Michigan Stadium. Carl knows.
If it's
Michigan is the biggest stadium.
If it's 2 licks, it could be something else. That could be a running play.
I don't care what it is.
If he could get his tongue stuck in your ass, that could be a throwing play.
I don't care. I'm not going to encourage that kind of behavior for sign stealing nonsense when I'm going to run this kind of operation. The way that Stallions do it is much more elaborate and actually more tactical than doing it in a gross manner like that. I'm not encouraging what he did, obviously, but I'm definitely not going to do it in a way that I get public humiliation based on that kind of thing.
If you're trying to win games, why not?
Well, I'm not getting involved in that. Thank you, Reno Johnny, for showing up so we could actually deviate away from this conversation. I just texted Wes to come back in now. He should be ready for that kind of thing as well.
All right. Reno Johnny, we do this every single week. We call this segment Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
All right, Wes is having fun. He's celebrating because he might have drawn $1 million up with these real estate, things that he's doing. I don't know what's going on. I love Wes. He's happy. He's drinking. He's having a good time. I love him. Anyways, Reno Johnny, how are you doing, man? Everything good?
No, we're doing good here, man. Football season officially kind of started for us. So it's middle school. I'm a OC for the JV team and the running backs for the varsity team. So we're kind of got a full slate here. Still gambling. I was listening to y'all's conversation. It's kind of crazy because I think most conferences and in a couple years now, all conferences it's gonna be player to coach communication. So signs are gonna be, you're not gonna even see those, which I always thought was pretty cool in college football. The big old cardboard signs and stuff. That's gonna be gone. It's trickling down. Like I could see high school. They have the capability that we have in high. They give it to us in high school. Our conference doesn't allow it, but I think we're pretty close in general to being able to. Everybody is gonna have it. All the way down to middle school, high school. It's gonna be kind of wild.
Well, I will say this. I thought that documentary is to me, it was just a worthless thing what they did to Connor Stallions. Okay. I'm not even a Wolverines fan, but what they did to that guy fought in wars. He was a captain. He did all these great things. And what they did and what the Wolverines did to him after the fact, after he stood for.
That's what they do. Those jabronis up north, they're a bunch of losers. OHIO.
Well, there you go. I mean, Wes calls them a bunch of losers, but I'm sure Ohio State knew something about it.
I believe that there was a backroom deal made, right? And I believe that Connor Stallions got paid handsomely for what he did. If he did anything, I believe you got to be our fall guy, and that's what it's going to be moving forward. And he's a Michigan man through and through, and he said, "I'll be your fall guy." I really believe that, just because of the way everything kind of trickled down. They kind of went to him like, we need a fall guy or the program, could suffer. So he became the fall guy. I believe that whether or not at the end of the day, I'll tell you,
he's fighting right now. Because why would you be the fall guy when you want to be a coach in the NCAA? If he's a fall guy, he'll never coach in the NCAA. That's what he's fighting for. Right?
I haven't seen any of the series, but I just struggle to understand that what he did is an egregious infraction.
It's been going on in college football forever, Wes. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I struggle to understand why this is a terrible infraction. And you're gonna roll off wins? Like, they still won the game on the field. There's nothing Connor Stallions did that helped a receiver catch a ball or a lineman make a block. It's no different than Reggie Bush. The money that his family collected had nothing to do with what that man did on the field. These are like the NC2A, and the way that they go about things is really weird, and it almost serves no purpose.
John, to answer your question, I think, he's coaching some high school team in Detroit now or something like that.
Yeah, well, yeah. I believe they all do it. I believe Ryan Day's fat ass was doing it. He just wasn't as good at doing it, and he got mad that Michigan was doing it better.
And he ratted them out.
They all do it. They all do it. Now, is it wrong? It's like the Astros. Is it wrong? Yeah, it's like but now what did baseball do? All right, we're going to have pitch calm, which fails half the time anyway. They all do it.
Ryan Day's got a nice babysitter now, though. Mess around and find out, because we got Chip sitting right there.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not complaining.
Are you an Ohio State fan?
Yes, he is.
I bleed Ohio State. My dog's name is Dobbins, bro.
Ryan Day is a fat piece of shit. First off, I remember when they made like Notre Dame, and he got out there like, it's us against the world. Like, shut the hell up. Half of the Ohio State fans have never even set foot in Ohio. They're the Cowboys. They get bandwagon fan after bandwagon fan. You're gonna sit there and tell me it's us against the world.
So that part of Ryan Day I don't very much care for, but the way that he's coaching at the quarterback position is something that no Ohio State quarterback has ever done, or Ohio State coach has ever done. And I believe that he is a better recruiter and a better coach than Urban Meyer. He's had to go against Harbaugh. Urban Meyer always had a weird choke job mid-season that cost them the opportunity to get there, where Ryan Day gets there. And he's met Georgia. He's met Clemson. He's met historically great teams.
Didn't Urban Meyer win one with Ohio State?
Yes, he did.
But I think he did. And I'll be forever grateful for that. But Urban Meyer, if you look at the following season, I believe they lost a game they shouldn't have mid-season against Michigan State with that Joey Bosa team and Zeke Elliott returning. Urban Meyer had a choke job against Purdue one year. Like, there was always a weird game that they lost, and there was always some Urban Meyer health-related thing going on. Ryan Day he takes them to a really big game, and he just meets historically great
Urban
teams.
Meyer was popping too many Viagra pills.
Yeah,
that's probably what he was doing.
Cocaine and strippers every weekend. It'll wear on you if you do that every weekend.
Yeah. If you take Ryan Day's record, and most fan bases would take that all day, every day.
I'll take
all right,
Urban
boys.
Meyer's championships.
All right, boys. Let's go through our picks, because we have about 12 minutes. You guys ready?
Let's go.
All right, Wes, you're gonna go first. Johnny, you're gonna go second. We're gonna do, obviously you get your 3 picks and your parlay pick, which is your final pick. All right, Wes, give us your number.
So PD, did you give my first pick earlier, or should I just move on from that?
Move on to
next. I did that earlier.
Move on. Actually,
right,
Johnny, you go first.
Let's move on.
Johnny, you go first, because he already did his first pick.
Yeah, I got you. So strangely enough, we're gonna actually be on the Ohio State Akron game, and I'm gonna take the over 58 points. There's kind of a weird stat where if a team is laying over 40 points in a non-conference game, weeks 1 through 3 in the last few years, they're like hitting at a 70% clip, 68% clip, but like 58-29, something kind of crazy like that. So I like the over in that game. I think Ohio State's offense, as much as I hate to say it, they do have good quarterback play. They got good weapons on the offensive side of the ball, and you might get a situation where Akron might get some shifty kind of, just kind of, prevent defense by Ohio State mid-third quarter and just kind of being able to kind of maybe get 7, maybe 14 points. I think Ohio State rolls them. I can't lay damn near 50 points, but I think both teams get on the board. I think Ohio State gets on the board a lot. Akron gets on the board just enough to catch the over.
All right, Wes, give us your second pick.
I am trying to pull it up on the screen, but I am taking Florida Atlantic. I am taking over 16.5 for the game. I think they got a shot at actually winning this game. They're a 14-point dog. We're talking about Tom Herman. This is a guy that took over a really bad Houston roster and did great things with them. I think we all can remember it was probably about 7 or 8 years ago. A Houston team that had close to nothing came out and beat Oklahoma in a week 0 situation. Tom Herman is a way better coach than the school he's coaching at right now. The only reason he's coaching there is because somehow he failed, just like every other coach that goes to Texas does. But I think this team has a shot to win the game, but I am going to take Florida Atlantic over 16.5. That's for the entire game. They need 17 points for the entire game. Tom Herman has almost never not done that, ever, in any team he's coached.
All right, Johnny, give us your number 2.
This might be sacrilegious, but it's still baseball season. So I do have a baseball play. I like the Diamondbacks tomorrow night against the Dodgers, playing Kershaw on the hill. Zach Gallen, who hasn't been as Zach Gallen involved, but neither is Clayton Kershaw. Still kind of, you don't really know how many innings you're going to get out of him. The 3 best records in baseball right now post All-Star break are the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, and the Padres. So that division is actually a really fun one to watch and kind of keep tabs on. I like the Diamondbacks offense to get to Kershaw and get that game. You're getting a plus 110. Again, I think the pitching matchup slightly favors the Diamondbacks, and their offense can kind of contain with the Dodgers. I'll take the plus money here with the home team in the division game. Diamondbacks looking to make another surprise run to the World Series.
All right, Wes, give us your number 3.
So this is tomorrow night, and I'm taking Stanford, and I got it at 9.5 points. This feels very uncalled for. I realize that the Pac-12 and the abandonment and all of that stuff that kind of went on, but Stanford always has smart players. They've never had top dollar recruits, and really, I don't see them as a loser in any of this transition away from the Pac-12. But even if I did like TCU, I would never lay this many points against Stanford. TCU has nothing that would make me believe that they're going to beat Stanford. And then when you look at the line movement, this line opened at 11, and I'm seeing 84% of the public wager on TCU, and somehow the spread has moved to 9. So that's reverse line movement. That means that some real smart money was laid on Stanford when it was at 11. I got it at 9.5, and that's the play I'm giving everybody. But when you see that kind of line movement, it's either the house is totally comfortable being exposed on TCU at minus 11, or the house just simply wants to be on Stanford. So I'm taking 9.5 points. I'm not saying they're going to win the game, but they are not 9.5 points worse than TCU.
All right, Johnny, give us your number 3.
So I'm actually on the same game, and I'm really thinking the same type of way here. I don't understand how that much action is going in, and to piggyback off of what Wes is saying, that they're pretty much begging for more TCU money at 9, right? Because there had to be some large sums come in on Stanford. They need more money on TCU at the 9. I got it at 9.5. I'm seeing a lot of 9s now. Most sports books I'm looking at, like Bet365, ESPN, Caesars, DraftKings, Bally's, they're all at 9 right now. Hard Rock's at 9.5. We can get a couple 9.5. If you can get 9.5, I think that's the play. They will have a chance to win outright. I will be playing that myself. My official play for the show, take the 9.5. I always, take points. My personal plays, if I'm getting 7 or more, I'll sprinkle in, 0.25 unit worth on the money line, just to kind of see if they can cash it. If not, I'll be real comfortable with 9.5. I think Stanford is one of those teams that always seems to find a way in spots where maybe nobody thinks they can win, and they'll just hang around, even if they lose, in a last second play or field goal, whatever. Comfortable with 9.5 points. I'm going to take Stanford. I totally agree with everything Wes said on that game. It's one of my favorite plays that I'm going to be giving out this weekend.
By the way, FAU, Carl, is playing Michigan State. So you want to know who they're playing? They're playing Michigan State on Friday. So tomorrow.
And they're in Lansing.
Mm-hmm. All right, Wes, give us your final pick of the night.
I can't help myself. So you're getting two. You're getting. I'm taking South Carolina. I love Beamer. I think that laying this many points is not something that I like to do, but I think South Carolina at home in this situation midday, I got it at 20.5, and I think that that's a gift. It's Hanukkah, it's Christmas, it's all in one. Like I love the roster of South Carolina. There's so much that's made of what is going on in the SEC and buying players, and South Carolina is just picking up the loose pieces of good 4-stars that just couldn't get paid at a place like Bama or LSU. I think that this is a gift. Old Dominion doesn't even belong in this game. So official pick, minus 20.5 South Carolina. This is also reverse line movement. Again, it opened at 17, and all of this public money is on ODU, yet the 72% of the public is on Old Dominion, and then we're seeing the line move to 21. I think South Carolina is good for at least 25. And then the other bonus pick that I'm going to give, and I'm not going to break it down too terribly, but I love Florida. I love Florida to just smack Miami around and win money line. Florida is a dog at home. What a disrespectful line that is.
All right, Johnny, give us your final pick.
So, big Mountain West guy. If you haven't followed me for a while, big Mountain West guy. Nevada's terrible. We get that. But there's a team in that conference that has real potential, one, to join a bigger conference here in the next few years, and two, to make their first college football playoff at a chance for a title, and that's Boise State. Look, I remember back when Boise State, was really good with Kellen Moore, and there was like the BCS era. Like I believe they should have had an opportunity to play for a national title. They were that good. I think this year now, with the expansion of 12, it's kind of wild because if you think about the 4 playoff teams, that only was 10 years. That was just 10 years before that. Hey, we got to expand. In that 10-year stretch, only App State won more games than Boise State without making the college football playoff. Right now, there's 12 teams. Boise State, the way that the format's going to work, they have a real shot at being the top group of 5 or group of 4, whatever they call it now, the top seeded team in that group. I think they did lose their quarterback last year. I think he took off to Arkansas, I believe, is where he transferred. But they get in Malachi Nelson, who was actually, I was very surprised where he went. The kid was originally recruited to USC, and then he was able to, Boise State was able to call him to Boise. I think he actually has better legs than their quarterback from last year. I think they are in real potential to, one, they're going to win this game, and they're getting 2 touchdowns. But I think that this is a kind of a tone setter for the season, right? Because they do have college football playoff aspirations. I think if you could bet them make the college football playoff, you'd be in a good that'd be a good little opportunity as well. But I will lay the 13 points with Boise State getting off on a good start, laying the 13 points, winning that game, and kind of putting themselves in position for the college football playoff. Big Boise State guy. I love Nevada, but if any team in the Mountain West can get in the college football playoff, I'm going to be high on them.
Well, I'm excited for the tournament this year. 12 teams fighting for that national championship game, and now teams like FSU won't get screwed. I don't care what anybody says. The Seminoles got screwed last year. I don't care.
Maybe, but then they lose to Georgia Tech week 1.
They didn't play any of their starting defensive players. Half of their guys this year.
I don't care. They deserve every little ounce of that L it took in Ireland. They deserve
you're talking
it.
about the Georgia Tech game.
You know what it is? I'm just a hater of those big programs. I really am. Those big programs where people are like, oh, I'm a Florida State. Shut up. You're not a Florida State guy. Okay. You ever been there. You know, I don't like it. I will shit on them every chance I get. I loved them missing it last year.
Are you trying to attack me? Because I'm a Florida State fan.
Are you really? Are you really?
I grew up a Seminole fan.
Yeah. I just hate the big programs. I really, really do.
You know what it was? Is I couldn't stand Miami. I couldn't stand Miami in the 90s. I couldn't stand them. And I loved Florida State because they would go head to head. And I just love when they beat the hell out of each other. So
I could see that. I have a buddy that's like a Miami fan, and he's like, I just can't stand Florida State. And so he's like, it makes sense. I'm just going to hate the big programs every chance I get. Ohio State, Michigan, all of them. Like Penn State, I like Penn State because they're always like the underdog between those two, schools. So I don't know. I'm just tired of the big programs. I love seeing them lose, but you're right. This new playoff, like when you think about it, right? Like how do you see out like? And again, things change, but do you see Alabama like ever missing it?
No.
Georgia ever missing it?
No.
Like they can have 1-2 losses and they'll still be in. So that's what that's what it will do. It will, those teams will always pretty much have a chance every year to kind of fight for a title, which is, good. It makes the regular season not like, oh, you have that one loss and you're pretty much out of it.
Right.
But it also opens up the door for those smaller programs to just to kind of show that can they compete, right? Can they get there and match up against the big boys? So it'll be interesting. The schedule came out. Then there's like 14, 15 days of either college football playoff game or NFL game, like within 2 weeks. It's Christmas time is going to be amazing.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it'll be amazing to you. I can't wait for the tournament. That I can't wait for. But the regular season, and everybody loves college football. I'm not gonna mock it, but there are college games that people sit and watch, and I'm like, what the hell are you watching? I mean, like seriously. I will say that about some of the NFL football games too. So I'm not gonna lie.
If it's a shitty game and I'm watching it, it's typically because I'm on a side. You know what I mean? Like there's some games where I'm sitting there like I don't even know why I'm on this game. It's a crappy game, but I'll watch every second of it. So it's exciting. I'm excited that it's back. It's been 200 and something days since the college football championship game. So it'll be exciting. The tournament, the playoff, the 12 team playoff is going to be great. I kind of hope to keep it at 12 teams because that's my whole thing was they went from 4, 5 got screwed. Okay, well now 13 is going to get screwed. So I don't want to be 25 teams in the playoffs. So
no, I don't want to see that.
But it'll be fun.
Reno, Johnny, thank you for joining us. We'll see you next week, buddy.
Next week.
There he is, Reno Johnny. Why don't we bring our next guest? We're not even going to go to a break because we got a little bit of time. We are now talking to 8-year NFL cornerback and current Toronto Argonauts DB coach, Isaiah Ike Charlton. Isaiah, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, boss? Just a quick correction. I'm not with Toronto right now, so
okay.
But I was with them a couple years ago.
All right, so there you go, Speedy. Thank you very much.
Blame Wikipedia for that one.
Speedy, you're wrong. All right.
Wikipedia's wrong.
You know what we need? Isaiah, we need a paddle. We're going to bend him over, and you got to hit him with the paddle. What do you think?
You bring back memories, man. Bring it back memories. Don't do that to me.
Well, you don't want to hang out with Adrian Peterson, that's for sure.
Spanking.
I'm just kidding. Anyways, I'm sorry, AP. I was just making a joke. It was just a joke, a slight one. I mean, I've been making jokes all night. Anyways, Ike, how's your daughter doing right now?
Man, she's doing good, man. She has a little bug going, so she's been down. So you know how that goes, back and forth to the drugstore.
Well, I have a little bug. His name's Speedy, right there. You see him right there. Oh, look at him. Speedy, make your bug face.
If I was sick, I wouldn't be here.
Don't you love him, Ike? Right over the head. Right over the head. So, Ike, let's go into the NFL season. The NFL is a week away. Everybody has Kansas City going all the way to the Super Bowl again and winning, having a three-peat. I beg to differ. It's not easy to do that. That's why I've never seen an NFL team do that. Patrick Mahomes is sensational. Andy Reid is one of the greatest coaches we ever seen. What stands out this year in the AFC more than any of the years that you have seen in the last, I would say the last 10 years?
The parity. The parity that's in that conference, man. It's going to be tough. Everybody's, pegging the great, which hey, they earned it, so they get that nod, right, of those guys up in Kansas City. But man, that AFC is going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's not going to be a cakewalk as everyone thinks it's going to be. I still have faith in the Ravens, and the Browns will have something to say about it here. But man, it's going to be pretty tough, man. It's going to be definitely an interesting year.
So, what are some of the differences you've noticed with the corner position when you played? You played from 2000 to 2007, and now with some of the rules, obviously the defensive rules, and also the way they're developed today.
Just watching the corners play, these, now, man, they're not aggressive enough. They don't play a lot of man coverage coming into the NFL. When I was coming in, you earned your stripes playing man coverage. So now you get a lot of these cover two corners that come in. Some of them can't cover. And it shows early on, but the ones that can do it, trust me, it does show. And those guys like, Sauce and those new guys are in, man, those some really, really good corners, man. I love watching those guys.
We are talking to 8-year NFL cornerback, Mr. He was a coach, DB coach, Ike Charlton. And listen, Ike, the DB position.
I'm still coaching. I'm still coaching.
We need you to take Speedy and coach him, man. He has no athletic ability. I'm washed.
Hey, we'll get Speedy together, man. We'll get Speedy together.
Hey, listen, if you can get Speedy to run a 40 and 4.8, I mean, I'll give you a couple of bucks. Could you imagine Speedy running a 4.8?
Hey, that'll be something.
He'll be your Huckleberry,
No, I won't. Don't listen to him.
Ike, you look at the DB position and you look at what the NFL has provided over the last couple of years, and there's one great DB here in New York right now, and that's Sauce Gardner. What do you think he has changed at the corner position, and why do you think he's been so successful in the NFL?
You look at his size. He's a matchup nightmare for most offenses, right? There's a situation where he can match up with pretty much anyone on either side of the ball, and he can play right and left side. A lot of corners, they can't flip-flop, and they can't move the way he moves. So with his length and his ability to play press coverage and be aggressive, that's a huge plus in the NFL. And don't just let these wide receivers just run free off the line of scrimmage. They're too skilled for that to happen. So you got to have a guy like him that can go out there and get in your face and get hands on you early and dictate, make a quarterback make a perfect throw.
So one of the team you were drafted by, the Seattle Seahawks, they have a pretty rich history with the corner position as well. They have two young ones right now that are very good, but no Pete Carroll. He steps away, and now they have Mike McDonald. What are your expectations for them, their defense this season, some of these young corners they have?
They pick up where they left off last year. Those guys showed a lot of promise. They showed that they have the capability of going out there and shutting the offenses down. Now you get another defensive-minded head coach that comes in there. That's what he's done. He's attacks. He's get after it. So if you can't play that press coverage, man, and that press bail stuff that they do, similar to what Richard Sherman used to do a long time ago. But again, looking forward to watching those young guys get after it, man, because they're aggressive. They feed off and they have the right coach to get them to that point. So it's going to be fun to watch.
Ike, there's a lot of hatred of Russell Wilson. We've had Worthy on the show about a week ago. What is it about Russell Wilson that everybody doesn't like? I mean, Marshawn Lynch came out. We've heard Richard Sherman come out and throw him under the bus. Everybody's throwing him under the bus now. I know you know Russ. Why does everybody dislike him?
Well, I don't know him personally, but I do know him. The thing is the locker room. If you've been in the locker room and you have a standoffish guy who maybe he puts himself above the next, and it may be some jealousy in there. Who knows? That type of individual, he's not. I guess he feels he's not a likable guy, right? Someone's not really hangs out with him in the locker room. It doesn't translate to a guy that you want to go to battle for. But just listening to the guys that have been in the locker room with him, they say it all the time. Is he's like a standoffish person, right? He's is this his way or the other way, right? My locker, 2 lockers, own parking spaces, all those things that can, if it's warranted and you earned it, then yeah, you get it. But if you go into a new situation, man, you got to leave that stuff alone and you go in and fit into that locker room and that culture and do your best to lead in that way.
So you coaching obviously in Toronto versus in the NFL. So you also played in the CFL a little later as well with Winnipeg and with Montreal. What are some of the differences in the tactics that both for the defensive back position and for the game that are different in both leagues that you noticed?
Big time difference, boss. In the CFL, you're gonna have situations where you a lot more man coverage than you see in the NFL. The wide open field, man. When you got 110 yard long field and it's 65 yards wide, and then you got a 20 yard end zone, so you can get on the 10-yard line and still throw a long ball. So it makes you really have to cover the whole field, and it really technique wise is why, like, if a lot of those CFL corners, if they get an opportunity to go down to the States and play, some of them should have success because of the man coverage that you're going to play on a regular basis in the CFL and in that wide open field. And there you get 2 downs to get a first down, right? So the stakes are higher, and the opportunities, they ramp up when you're out there doing that stuff, man. Hey, I remember those days. Nice.
We are talking to former 8-year NFL cornerback, DB coach Ike Charlton. This is the first time he's been on a show. If you don't remember Ike, he had a very good NFL career. He was in the NFL for 8 years. That's a good career. Most guys only play 3 years. He played 8. So a long time. One of our fans asked us to ask you this question. Would you do the seatbelt lockdown celebration like all the DBs are doing right now?
Oh, I actually do it now with my young guys that I coach at the high school level. We've came up with a little seatbelt.
Let's see it.
Well, I can't do it right now. It has to be with the group, man. No, I can't do it. But yes, we swipe it up and then we lock it in. So most definitely. Oh yeah.
You lock it in.
You gotta adapt to the times, man.
If I learn the dance, I'll lock it.
Do you lock it in your pants? Could you lock it in your pants?
I don't think that's involved in what he's describing.
But you got to lock it in.
No, yeah, in the way that Ike is describing, not the way you're describing.
But you got to lock
There's
it in.
two different things.
You got to lock it in those pants.
Yeah, which is a vague.
There's nothing to do with pants.
Oh.
I don't think you're telling your kids it has to be in your pants.
No.
Thank you.
We're gonna leave that one alone. We're gonna leave. Yeah,
leave it alone. Listen to Ike.
Listen
to Ike and leave it alone.
I'm hoping you're a Huckleberry.
No.
I'd be too if you're grabbing my boobs.
I would not do anything of the sort. So listen to Ike and don't bring up my pants.
Yes, let's do that.
Go ahead.
So back to normal, actual football conversation. So actually, I want to deviate away a little bit from your experience in Canada too, like off the football field as well. The city of Toronto. I've been there once 10 years ago, and the culture in Canada too, the football culture and also the city culture life. What are some of the experiences you had when you were there as a player and as a coach?
The atmosphere in Canada, man, is that collegiate atmosphere where everybody gets all riled up. They get that liquor in them, and it's rowdy, and they love their football and up there in Canada, man. And I had a great time being there. Wouldn't change it. If I had the opportunity to go back again, I would. I had a lot of fun there. They took care of me when I was there. The fans, the communities, they all were great, man. And in CFL, it's a little different from the NFL. You get to stay overnight, so you get to experience each city when you travel over there. And it's funny you talk about Toronto. That was the 6th from being in Winnipeg in the cold and the opportunity to fly back east to go to Toronto. That was always a trip we look forward to, and we always. I used to stay overnight. I didn't go back on the plane, so I would stay and get me an extra night in.
I think Speedy needs to hang out in Montreal, all the strip bars. I think
Montreal's a different animal now.
That's a different animal for Speedy. I mean, he's
no. If we're going to do anywhere to Canada with the CFL, we could bring
Montreal. We're going to go Montreal.
Regardless of where it is, we could bring Liquored Up West.
No. We're going to bring you.
We're bringing Liquored Up West.
You better bring
West will be fully on board with this.
You better bring your extra underwear. You're going to need.
No, Liquored Up West will be much more encouraged with that.
There you go. I mean, listen, Ike, it's the first time on the show. If you want to go to fans only and follow Speedy, there you are, right there.
You could join the movement against it.
Black memory.
So I to put it in perspective, Wes was one of our betting guys that was just on before we brought you in. He's a great CFL bettor, and he was on tonight after drinking something. He even had some shots when he was coming on, so that's why I was thinking.
Teach these
kids,
he
was ready. He was ready.
I was providing Ike with some context of why I said a Liquored Up West would love it in Montreal.
Well, you like to drink.
I do,
well,
but there's a direct correlation with Wes being the CFL.
He doesn't sleep.
Listen, Ike, this guy can drink you under the rug. This little guy right here, this 160, 170 pounds.
I believe it. I believe it.
He's a beer drinker. I bet he cannot drink in the daytime. If he drinks in the daytime, he throws up all over. It's a horrible person.
No day drinking.
He's a vampire.
No, I have to really I did it once in a baseball game. I was fine just sitting down.
You did it sitting down, huh?
Yeah, but he takes me to these places where I'm dancing all over the place, and I can't do that.
What's your drink? What's your drink of choice?
What you drink?
Well, no, I've had all different types of beer at baseball games. I'm an experimentalist. I like to try.
He likes to experiment.
Because I like going to different ballparks too. It's local microbreweries and stuff like that. Actually, the last time I was last year I visited some family. We had a kind of a reunion type thing in Baltimore, and there was actually an IPA named after Eddie Murray, the Hall of Fame baseball player. He actually has his own brewery.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I like to experiment with that kind of things. I like all different types of hard.
He likes to grab chefs. That's what he likes to do.
I like various types of hard liquor too. Not as much with a wine guy,
but a chef grabber, right?
What?
You're a chef.
What are you talking about? I have no idea what any of that crap means, and why it has anything to do with me describing to Ike what type of liquors I like. There's no grabbing involved.
Well, you have to grab the beer, right?
You guys are something else, man. You guys are
unless a shaft is a nickname for a type of beer glass.
That's a tricky word there, buddy. A shaft. That's a tricky word.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
and he tries to manipulate.
That's a tricky one there.
Well, I do manipulate a lot of different things, Ike. And if you get to know us on our show, I'm a little crazy, but we like to have fun. We like to laugh with our guests. This is not like a normal interview. We just, hang out and, ask questions and just, shoot the junk, Speedy. You know all
Hey,
that.
I hear that, man. Yeah. I hear that.
But Speedy doesn't like to shoot the junk. He likes to grab the junk, right?
Oh, Speedy. Speedy.
Ike, I'm on your side. I'm trying to distract him, but it's not
okay. I got you.
Anyways, just so everybody knows, we're talking to former 8-year NFL cornerback coach. Yes, DB coach Ike Charlton. If you don't remember him, I do remember Ike. He was a really good cornerback in the NFL, and I followed him for all those years. And when Speedy told me that you were coming on the show, this is the first time you're on a show, and I'm sure you're enjoying it. My question for you is, you look at this coming season, and there are favorites. A lot of people, obviously Kansas City winning a 3-peat, but San Francisco's another team expected to be a really good team again this year. The Eagles adding Saquon Barkley. They're going to be explosive this year. Is there a particular team that stands out to you that can shock everybody and go all the way and win a Super Bowl?
Why not Philly? I mean, they've been there before. They're battle tested. The way they started the season last year, man, it was crazy, right? It looked like they were unstoppable, and then they just imploded at the end of the year. So with the addition, they picked up a good addition, another addition for their offense. With that in the division trade there, which is unheard of, but it was made. But I can see them, contending because Jalen Hurts will be better. A lot of the expectations are again, would they? It's been a while since they had someone repeat in that division, but I think they can go ahead and get back get the nod back in that division, man. Because the Cowboys, you can't trust them. You can't trust them. And outside of them, I like the Ravens still. I like the Ravens still with the addition of the big fella in the backfield. I know they lost a big time linebacker, but they still have a really good one in there. And so I still like the Ravens to contend, man. If they stay healthy, they'll be right there.
So the Patriots, I know you played for them briefly. I think you were there for 1 year in 2006 or something like that. They've had
I was there for a little short period of time.
Yeah, so both Tom Brady and Bill Belichick have had some drama-filled off seasons. We were just talking about Tom Brady with the broadcasting contract. He wants to buy stock in the Raiders. And Bill Belichick with all the coaching rumors that didn't come to fruition because Robert Kraft was trying to veto them. So what are your thoughts to both of the crazy off seasons those two guys have had?
It's unheard of for that organization, for one. A lot of stuff that, the attention is definitely warranted because of who they are. But a lot of stuff never got out of that organization the way it does now. Ever since 12 left, it's been a downhill spiral since then. He meant so much to that organization with the things he did, and the caps, the taking the less money. So all that stuff factored in, and it's going to be hard to find another individual to do all the things that he did off the field as opposed to the greatness that he presented on the field, right? So, and Coach Belichick, who I have a lot of respect for, again, I think he's one of the GOATs to me. The way he coaches defense, maybe he struggled down the line, and when it comes to actually picking players, but he's drafted some players that has made a lot of plays and a lot of money and gold jackets, right? But to watch him coach football defensively, he's right up there, man. Is in the GOAT to me.
Well, he's definitely the GOAT. And I'm going to tell you this why. He's dating 25-year-olds. I mean,
whatever he has to do to try to stay young, I don't think it's gonna work. But
he's popping a lot of Viagra pills. There's no question that he
salute to Coach, man. When you got a lot of money like that, like he has.
What I'm gonna do? I gotta send him some. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send him a case of Cialis or something like that. Congratulations on a great retirement, my friend.
I'm sure he has a subscription.
He's hanging out with Robert Kraft. They actually made up. Oh, yeah, by the way, who would you choose to hang out with?
Man, that's a tough picture right there, buddy.
Oh, that's tough. All right, Deshaun Watson. He likes to, likes his, his shank, grabbed. Robert Kraft. He likes to hang out in those places. Antonio Brown doesn't know where the hell he is, and Draymond Green likes to hang out on, Snapchat, showing his
and kicking those places.
Man, it's tough. It is tough. Well, I don't know what it is with these guys.
Who would you hang out with?
Who would I hang out with this group?
Yeah.
Let me see. I actually, I know I spent a little time with Deshaun Watson when I was with the Houston Texans with the Bill Walsh minority coaches thing. I was down there for a little bit. Used to talk to him for a little bit. You know what? I'm hanging out with Robert Kraft, man. Mr. Kraft. I'm hanging out with him, man. He's the GOAT, man. We PJing, we're island, and he lives it up. He lives it up. So I'm hanging out with Mr. Kraft.
All right, man. So let's set that up. I mean, let's all go to a massage parlor with Mr. Kraft on him.
Mr. Kraft, he keeps him a little young thing too, a lot too, huh?
I'm sure he does. I'm just gonna stay. I'm gonna make sure that my table's a little way, a little far from his, because I don't want. I have no interest in him grabbing me.
Yeah, no shaft action, no shaft.
Speedy, you're all about the shaft.
I'm not involved in any massage parlor shenanigans.
We really appreciate the time. I know you're very, very busy. I hope your daughter is getting better, and we will get you on very, very soon.
Oh, man, I appreciate it, man. I have fun anytime.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, have a good one.
Ike Charlton, fantastic, great personality, good person, and a good dad. He spends time with his daughter, makes sure that his daughter's healthy. We have one more segment, okay? I do want to finish up. I want to get it in, Speedy. You know about getting it in, right? I don't know. You don't know about getting things in?
No. I want you to slide it right in.
You have to slide it in. No. You good with it? I don't know. Like a balloon, you know? God. Blowing a balloon. Whatever. I put all the guys on. We got to get them on. In an interview with The Athletic, Jayson Tatum said it was a lot dealing with being on the bench throughout the Olympics. He also said his experience with Team USA was not what he expected. Tatum said all the debates of whether he was a championship caliber player and deserved to be benched during the Olympics was even more than he expected. He added that this was the first time since he started playing basketball at the age of 3 years old that he was never not on the court. The most minutes Tatum played in the Olympic Games was 17. Steve Kerr stepped down as Team USA's head coach last week, and either Tyronn Lue or Eric Spoelstra will replace him. Steve Kerr was wrong. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care if they won the Olympics. They were embarrassed by Serbia, and the fact that they got over the hump because Steph Curry got hot at the end of the game. Jayson Tatum is the face. Him and Anthony Edwards are the two faces of Olympic basketball moving forward, Team USA basketball. And to not play him as much as they should have played him, I don't care. And I know what I know me and Keith are going to disagree about this. Jayson Tatum is one of the top 7 players in the league. He's one of the top 7 players in the league. To only play him as much, first of all, he didn't play in 2 of the games, and the most he's played in 17 minutes. Did he play well? No. Did he play in the well in the playoffs? No. But he's still one of the best American-born players right now in all of the NBA. And I know LeBron James and Steph Curry and KD are on their final run for the Olympic Games. I understand that. And they were out there to try to win gold for Team USA. But what is that going to tell these youngsters like Anthony Edwards and Jayson Tatum in the future, 4 years from now, when Team USA is getting picked? Grant Hill is a part of the picking and says, Jason, do you want to play for Team USA? And he comes out and says, no, I don't want to play for Team USA. You disrespected me 4 years ago. I mean, this is what's going to happen. What happens if Jaylen Brown and Jayson Tatum says, you know what, I don't want to play for Team USA? And then they have to go reach. And we've seen this. Besides the Olympics, when the World Championships, the Team USA is a shell of themselves because they put a team together that some of these players, yeah, they're good players, but they're not superstar players. And we never win. We never win the World Championship games because our best players aren't playing in the World Championships. They only want to play for the Olympics because they want to win a gold goddamn medal. Jayson Tatum, Jaylen Brown, these guys are the future of Team USA basketball. And when you don't play them or you don't pick them to be on the Olympic team, what does that say about Team USA basketball? It means that Team USA basketball is losing their credibility. And Anthony Edwards, he speaks out, and we had Tim Hardaway on the show, and he took shots at what Anthony Edwards was saying. These guys think they could say whatever they want. They're free to say whatever they want now because they run the league. In those days, if you say something about Michael Jordan, you know what Michael Jordan's going to do when he plays you? He's going to score 52 on you. It's not like that anymore because LeBron James is running the league, because he's on his hands and knees telling JJ Redick, you're going to coach the team while I'm running the team. I just think basketball is falling off. The NBA is falling off because it's not run by the owners anymore. It's not run by the league. It's run by the players. Adam Silver doesn't even know how to run this league anymore. Yeah, he's bringing in these new TV contracts. Me and you could bring in those TV contracts. Internationally, it's growing all over the place. 200 and some odd countries. Why? Because of Michael Jordan and LeBron James. I just think that it's sad the way the AAU leagues are moving and the way the Olympic team is being built, being pushed. Grant Hill is running the Olympic team. I love Grant Hill as a player. He comes from Duke. I loved him as a player for 5 years before he got hurt. He was a sensational basketball player. People were comparing him to Michael Jordan. Everybody's trying to be compared to Michael Jordan, as Anthony Edwards is getting compared to Michael Jordan. None of them are Michael Jordan. None of them. And stop with this team could have beaten the dream team. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement. And Grant Hill, open your goddamn eyes. How the hell do you pick White over Jaylen Brown? Oh, because he's a better team player? Oh, he played. That's great that he played great as the point guard. Who do you want on your team? If you were to take a player right now, White or Brown, who are you taking? You're taking Jaylen Brown. And don't tell me that. And then Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett coming out and saying that they would take Jayson Tatum over Giannis. If that's the trick and that's the reason, why the hell wasn't Jayson Tatum playing on the Olympic team? Why was he being sit on the bench when he's a top 7 player in the NBA? I don't know, because Steve Kerr doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Meanwhile, Giannis is carrying that Greek team as far as he could.
And that's why he stepped down, because he knows that none of those players are going to be. He was forced to step down. I'm just letting you guys know this. He stepped down because he knew that after not playing Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown wasn't picked on the team, that none of those guys are going to play for him in 4 years. So he had to step down.
It's fact. It's a culture shock that I think Steve Kerr is just catering to his guy, Steph Curry, and obviously all the Kevin Durant and these other veteran guys that work for him. And they knows that this kind of thing is alarming. Now, obviously, Jayson Tatum, you kind of had to expect that this media circus was going to come and whatever. But even so, like, for him to like have these second thoughts about this and like stuff like that, it just says something about your just like selective culture. We were talking about it with Kevin Mench with the Baseball Hall of Fame. Like, it's selective culture. And this kind of thing is like we were joking about with like LeBron running Team USA practically. And Steve Kerr's just catering it because he has his 2 boys, Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, and they can just do whatever they want. And it's going to drive players down to do that. Joel Embiid's already going to say, all right, I'm not going to play for you next Olympics. You're going to play for France. You're going to play for Cameroon, whichever one he wants.
Look, it's something that you don't really see that often when you have a star player of the caliber who just won a championship, where he's being taken to the Olympics and your 3rd and 4th play above you, the best player on your team, and everyone's talking about it in the media. Everyone. It's embarrassing, and he felt it. I don't think anyone's had a worse summer that could have been so successful in his career as Jayson Tatum if I hadn't just witnessed what happened to Drake this summer.
Wow. That's because Drake is an idiot. Okay. I've heard a lot of things about Drake. I have my friend actually bounces out in Bridgehampton, and he told me that Drake was over there, and he says he's a selfish piece of garbage. He says he's all about himself, and that when he walked into the place, everybody had to kiss his feet. So I'm not surprised. I heard that story. And again, I know Drake. I've met Drake before. He was very nice to me. And one of the reasons, because I know his DJ, I grew up with his DJ. So he was very polite to me, but I could see, I've heard stories that he was such a good person, getting into the hip hop game. And now he's just a piece of garbage because he thinks he's the best. And that he can't be touched. But that's everything. Once you break through and you feel like your personality changes. I would never do that. But there are people out there that their personality changes when they become something special. So unfortunately,
he
Drake
got absolutely destroyed in that rap beef. And he wants to restart it, and it's just not going to happen because
Kendrick Lamar,
Kendrick
Lamar, he's unique himself. And I think I understand why everybody has a lot of respect for Kendrick, because Kendrick is real and Drake is not. And Drake talks about, living in the ghetto. He grew up in Toronto. Give me a break. So, I mean, when he says he lived in the ghetto, I've been to Toronto quite a few times. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful city. There might be like 1/4 of a mile of ghetto. I mean, you have to be very wealthy to live in Toronto. So I just, him talking about, where he grew up. I've seen where he's grown up. It's all bullcrap. So
he got 3 of like the best diss tracks I've ever heard dropped on him within a week. It's like getting dunked on by everyone on your team. That's like the equivalent of what happened. It was just a destruction. And it was and the last one is the song of the summer that he put out. Not Like Us. It's playing everywhere. It's everyone's making TikTok videos to it. an annihilation.
Everybody wants to dance to it. I mean, how do you dance to a song like that?
Because he put a little dance beat at the end to make everyone dance on the grave of Drake.
I'm
It
a
was
dancer and I
great
won't
thing.
dance to that track. I
Look,
wouldn't even.
I've been out on Drake. I'll say this. I've always wanted to give this take. I've been out on Drake since day one when his first line in his first song was something about he doesn't play on sprained ankles. And I swear to God, it was the softest line I've ever heard in my entire life. When I personally would wrap my own ankle, like a sprained ankle, ain't nothing to play with. You're so tough, Drake.
Do you know what he was saying when he says, I
know.
can't play on sore ankles because he's always on his hands and knees? Speedy, you know all about that, right? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, Team USA did do a lot of questionable things. They did do a lot of silly things that we have discussed and whatnot. I definitely wouldn't have, kind of treated Jayson Tatum the way that it went down or whatever. But I don't know, in a certain way, with Jayson Tatum saying it was a lot, the coverage and whatnot. I don't know. It's kind of coming off like he's a bit jealous, kind of like a big baby in a way. Him just coming off the NBA Finals after eluding him for so long, I get why it's like he wanted to just get right into the Team USA and have that championship mentality because it was instilled in him and integrated it for him for many weeks beforehand. But, like you mentioned in that one report you're reading, this is like the first time ever since he was a child he didn't step onto the court. I don't know. That seems kind of useless.
Would you accept the gold medal when you did nothing for it?
No, I understand exactly why it is that he's upset, but like I said, I see why it left a sour taste in his mouth.
When you see Devin Booker play more than you do and you're a better player than Devin Booker, would you be happy with that?
No, I definitely would be.
When your teammate White was playing more than you and you're a better player than he is, and he wasn't even supposed to make the team. I'm just saying.
No, absolutely. In that sense, that's definitely a lot of things that Team USA did very questionable. But I do see Jayson Tatum. But I see Jayson Tatum being a face, like you mentioned, him, Anthony Edwards, Jaylen Brown. They're all great players. But I don't know if you disrespected him enough to the point that he doesn't want to play next year. I mean, he most likely will.
4 years, we'll see. I'll be very surprised if you see Jayson Tatum on that team. I'm just telling you what I think.
Yeah.
I'll be very surprised if Jayson Tatum's going to say yes to play for Team. I know Jaylen Brown won't. I wouldn't be surprised. And that's why they got rid of Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr, I know everybody thinks that Steve Kerr did a great job. Steve Kerr embarrassed the young players. He embarrassed them. He threw them to the side and said, you know what? You're the youngies. You're going to be sitting the bench. I'm going to play who I want to play. And we're going to win it. We're going to win a championship. And barely won a championship, by the way. Barely. They shouldn't have beaten Serbia. I'm just sorry. They were getting their butts whipped by Serbia throughout that game until the fourth quarter.
They did get lucky in that game.
They did.
In the last of the fourth.
I don't know. I'm sorry, but I could see why Jayson Tatum's upset. I wouldn't be happy either. Yeah, he was better in the Olympics because he did everything that they wanted him to do. Again, if you gave Jayson Tatum as much time on that court, I think Jayson Tatum would have done just as much as Devin Booker. Devin Booker is a good player. He's not Jayson Tatum. Stop it. He's not. Devin Booker's a great player. Is he a top 10 player? He's not. Jayson Tatum is. He is a top 7 player in the NBA. And to say that he's not is ridiculous. It is ridiculous, but he's not better than the Greek Freak. I'm just letting everybody know that. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Ike Charlton for joining us. Thank you to our good friend Kevin Mench for joining us. He was fantastic as well. Had a lot of fun on the show tonight. Yeah, I listen, Keith, I know. They won. Good for them. They won because LeBron James, again, was running the Olympic team. It wasn't Grant Hill. It wasn't any of the directors of Team USA basketball. It was LeBron James. Kawhi Leonard didn't play on this team because LeBron James didn't want him there. Jayson Tatum didn't play in a lot of games because LeBron James didn't want him on the court. Those are the facts, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe Jose Canseco was hanging out with LeBron James. Speedy, you know all about that, right?
Not even in the slightest.
Would you let Jose Canseco grab your bat? No. You wouldn't let him grab your bat? Why not?
No.
Why?
I'm not letting that muscular guy grab me.
No, grab your bat.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to. Nice try.
Well, your shaft?
No.
No?
He's not grabbing anything.
Would you hang out with him?
I don't know.
You would hang out with Jose Canseco. What kind of drink would you drink with him?
I don't know.
Would it be a beer? Would it be a nice shot of liquor? What do we do?
Have you ever sniffed lines?
Have you ever sniffed
No.
lines? I think that would be great. Could you imagine Speedy sniffing lines? Could you imagine how he speaks now? Speedy, that would be you. And you grab your shaft.
No.
I'm just saying. Somebody would grab.
I'm not letting anyone grab any shaft.
All right. But you will. You won't.
No.
You will. We will. I will share.
No, you won't.
Your shaft.
No, you won't.
Okay. Who do we share your shaft?
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nobody is sharing any shafts.
How about your dog shaft? Would you share his?
No.
How about Bambi? Would you share his shaft?
Ask Robert Saleh.
Oh, Speedy Petey. Oh, man. It's been great. It's been a great show. Thank you to Fish. You've been fantastic. Great for your content. Your obviously your graphics are fantastic. Scoops, thank you for your Sports Minute and your content. Speedy, thank you to you. Great guests and just being you. You're the greatest. Greatest of all time. How do you feel about that? If I called you the greatest of all time?
It's misleading, but okay.
Why is it misleading?
Because it's very vague.
Why is it vague?
Because it depends on what you're judging.
Are you the greatest of all time?
No.
Why not?
I don't know what facet you get that from, but okay.
Grabbing your crotch. Are you the greatest?
No.
You think there's anybody as good as you at grabbing your crotch?
Millions of people.
Well, how do you know? Have you seen?
I don't, and I don't want to know.
Name one person.
Have you ever seen somebody grab their shaft?
What?
Have you ever seen anybody grab their
I don't know.
You've seen somebody grab their shaft.
Okay, maybe I have. I don't know, and I don't care.
What would you
I
say?
don't care.
If I grabbed
I'm not approaching that person.
If Ike was grabbing a shaft, would you hang out with him?
Ike would never do that.
Ike does it.
Ike would never do that.
Every person does it.
Ike would never do that to me.
I didn't say he was going to grab one.
Okay, if Ike grabs whatever, I don't care.
Would you be his Huckleberry?
No.
Oh man, that's great. You're great. It's fantastic. Anyways, thank you to Ike for joining us. He's fantastic. Again, thank you to Mr. Mench for being a mensch. Speedy, he was a mensch. You're a mensch. We're all a mensch.
He's a mensch.
We're all a mensch. Anyways, thank you again. We'll be back on Tuesday. Remember, Thursday night, we will be live at Miller's Ale House, September 5th. It will be fun. We will air it, so you'll have an opportunity to watch us live on Thursday night for Thursday Night Football. Kansas City and Baltimore doing a live show in front of a live audience. We'll be very excited about that. Speedy, you're excited? Mm-hmm. Would you grab your crotch in front of people? No. Even if somebody dared you? No. Wing eating contest, would you be a part of it?
No.
Why not?
I have to deal with the show.
No, but we are dealing with the show. But if we put
No.
you in a wing eating contest.
No.
You think you could beat me in a wing eating contest?
No.
Why not?
Because.
Why? Because why?
Too much. I'm not good with fast stuff.
Yeah, fast. You don't like doing things fast.
No.
Slow. All slow, right?
Just regular, normal pace.
Rape, just normal pace, rubbing, everything.
What? Yeah. Wings. That's about making the wings, not what you're describing.
Why? You wouldn't rub a wing?
I'm not the one making the wings. You rub sauce or dry rub is not sauce. That's the difference.
Dry rub. Oh, I love that. You're good.
That's is that the Kansas City style barbecue? The dry rub,
That's
like where Wes
a variation. That's a variation of it. I think there's other ones within.
You like
country.
dry rubbing?
Dry rub is less sauce. It's similar types of
just dry
flavor. Yeah. It's
dry.
It's a powder.
It's a powder.
I don't know if it's powder seasoning, like how you would describe it. I'm not like an expert with this type of.
Are you an expert with dry rubbing?
No, I'm saying I'm not.
What's your favorite dry rub?
I'm trying to think.
Think.
I haven't had it much.
I figured.
No, yeah, it's harder to find dry rub. Like dry rub barbecue.
It is hard to find.
Dry
It
rub
is
barbecue
really
in
hard.
general.
Yeah.
Dry rub barbecue in general is harder to find.
It's harder. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
it's very
it's more of a, I wouldn't say a newer concept, but
no, it's not new. It's old, but
no. It's new compared to wing sauces.
yeah, but dry rubbing is new to you, right?
Well, yeah, I don't, like Fish said, I don't live in Kansas City or Nashville or places like that. Yes, I do like Caribbean. I do like Caribbean. Yes, James, I do like Caribbean. That is one of my favorite. Yes, Carl, dry rub. That's what we're talking about. I think there was a smoky. I think it was something Caribbean, James.
So you went to Smoky Bones and you dry?
No,
Okay, I'm just figuring this out.
I'm talking about dry rub. You not pay attention.
I am. I'm talking about dry rub.
Yeah, you're talking about something stupid. I think it was a Caribbean one actually that I did try, James, for that one, and I think I had a regular.
Oh, the Caribbean has a special type of dry rub. It's called a jerk seasoning.
I think that was the one. I think that was one.
Have you ever had jerk seasoning?
Yes, it's a very popular Caribbean style of chicken. Yes.
So you.
Yes,
like
I've had it before.
jerk in Caribbean.
Yes, I do, Carl.
Caribbean jerk. Have
Yes, that is a type of wing sauce and chicken.
Okay, Caribbean jerk.
Yes,
and dry rub
jerk. Yes, there is a dry rub variation that was Caribbean too.
Caribbean jerk.
I forget there was 3 flavors I've had of it. One of which was it was a smoky barbecue.
Smoky bird.
There was a Caribbean, and there was one other one I don't remember offhand.
What do you like, dry rubbing or jerking?
It's not a verb.
I'm not just
dry rub.
All right,
dry rub is a variation of chicken
all right,
or wing.
which one do you want?
No
Which one?
ing. Do not say
All right,
the ing.
all right. Do you like the Caribbean jerk?
Yes, I do.
So
The flavor of
So
that.
which one do you want more? The dry rub?
For that one, I prefer the sauce.
So I'm asking you, Caribbean jerk or dry rub?
That's not the same
I'm
thing.
asking you, which would you
one
rather?
of which
Which would
you can have both.
Oh, so you want both of them?
You don't know the difference. One is a seasoning and a powder. The other is a sauce. Dry rub or wing sauce. That is your difference. Caribbean is a flavor. There's a difference. Keith, yes, Keith. Jerk chicken is one type of thing. Yes, there is Caribbean meat. You could have it with season. You could have that same kind of seasoning with beef. red
Just
meat
jerk
as
your
well.
chicken, right?
It's not a verb. Yes, Carl, I do. It is one of my favorite flavors, and you can have it in both wing sauce and dry rub. It can go hand in hand.
It goes hand in hand, right?
It can, yes. You can have a Caribbean variation flavor dry rub.
I'm gonna shit myself.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to be wanting Jamaica after this.
There's the drop, Tommy.
Oh.
Oh, I'm glad we got that settled.
We did. See, he prefer both of them. Okay, good. It's for both of us, right? We'll share it. We'll share it.
That makes no sense. If you want to try something, try it yourself.
It's good for both. It's good for all of us.
I don't know. Maybe it is. I don't know. No, Keith. The dry rub and wing sauces are different things. That's what I'm describing to him. Fish understands, thankfully. Carl understands.
I think we all understand.
No, you're going all over the place.
All right, that's it for our show. I'm going to say goodnight, and we'll talk to you next week. Good night, everybody.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.